Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
We will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican por service Latino.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
literally not true.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Hope you had just a fabulous lunch. We're going to finish off today watching a trial out of Florida, which is I think we're actually nearing the end. Honestly, I think we're nearing the end. Defense has presented a few evidence. Might have a little bit more, but they're also about ready to rest, I think, which is good because nothing I've heard today has been helpful for the defense. Like zero. But welcome back. Leanne Cymbalnik. Leanne, congratulations. Cymbalnik. You were first in chat. Being punctual and prompt has its punishment. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility. I'm gifting you the internet for the afternoon. You have to care for it and fix everyone's problems related to it. So, Leanne, you're going to do great. Congratulations. Thanks for flipping the switch, screeners. Chat is on screen now, and I'm not. There we go. I could probably do that as well. I guess I can be here. I'm a little bit tired. We had a late night and an early morning is how things sort of went down last night. If you didn't follow the case out of California, Bakersfield, the events that were happening with the bomb-toting hostage taker. That's what we followed, and that was something else. Time was flying by. It was a blast to follow it and see all the updates and everything. But that's now resolved to everyone's satisfaction, I guess, except for possibly the hostage taker, and obviously there are family members on that side that probably aren't happy with the outcome. But done. Everyone is, except for the hostage taker, is safely home now. All right. Dexter has not testified. We've got one more. Dexter's going to be an interesting one because we've seen his interrogation, which if you watched yesterday, the interrogation video, first of all, the audio was recorded on a potato in a terrible interrogation room. It was awful audio. But it was probably some of the most heated interrogation exchanges I've ever seen, and I've been the suspect in one of those. Okay, I know what the whole good cop, bad cop scenario looks like when it's happening to you. Courtney, welcome to the jury. Courtney, thank you very much. Appreciate the support. That was awesome. Wonderful to have you here. You can never leave now. You're one of us. You're among friends. Oh. Yes, there were SWAT team and multiple police officers on the scene of the bomb-toting hostage taker at his house, and we saw some video of that yesterday. There was a question asked regarding that of the FBI gentleman, and he seemed surprised that we knew about it. Do you see sort of like deer in the headlights for just a second? Like, what do you mean? You know about the search warrant? But they did. Anyway, Dexter is really excited to take the stand. Yes, last time we heard from him during the interrogation, that's back to this case in Florida, not the bomb stuff, but last time we heard from him, he was telling police to arrest his younger sister because clearly she was lying because she was pointing the finger of blame at him, and that everyone else's story was wrong and his was the only right version. So that's last time we heard. I bet we probably hear the same sort of thing today, but that's going to be interesting. Am I the only one that didn't know that chocolate hummus was a thing? Well, me and you. So, hey. Need something? Hang on a sec. All right. Oh, this is Death Row, never leaving. Courtney! I know that's why you want me to say it, right? Courtney! That is awesome. I love it. Thank you very much. All right. The kids just had to knock on the door, seeing if I had the car keys. They're going to the gym to do a climbing wall. Let's see. Dexter's going to play innocent on the stand. Yeah. Just waiting for the judge to actually turn on the live stream. Waiting for Judge Clark, who has at times seemed a little uninterested in the proceedings that are happening in his courtroom today, but he's always been quick to rule when something was needed, so he is paying attention, even though it may not look that way if his eyes are closed or he's surfing through other caseload files or something like that. So he's a pretty good judge. We like him. We've been to his courtroom a number of times virtually and seen some pretty interesting cases here. Standoff in Ohio. I was just thinking this over lunch. The worst thing is this makes the news and somebody gets an idea. And I'm worried that someone would try to copy this. What is happening in Ohio right now? Let's see. Give me a second here. See, Aaron Curtis is a multimedia journalist up there on Twitter for the Lowell Sun. Covers the greater Lowell area. Says that there's police activity regarding a white minivan possibly involved in a kidnapping in Salem, New Hampshire. Lowell police officer currently attempting to pull the vehicle over in the area of Gorland and Highland, and then that was 26 minutes ago. Now 3 minutes ago, the latest update Aaron Curtis has is large police presence clearing out this stop. Nothing else was reported over the radio. We'll try to get some info. So that could be a standoff situation. Seems like one that won't last very long. Hopefully there's no hostages there. All right. Give me a second. We've got about 5 minutes before court starts, so see if we can get all the feeds in a row. Start with this one. He's not up yet. Okay. And we watched the YouTube video of the hostage situations suspect. What do you think? It was definitely interesting. I have not seen it. Is it still up or is it down? Is it gone now? I can tell you the account that tried commenting on our live stream now no longer has any videos listed. So if it was the same person and the original account is still up, then this was definitely a troll. If it's down, it's still up. Okay, so we definitely had a troll in our group. So we called it correctly once again. I've not watched that one, but maybe we'll get to it at some point. Let me get some of these feeds cleaned up. It's Mentor, Ohio. It's in Mentor, not Lowell. Let's see what's happening there. Orchard Road in Mentor, multiple police officers on the scene. not seeing it. Other than that. SWAT situation at Lake County home. This is according to 19 News up there. Started around 11 a.m. This follows two bicyclists being struck near the Headlands Beach, the entrance to Headlands Beach. They might not be related, but they happen nearby. All right. Just moments away from getting a live feed. Purple coconut. Sorry, I'm sort of focused getting everything set up here, but give me just a second. We're going to be going back to court and watching the end of this case, and we'll keep our ear to the ground in case this developing scenario turns into something that would be a little bigger than just the standard standoff, which actually happens quite a bit around the country, probably every day. Isn't this area of Ohio getting the Buc-ee's? Are you guys getting the Buc-ee's up there? Why would anyone be upset if you're getting the Buc-ee's? Everyone should be in a good mood and fat and happy. That's okay. Just now getting our feedback from court, so let's bring that in on channel 8 if we can.
Please.
All right. Mr. Alexander, Mr. Owens are present in the courtroom. I see Ms. Bennett's right there.
She's here.
Mr. Ballock's present. Mr. Sullivan's present. Are we ready to go for?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any other reason not to bring the jurors back in? Let's bring them in. Okay. Well, then y'all can, they're downstairs. Y'all have a seat.
I'm gonna back up just.
Well, then y'all can, they're downstairs. Y'all have a seat.
Judge says, "Don't go anywhere." Okay.
No. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. Oh no. Oh yeah. I don't care. I'd rather have the shoulder. I'd rather have the backache that I got right now, and it hurts than the shoulder. There's you can manage with a back. You can't do nothing to hurt a shoulder.
Need to send the judge some leave.
I can imagine. I can imagine. I'd much rather do what I'm doing because I can at least. You can't do nothing with a bad shoulder. I mean, you can't go to the bathroom by yourself. It's tough.
A little too much information, but we'll take it, Judge. Wait for the jury to come in here still. Hold tight.
Heck yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Got to resync everything, so give me just a minute to put everything in order. Jurors coming back from lunch, about to sit down to hear the final testimony in this case. Audio, where are you getting right here?
Please.
And if you're by the chair, the clerk's going to swear you.
Okay, the defendant is taking his seat.
I do. Mr. Owens, if you'll have a seat, speaking to the microphone. Ms. Bennett, you may inquire whenever you're ready.
Mr. Owens, please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Dexter Owens Jr. the third.
And how old are you today?
I'm 19.
And Mr. Owens, this is going to be about the incident that happened 2 years ago in October of 2024. How do you know Stubby, Nathan?
He's a good friend of mine. We actually went to school together for a few months, and I just decided to go back to my hometown.
Did he stay over with you sometimes, when you guys hanging out, staying at the house?
Yeah. He basically lived with me. He was nowhere else. I got him 2-3 jobs. We was legally working. He basically lived with me.
And so this evening, how did Stubby get to your house in October?
Oh, we actually got off of work, and he, like I say, he lived with me, so didn't go nowhere else. We get out of work, go shower, start going about our day, basically.
And how do Juliana Connolly and Ayden Saliba fit into the picture?
He told me, first of all, my mom always told me before I have company, even though he was staying with me, allow her to know before they come. So he asked me, could they come over? And I'm like, yeah, but I didn't know them prior to this situation, but he called them over.
And so you met them that evening the first time?
Yeah, I know them.
And Juliana?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're all hanging out. Was there a discussion at some point that weed should be smoked?
Yes, ma'am.
And whose turn was it to get the weed?
Mr. Nathan.
And so when you all decide to go and get the weed, which cars do you have to go and get anywhere?
Miss Juliana and Mr. Ayden Saliba.
What kind of car do you remember? What did Ayden's Lever's car look like?
A black Lexus,
And how about Miss Juliana's car?
a gray Honda.
And you all split up. I guess, what's the plan first that you all go together? Ayden Saliba, Juliana, you, and Nathan?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And how did it come about that Jada was riding all along?
She, prior to come down here, had discussions with a friend, if I'm not mistaken, about them going out or her going to his or her house. I'm not totally correct, but she was supposed to go to a friend's house. Yes, ma'am.
And Jada, does she live with you?
No, ma'am. It's coming down to visit.
Okay, so she comes down and sees you guys frequently here.
Yes, ma'am.
And who's Jada to you?
My blood sister.
So then Jada needs a ride. How does that, so you all needed to split up costs because you were 5 and didn't want to pile in?
Yeah, two bunched up. Yes, ma'am.
And how did it come that Juliana was not driving her own car?
She actually initiated me saying, "Oh, I'm gonna just ride with Ayden, but I don't trust that we driving my car. I'll let you drive my car because you seem more reliable than him." So she gave me her keys and conquered her vehicle up and took it.
Of course,
did you have a license?
No, ma'am.
And so you're going out to drive her car, and how do you know where to go?
I'm being directed by Mr. Nathan. I don't know my way around this city or town.
Did you have any involvement with making plans to buy anything that evening?
Absolutely not at all. Absolutely not.
And so you were the driver for Nathan.
Just only the driver, yes, ma'am.
As you're driving to Charles Avenue where everything happened, what's Nathan doing in the car?
He's texting. He's on his phone a lot, and I'm talking to him, but he's not responding to me. But every now and then he'll tell me, "Hey, turn this way," or "Hey, go straight," or "Hey, make this turn. We almost to this, and then you go that way," and just directing me. But he's on his phone. I don't know what he's doing.
Did he have a gun on him?
Ma'am,
Did he have a gun?
Absolutely.
And where was his gun?
I believe to be in his lap or on his waistband.
When so as you go and arrive at the house, do you try to back into the driveway?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And what happened first?
Well, I mean, he told me prior to me finna back up. He's like, "Hey, her driveway is messed up like he'd been there before." And I'm like, all right, so I'm listening to him, but boom. I mean, I fall off into a pothole, I'm guessing.
And how do you get out of that pothole?
Mr. Nathan and Mr. Steven, they do something with the car and they just telling me, "Hey, go forward, go back," and just listening.
So they aided you to get out of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And so once you're out of that pothole, or whatever that hole is, and you're back on the road, what do you do next?
Mr. Nathan got back in the car and he directed me to back up midways, like at the beginning of the driveway. I would have backed all the way up, but he told me to stay right there where it really was pitch dark,
So were you halfway in or less than halfway?
Really less than, like the mailbox right here, and you know what I'm saying? So I consider not even being in the driveway, but just a tad bit.
When
that's the sound it makes to back up.
As you're in the driveway and he tells you to stop, is he in the car or out of the car at that time?
Can you please ask me that one more time?
Sure. So as you're backing up the second time in the driveway without hitting the pothole, is Nathan riding with you in the car or is he outside of the car?
Yes, ma'am. He's inside with me.
And so you stop. And how did Stephen Long get to be in the car? Was he invited?
Yes, ma'am.
And who invited him into the car?
Mr. Nathan.
And do you see, when you saw Mr. Long outside of the car, did you see a firearm on him?
Absolutely not. No, ma'am.
When he enters into the car, were the doors closed or open when he got in?
Can you please ask me that again?
Did he open the door or was it open already?
Oh, no, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. He opened the door.
And
Ma'am, it was not open.
did he close it behind him?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And where was he seated?
The back passenger.
And Nathan, where was he?
Next to me in the passenger seat.
What was he doing at that time, Nathan?
To me, weird behavior, just standing for it, and I mean, not acting like nothing's going on.
All right. And when Stephen enters the car, what happens next? He's sitting was beside your sister, right?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And so what happens next?
He gets in, he proceeds to hand Mr. Nathan a firearm, which is a Taurus, an all-black Taurus, chambering 40 rounds with a box of bullets on top of the gun. And he hands it to Mr. Nathan.
And what were you doing at that time?
I was actually, I didn't partake in that deal. So, I mean, I'm just a driver, but I was just sitting there and I go to turn to, I had an electronic, a little vape thing. Most teenagers smoke nowadays. And I go to grab for that, you know. It's in the cup holder in the door, the driver door. So I proceed to let them tend to their business and I go to grab my electronic vape.
Did you have anything to do with a firearm or a drug deal for that matter?
No, ma'am, I was just a driver.
And so you grab your vape, what happens next?
As I turn to go grab my vape, and I reach in the cubby holder, like I said, as they partaking in their deal, I go to turn, I reach in the cup holder, driver door, thing in the driver door, I grab my vape, and I hear a gun being cocked. By the time I turn around, I mean, surprise, I got a 10 Glock 19X in my face. I'm staring down the barrel. See it obviously chambering around. I'm looking dead directly at a bullet. The gun is this close to my face, and I'm turned. You know, I'm staring down the barrel now, thinking my life is over with.
Are you still seated in the driver's seat at that time?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And is Mr. Long closer to your sister now?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And so he points a gun at you. What happens next?
He directs me, saying, "Give it to me. Where's the money?" And I'm confused because, like I don't know him. He don't know me. These guys are friends. I mean, you text him, not me. I had no communication with y'all, so I'm lost because I'm like, what is he talking about? But he has his hand on my shoulder with his gun in my face, and he directed me to give him money, or he's saying, "Give it to me. Where's the money?" And I'm lost because, I mean, I never communicated with you. I never seen you a day in my life. So I mean, I'm confused. I'm scared, obviously, and I'm lost as of what is going on right now.
Had Nathan warned you about him before? That he may be armed so that you would be prepared or something like that?
No, ma'am. Actually, I asked him like, "Hey, you know what I'm saying? I'm driving you, and you said that you were going to buy a gun. So, I mean, like you said, this guy's your friend. Is he going to try anything funny?" He's like, "No, you know what I'm saying? I don't see him as trying to rob us, and he's great, man. You don't have to worry about nothing." I'm like, I mean, I'm just asking because I'm making sure, you know, I've been out of trouble a long time, over a year and a half now, you know what I'm saying? All I do is work and go home and be a family man. But I actually did ask him that, yes, ma'am.
And
Nathan said he was going to buy a gun.
When you left and he said, "This guy's cool," essentially, you thought you were going there to either get a gun deal or, as everybody was talking about, the pot. That's all you knew, is that he would be doing some sort of deal and you would be the driver.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. That's it. That's all.
But you just testified that you knew that he was going to buy a gun.
So, what happens next as he's holding the gun to you? What do you do?
As he holding the gun to me, he has my shoulder. Excuse me. He has my shoulder. Look at Mr. Nathan. Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? What is going on? I'm frantically freaking out because I don't want nobody to get harmed. I'm trying to be peaceful as possible and calm as possible, keep my cool to save everyone in the car. But I'm looking at him and I'm asking him like, "Hey, you know, what is going on, bro? I thought you said this dude was cool. I thought you said this guy," you know what I'm saying? And no response. I mean, he's looking straight forward like he don't hear me. He don't understand nothing's going on. You know, and I'm just asking him like, "Hey," I talk a lot with my hands. So I'm like, "Hey, what is what is going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you just told me this guy wasn't gonna try anything funny. No response whatsoever.
Does Steven say anything else to you?
All he's saying the whole time is, give it to me. Where's the money? I'm confused.
And so when that happens, does Nathan, you said he just sits there, he doesn't do anything?
He sits.
Does he hold anything? Does he count money? What's he doing?
Absolutely not. He's just sitting there, weird behavior, like as I just said, and staring straight forward out the window, like he don't observe nothing going on. He's deaf. He don't hear nothing. No song. At that point, I'm confused.
But what then happens?
As I'm looking at Mr. Nathan and I'm talking to him, I'm asking him like, what is going on? Like I said a minute ago, I proceed. I talk with my hands a lot, and I proceed to continue to talk with him to try to distract Mr. Long with his gun being so close to my face. But I already have in my mind that I'm finna take a chance, you know what I'm saying, with my life. So I'm trying to the best of my ability to distract this man for a few seconds while I'm talking to Mr. Nathan, so I can try to grab a hold to this firearm. And that's exactly what I do. I proceed to continue to talk to Mr. Nathan with my hands, and I say, hey, you know what I'm saying, like, what is going on? You know what I'm saying? You said this guy. And as I'm talking with my hands, I just grab the firearm, put it to the roof, to proceed. If anything, it goes off, it shoots through the roof. But I proceed we start tussling. I grab the gun, put it to the roof.
And that was Mr. Long's 10 gun.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Right, so you guys are tussling and are wrestling for the gun. Are you in the back seat or in the front seat still, or somewhere in between?
I'm still in the front seat, but my body's like this now. So I'm still sitting down. I'm still sitting down in the front seat, but like I would say from my waist down, I'm still in the front seat, but my stomach up is over Miss Juliana console.
And so you're holding the gun back up. What's Stubby doing? Is he still just staring?
He don't know nothing. He's deaf. He's sitting there staring straight out the window, and I'm constantly talking to him as this tussle proceeds. I'm stubby. I'm saying all type of things to him, and he just.
Were you afraid?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Were you afraid for your sister?
Absolutely. She's 15 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Absolutely.
And so how does this resolve? What happens?
Far more at the time, this guy was fairly bigger than me. So as we proceed to tussle, I mean, hey, this guy's very much more stronger than me. So he obviously has full possession of this gun, way more control than me. He begins to pull me in the back seat. The more we tussle, I'm slowly, you know what I'm saying, my strength is being spent. I'm slowly losing strength. I'm being pulled more back into the back seat. And I'm talking to Mr. Nathan, hey, shoot this guy. At this point, I see he's fully committed to taking whatever he thinks I have that he has not seen. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking to Mr. Nathan, and hey, shoot this guy. He proceeds to continue to sit there and stare out this window. So, of course, like anybody would, I see you not trying to act. I proceed to tell him, hey, give it here. Being his gun off of him. Give it here. I say, hand me your gun. He turns, he hand me his gun. Before I get there, me and Mr. Steven at this time has each other in a chokehold. Me being like this, having him halfway in the back seat, him having me put up to his chest, and I still have both my hands at this time on the firearm. So as I'm talking to Mr. Nathan, while me and this man have each other in the chokehold, and we tussling, I tell him, hey, shoot this guy. He proceeds not to do. I say, hey, hand me your firearm. He turns around, hand it to me, and I'm like this. He hand me his firearm. I let go of one of my hands just for a brief second. And I shoot him.
And then everyone clapped,
and,
right?
After you did that, does he fall out of the car?
Actually, I didn't know if he was shot or not because from my point of view, the door is open. He grabbed the top of the door, pulled himself out the car, and then dropped. So at that point, I did not know he was shot until he pulled himself out the car and instantly dropped. That's when I knew he was for sure hit.
And then after that happened, what did Nathan do?
I proceeded to come back in the front seat, sit the firearm down. He grabs the firearm, conceal it back, and he's just like, "Damn, dude, you shot him." I'm like, "What you mean? You didn't want to do it? Like, what do you expect?"
So what do you think would have happened if you hadn't shot?
Objection, speculation.
What's the state of mind?
He would have for sure killed me and my sister and possibly him, even though that was his friend. How Mr. Steven was acting, and he was the aggressor here. How he was acting and how he was moving, you would have thought pretty sure he was committed. So if it wouldn't have went like that, I would be the victim here. He would be the victim, and ultimately my 15-year-old sister will all be deceased.
So you felt that that was the only way to defend yourself, to be getting out of the car halfway unscathed for you and your sister and Nathan?
Repeat it one more time for me.
You felt that was the only way for you and your sister and Nathan to be safe?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And so after that, Stephen fell out of or pulled himself out of the car. He's out of the car. What do y'all do next?
We proceed to drive away from the crime scene. At this point, it's a crime scene, but we proceed to drive away from Miss Magdalene's house.
And do you stop at some point?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And what happened when you stopped?
I don't recall fully, but I remember my little sister saying that she dropped her phone, or she think I dropped my phone in the middle of tussling, but she was outside of the car. So I stopped the car, you know what I'm saying? And I told her, "Hey, you can't find your phone, get out and go grab your phone. See if wherever you was, it's right there."
Do you, so while you were tussling with Stephen, Jada actually gets out of the car?
Exit the vehicle, yes, ma'am.
And so she gets out and grabs whatever it is she grabs. She comes back into the car then?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when she's back in the car, what do y'all do?
I proceed to drive back to my mother's residence. At this point, like I said, I'm not familiar with this area. I'm not from down here. And Mr. Nathan is calm as can be, and he's directing me back to my residence where I live.
Did you end up dropping Jada off, or doing all this that kind of went by the side?
Well, the results of this incident that I didn't plan, I don't know if Mr. Nathan planned it, but I know for sure my sister didn't plan. Ultimately, she had to go back to the home where I reside because this incident had happened, and my mind was frantically in a state of still defensive mode. So I would rather my sister be in my view, in my presence, because at this point I'm totally still freaked out, you know what I'm saying? Because I did not know this situation was going to happen. I did not want anybody to get hurt, just for the record. I didn't want anybody to get hurt, but she absolutely rode back to the home with us in results of this incident.
When you're at the home, Mr. Saliba and Miss Conley, they weren't there with you. They drove somewhere else, correct?
Can you ask me that again, please?
While you were driving with Nathan and your sister to Miss Massengill's residence, what were Mr. Saliba and Miss Conley doing?
Oh, I absolutely don't know, but no, ma'am, they wasn't with us at all.
And when you guys came home, did they end up coming to your house as well?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And so basically the group, as it was before, goes back into the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know that there was, or did you know then that Mr. Long's phone was still in the car?
I actually did not know anything was taken from him. I mean, I didn't know his phone was in the car. I didn't know the firearm was with us. I take that back. At that time, I knew only the firearm was with us because as I'm driving down the highway, Mr. Nathan proceeds to, "Hey, look what I got." And I freaked out at this point. I'm like, "Dude, got this man firearm.
And so y'all don't know
You
the
just
phone is
shot him.
there, but you take the firearm inside the residence.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't know the phone was there at all. No, ma'am.
And did you at any point of time try to grab Mr. Long's wallet?
Not at all. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And so once you're back at the house, where does everybody go?
Inside of my room, actually, to the far back northeast of the residence.
So when you enter your trailer, which room are you in first?
The kitchen.
So the door that goes to the outside goes into the kitchen.
Yeah. You got the washing area, the kitchen, the living room, my room.
Okay, so
or the room I was provided to stay in while I lived at this residence, or while I was at this residence.
And your stepdad, where was he?
On the couch, sleep with the baby.
And was your mom there that evening?
Can you ask me that again?
Was your mom there?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Absolutely. In the washroom, the bedroom. She was asleep. She had work in like an hour or two. So, yes, ma'am. She was in the bedroom sleep.
How many bedrooms does a home have?
Can you ask me that again?
How many bedrooms are in the house?
If I'm not mistaken, I don't want to be wrong. I want to say 2 or 3. I want to say 3.
Okay. And so your mom was in one of the bathrooms sleeping, and your stepdad was on the couch sleeping with the baby.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
And does Jada go with you in your room, or who all goes into your room?
Me, Mr. Nathan, of course, Ayden, Salita, Juliana, and I'm not quite sure if my little sister stayed in the room, the living room, or went in the room with us. I'm not quite sure.
And when you were in that room, what takes place there?
Actually, I already had a quantity of marijuana at my residence initially before we even left home.
I had a quantity.
And we proceed to go in my room. Everybody's freaking out. Obviously, I didn't know the situation was going to happen. I was just a driver. Mr. Nathan's crying, asking me, what do he tell law enforcement? What do he do? And Juliana asking me what went on in her car. And I'm ultimately trying to remain humble and calm while answering everybody. But I have her, of course, freaking out. Him, of course, crying and screaming and freaking out, pulling his hair. Ayden, he quite calm, but he like, what is going on too, and I'm still dealing with my own frantics, Do
you know what happens to the guns that you had? The Taurus that you mentioned, the Glock, and the one from Mr. Long?
Mr. Nathan actually entered the residence with all firearms, so once we went in the room, I'm not quite sure where any of the guns went, but I know, I'm not quite sure. It was a rifle plain view. Legally registered. It's clean. It's registered to a family member, I honestly don't know what he did with any firearm. God honest truth.
And Nathan was in your home often enough that he knew his way around?
He's trying too hard.
Absolutely. He lived with me permanently, actually. He never went back to his so-called father residence. He didn't have on plans returning there. He clothes, shoes, bath, eat, sleep, work, everything with me. It's me and him.
There was some talk, I'm sure you heard, about washing the gun or wiping the guns with bleach. Do you know anything about that?
Absolutely not. No, ma'am.
Do you have bleach in your bathroom?
Yes, ma'am. For the record, I have OCD, so, when they took pictures of my bathroom, you obviously see everything is shining. So, I clean my bathroom. I do that often, 2-3 times a day. I clean up. It's everyone that knows me personally knows I clean up everything when I'm bored or when I want to do something. I sweep, vacuum, clean, wipe down. I'm just a clean person in general,
So that's basically your household cleaner.
Absolutely.
Did you see that law enforcement was coming around and surrounding the house?
Actually, were all in my bedroom, and I quite remember Juliana laying down on the bed that was provided for me. And as I'm sitting there rolling up the weed that I initially had before we even left home, I'm sitting there rolling that up, and she made a comment to me that, hey, it's a few cars just rolled past the window. And I'm freaking out, I'm thinking like, how did the police find me, What's going on? But
He's
I proceed to, I brush it off actually, excuse me, I brush it off like, you're probably just hallucinating, like, everybody needs to just calm down, like,
can't remember his own story.
Okay. Nobody here did nothing wrong. From my point of view, no one did nothing wrong. So I proceed to spark the lighter to light this, we would call medicine, marijuana. And I see for myself. So I'm like, whoa. I was like, Juliana, I think the police is outside. She was like, you probably need to look. And I'm not quite sure. I don't recall Mr. Nathan, Ayden, or Juliana this marijuana. I handed to one of them, and I proceed to walk to my window and look out my window, and well, what do you know? A million officers everywhere. I freak out. No, I take that back. As I walk to my window and I put my blind up, it's like 3 to 4 officers standing at my window like this, listening to everyone in the room. So I'm like, I look, whoa, you know what I'm saying? Like, police are out here. I see multiple law enforcement vehicles. So, I freak out and step back and
freak out. Oh, wait.
Just let the blind back down. I look and let the blind back down.
Did you talk to your stepdad, Mr. Hughes, about anything?
I actually walked out the room to go to the kitchen, and I think that startled him, or whatever the case may be. He did arise, and as I'm going to the kitchen to get some drink or something like that, he walked to his room, which is back past the front door, and like he said, he has a little tear in the window that it's like a little peephole, as we would suggest. And he turned around like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, man, I don't know, man, but police are over it. You know what I'm saying? But I initially, I told him, hey, the police are outside.
Did you say to him something about Stubby being stupid?
Absolutely.
And what were you referring to?
At this point, how he was acting, I felt like I had been set up, and it's supposed to be a close friend of mine. You stand in my residence. I'd have burned your life up from the ground and got you 2-3 jobs. You working with me, and you're being stupid because you told me this man didn't have no intentions on doing anything to none of us, and you made a stupid remark to me. You know what I'm saying? That comment was stupid because this man got inside this vehicle and did the total opposite. And you're stupid. You're dumb. You're piece of.
Was Stubby to put his fingerprints on his gun?
Absolutely not. No, ma'am. Everybody did everything on their own free will.
Why did people not leave the house when you first noticed the cops?
Actually, everyone agreed upon standing to the house until they ordered us to come outside. So I didn't demand no one to stay inside or anything like that.
Did you feel that was the safest way?
Absolutely. A shooting incident obviously just occurred, and we living in today's time. Let's all be realistic. Officers shooting people, killing them, dead or being shot. It's on the regular nowadays. It's something that in today's time we live in. Officers kill black or white, Hispanic, whatever the color may be. They shooting and they aiming to kill. So obviously everyone agreed upon staying in the residence until they got on the PA system, like Mr. McGowan said, and ordered us to come out.
And once you were ordered to come out, everybody actually did go out.
Ma'am?
Once the PA system came on and said everybody come out, everybody did walk out.
Absolutely, on their own free will.
And so then you end up being taken to the station once you were arrested out there. Are you handcuffed when you've been driven to the station?
I don't recall. I want to say Mr. McGowan took me out, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't recall if he had me handcuffed or not. But yes, ma'am, I don't recall.
What were you wearing that evening? Do you recall?
If I'm not mistaken, blue shorts and a black shirt.
Do you remember what Nathan was wearing?
Red hoodie, some white pants, and I want to say a t-shirt.
Miss Maddie Adams, the deputy, she mentioned that.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Hearsay. This is some pretty wild testimony here. This guy's a couple times reversed his position, like, oh, and then I freaked out. No, wait, I stayed all calm and cool. It's like he forgot his story. He wants to be the hero. I was sitting in the car and I was just thinking, how can I save everybody here? And I did this little move where I moved my hands like this, talked with my hands, and like wham, pushed the gun up to the ceiling so nobody could get shot in case the gun went off. And then Nathan is just like zombie, looking ahead, not doing anything. And I'm like, Nathan, man, help me out, man. He's got a gun, help me out. And then finally he says, give me your gun. And then Nathan's like, oh, here it is, and hands him his gun and he shoots it. This is because Nathan didn't want to, because he didn't want to. So I had to. Yeah, is that collar a little tight? A little sweaty in there? I'm not buying what you're selling, sir. This is this is wild. He thinks he's fooling everyone. I've been laughing so hard I can't breathe. He's got so many stories he's told, and he's telling two different stories on the stand even. This might be the best testimony to help Nathan Stubby in this trial. Oh, man. Okay, so we're going to sit tight for a minute while they finish their little sidebar. Here we go. Continue.
The objection's been.
I'll withdraw the objection, Your Honor.
Objection withdrawn.
So Ms. Maddie Adams testified that she overheard somebody saying she's gonna snitch. Did you say that?
Absolutely not.
And excuse me. So once everybody is rounded up, you're all brought to the station.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were questioned for quite a long time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you were first seated in that interview room, what were you told while you were there?
Actually, by Mr. McGowan. He told me if I continue to remain to be silent, that everyone would go to jail, including my 15-year-old sister, and I would be a stupid person. So on, for those lines. And
it's on
that I
video.
needed to speak up, because if I didn't, that he would just go along with Mr. Nathan's story, and hey, you know what the jury's going to believe of you, or you're going to be gone. I mean, you're going to be put away for a very long time. And you know, if you want to be, if you want your side of the story to matter, I need you to tell me something, or else your little sister going to jail. That was his exact words.
So
those were his exact words. I've committed them to memory.
The video with your testimony. Do you remember that?
I do, absolutely.
And your testimony somewhat changes over the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you explain why that was?
Actually, I mean, let's be realistic here. I mean, I'm the older brother. I got a 15-year-old sister in an incident that me or her didn't have no acknowledgement about, didn't plan at all. So, I mean, just put yourself in my shoes. I'm asking to be realistic. I mean, I have a 15-year-old girl along with her older brother in a situation that we wasn't aware of, didn't plan. And of course, I obviously made that statement because Mr. McGowan said if I continue to remain silent, that he would take my little sister to jail. So ultimately, I told him that I shot Mr. Long just so my little sister could be, evident to
Now,
be.
Mr. McGowan or Investigator McGowan, he brought your little sister to the room,
Absolutely.
and you heard what your little sister said.
Yes, ma'am.
And then Mr. McGowan displayed some big feelings when he was saying, do you want your little sister to go to jail? Is she lying? Can you explain that?
Can you ask me one more time?
So Investigator McGowan got really loud and said, this is your little sister. And are you saying she's lying and should she go to jail for lying?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. I did say that.
And what was your thoughts when you said that? Why would you say that?
Because, I didn't demand her to do anything. Let's start there. So, obviously, y'all then coerce my sister to, she's scared. First of all, she's 15 years old. She's scared. Y'all yelling and screaming at her. You slapping your hand on tables and stuff. And she's a child, man. So, you done scared her into saying something that I know is not true. So, yeah, she should be taken to jail. Absolutely.
No, you said that you're 19 right now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were young yourself.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I was young myself.
And so when you were giving your testimony there, a lot of the testimony matches what you're telling us today, does it not?
Absolutely, same thing. I'm not changing anything. I recall exactly what I said.
And do we? Yes, we do. Not changing a word.
Did you shoot
Verbatim.
Mr. Long in self-defense?
Absolutely. I fired that weapon out of total fear in a self-defense mode. I did not know where he was struck at that time because we was tussling in the mix of this shot being fired. So I absolutely fired this weapon in self-defense. God honest truth.
Well,
All right.
afternoon, Mr. Owens. I'm asking a couple questions. Just want to get a better idea of what the intention of you guys leaving your house was. Was it to get weed or is it this new gun area?
Like I said, Mr. Nathan and Mr. Long was texting, but while we was, just vibing, playing music, doing what normal teenagers would do inside of my room, smoking a little marijuana, yes, of course. But Mr. Nathan was in his own zone, texting Mr. Steven at the time. I didn't know what he was texting about, so
The intention was to go get weed or?
No, sir. I'm going to be absolutely honest. It was to purchase a firearm from what Mr. Nathan told me. He would call me over every now and then from me controlling my TV, playing music, and show me like, hey, look, my friend is trying to sell his weapon. Well, take me to buy it. So I was nothing but the driver here, sir.
Everyone else that testified said that he was going to go get weed, but you're saying that was a lie.
Obviously, they wouldn't know what he knows.
It's also your testimony that he drove with you to buy a gun, but already had a gun?
Absolutely. He had that firearm since, he been with me. He showed me that first quarter.
You must have a lot of extra money working at Burger King, huh?
No, actually, he was not working at Burger King. He was working, we was building trailers. We was doing lawn care. And I had an asphalt job at Anderson, Columbia, right here in Panama City, Florida.
And when you do get, I guess on the way there, do you mention anything about robbing or planning to rob, or does Nathan say anything to you about robbing?
Absolutely not. I say quite a few things to him during his ride, but it's nothing of no robbery talk of taking anything from. I don't know this guy. I don't know what he have, but he ultimately didn't respond to anything I was said during this whole approximately estimate 15, 20-minute ride to where the crime scene was happening.
And when you do get to the Mr. Long's house or his girlfriend's house, and then I guess you said that you and Mr. Long got in a little tussle. How long does that take?
How long? Can you repeat that, sir?
How long are you and Mr. Long? You said that you had your arm on the gun with him. How long does that process take place?
Being realistic, it felt forever, but I'm not quite sure, but it felt forever, sir.
And all that while you're holding on to the gun, you're also talking to Mr. Alexander?
Yes, sir. I'm actually like this. Like I said, I'm like this, and I'm looking at Mr. Nathan, but also, I'm fuzzing with Mr. Long, and we just kind of, snatching back and forth. But like I said, at the time, right now, he's, look very much littler or smaller than me, but at the time, he was very much bigger than me at approximately about 20 to 30 pounds. I mean, I was a little bitty old dude.
You're talking about Steven?
No, I was a little bitty old dude, and Steven was, quite frankly, very much bigger than me. So, yes, while we was tussling, Mr. Nathan just sitting there staring out the window like, I mean, he don't know what's going on. He don't hear nothing going on.
He doesn't do anything.
It's quite weird.
He doesn't grab the gun? He doesn't point at you or Mr. Long?
Absolutely nothing.
At some point, you guys go back to your house, right?
Can you ask me that one more time? I'm sorry.
You went back to your house after.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely, yes, sir.
And Mr. Alexander is crying and hysterical, right?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
And you're telling him stop being a bitch?
Yes, sir.
After something that you just did?
I mean, absolutely, but quite frankly, he's panicking. I mean, he didn't speak on that, but he's panicking because this is his firearm, for one. This guy, he the only person that's familiar and that knows this guy. So quite frankly, he's not freaking out because this man got shot. He's freaking out because this is his firearm, and this man had just been shot with a firearm that is Mr. Nathan's, that he purchased, that he bought without me being present, without me taking him there, without me being nowhere near this firearm that he brought into my house that was his firearm.
And I believe at some point Nathan says to you in a question manner, you shot him? And then you said in your testimony earlier, because you wouldn't. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
So I think I have this picture complete now. You go with Nathan. He doesn't do anything during this robbery. You shoot the victim, and now you're trying to throw him under the bus?
You're absolutely incorrect. No, sir.
And what about Jada? You said that you don't have any problem with her going to jail for lying because you felt she was lying, right?
Absolutely.
So as a big brother, you don't care that your 15-year-old sister goes to jail for something that you don't think is true.
I mean, let's be realistically. If you have a fiance that's lying saying you raped her, I mean, what do you want her to be put in jail because she's lying? And that's not true. Even with that being your fiance?
And it's starting to sound like maybe you just care more about yourself than Mr. Alexander or Miss Jada.
Absolutely not. I mean, I love both of them. More my sister more, but I love Mr. Nathan. I mean, I looked at him like a brother. He was considered family because he's living with me. We've known each other for years. So I still to this day, just for the record, I have a lot of love for him, no matter, what goes on. I mean, everything was done in self-defense. I love this kid to death still to this day, you know what I'm saying? I don't have no ill will or hatred towards anyone because I know I wasn't the aggressor here. And just for the record, I am the victim here. It just doesn't seem like that.
Sustained. Just wait for a question, Mr. Owens.
At this point, when you're leaving Mr. Long's residence or his girlfriend's residence, there's allegedly 3 guns in the car then, right?
Can you ask me that again, sir?
When you left the residence, you had the brown gun in the car, the black gun, and then this other gun that Mr. Alexander allegedly had, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And at one point, you and Mr. Long both had your hands on the brown gun, right?
Can you ask me that again, sir?
At one point, you and Mr. Long both had your hands on the brown gun.
Absolutely, he had full control.
And moments later, you grab a second gun and you shoot Mr. Long with it, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Now, you have held 2 guns. How does Mr. Alexander end up with 3 of them?
Because, like I said, when initially Mr. Long gets inside his vehicle, he has Mr. Nathan a gun with a box of bullets on the top of it. So Mr. Nathan has 2 guns in his possession at this time.
But after you used it and after you wrestled it out of Mr. Long's hand, you gave him to Mr. Alexander then, right?
Can you ask him that again?
After you got the gun off Mr. Long and after you shot him in the back, you gave the guns to him then, to Mr. Alexander.
Absolutely not. No, sir.
Come on, guys.
The prosecutor's like, why is the other defense attorney get to have all the fun? I want to ask some of these questions. He's
Your
next.
testimony that Mr. Long was bigger than you, right?
Absolutely.
But somehow you were able to wrestle, hold the gun, hold him in an arm lock, all with one arm, and still grab another gun, right?
Sir, everything. Yes, sir. Everything happened so fast. We have each other in the headlock. Let's not forget that. Mr. Nathan turns around, has me this firearm. I mean, he hands it to me. So it's like our hands like this. That's not. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, any questions?
Yes, he's got questions. Here comes the fire. Get
Mr.
ready.
Owens, let's see if we can agree on a few things. You agree with me that you lied to the police, didn't you?
Can you ask me that again?
Did you lie to the police?
No, sir, not at all. I changed.
You did not lie to the police at all.
I did. Yes, sir.
So you lied to the police.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
You knew you were being investigated for a shooting.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
You didn't know at that point whether Mr. Long was alive or dead.
You're absolutely correct.
So for all you know, they're investigating you for murder.
I know they investigated me for a shooting, but not a murder.
But you don't know Mr. Long could be dead at that. When you're in the interview room with Sergeant McGowan, you don't know if Mr. Long was killed during the shooting or was still alive.
I'm not quite sure. I know Mr. McGowan, if I'm not mistaken, he ultimately tells me that his victim is being transported and his victim was talking to him. So I know at that point he was still alive.
Okay. So you at least know that you had shot somebody and they were investigating you for a shooting.
Yes, sir.
And your first instinct is to lie to them.
No, sir.
But that's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony today is this wasn't a marijuana deal, it was a gun deal.
Absolutely correct, sir. God is true.
Did you ever tell anybody prior to this day that this was a gun deal?
I spoke with my attorney, but my mind was racing at the time, so no, I didn't confirm or confess to no officers.
You were interviewed for several hours by law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you knew they were investigating you for a shooting.
Yes, sir.
And you never bothered to tell them, oh, this was a gun deal. The guy brought a gun because this was a gun deal.
Can you ask me that again?
You never bothered to tell law enforcement that this was over a gun, did you?
No, sir. You're correct.
In fact, you told them this was over marijuana.
Yes, I did. You're correct.
So you lied to them about why you were there.
Yes, sir.
You lied to them about whether you shot him at first.
Yes, sir. No, I didn't lie to them about. I denied all involvement because I did not have any involvement.
You told law enforcement that you did not shoot Stephen Long, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And that was a lie.
Yes, it was.
So you lied to him about whether you shot him.
Correct.
You lied to him about why you were there.
Correct.
You never told law enforcement that Stephen Long brought 2 guns to this.
I believe I did not.
So that was a lie because now you're testifying that he had 2 guns.
Yes, correct.
Your testimony today is that you had marijuana at your house.
Yes, I did. Quantities of it, to be specific.
Pounds.
So there was no need to go buy marijuana then.
Absolutely not.
So when you told law enforcement that you guys were going to buy an eighth of an ounce for $30, that was a lie.
Sir, can you ask me that again?
You told law enforcement that you went to go buy 1/8 of an ounce for $30, didn't you?
Initially, yes, sir, because they told
That was
me.
a lie.
Yes, sir.
Testimony today is that you just met Juliana that evening.
No, sir. I actually met her like I said earlier. I'm not quite sure. I want to say a day or two before this incident. So this incident would be like the second or third day I have known her, or she have been with me consecutive.
So you didn't know her very well?
Not at all.
Wasn't a close friend?
Not at all.
She doesn't have any beef with you or you with her?
Not at all.
No reason to lie about you or what happened?
Not at all.
So her testimony, you sitting here, when she testified that you were calling Stubby a bitch, telling him to shut the fuck up, and you were bullying him, she's telling the truth. No reason to lie about that, right?
Sir, can you ask me that again?
You heard her testimony during this trial.
Yes, I did.
She testified that after you got back to the house, you were bullying Nathan Alexander. You were telling him, quit being a bitch, shut the fuck up. She was telling the truth. She has no reason to lie about that, does she?
Quite frankly, she was not telling the truth.
You said that's what happened.
So after you leave the house to go to this marijuana deal, now maybe gun deal, you get to the house and you get stuck.
Can you recall? Can you say that again for me? Sorry.
You get to this location, you get stuck. The car gets stuck.
Yes, sir. I believe to be in a pothole or like the driveway.
Something.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Drainage ditch, something.
Yes, sir.
It really doesn't matter what it is. You get stuck.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And Steven actually helps you get on stuff.
Actually, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if Mr. Steven actually helped at all, but I know my brother right here, he gets out the car and he say, hey, I'm gonna lift up the car, do something. But ultimately, I hear Steven, but I don't see him at all. I don't see him helping me.
Well, at that point, Steven's not pointing a firearm at you or trying to rob you then, is he?
I mean, I don't see no firearm, no, sir.
And he eventually gets in the car and you said Nathan Alexander's in the passenger seat and he's not counting money.
He's not doing nothing, sir.
Let's be clear, when you shot Stephen Long, it was with the .22 caliber.
Can you ask me that again?
The gun that you shot Stephen Long with was the .22 caliber black handgun, correct?
Yes, sir, I believe.
And that was taken to this location by you and Mr. Alexander in that vehicle.
So you're incorrect. It was taken by Mr. Nathan in that vehicle. I was just the driver, as I said earlier.
Your testimony is that after being shot, Mr. Long managed to open the door and pull himself out?
Actually, I'm not quite sure if the door, I don't recall if the door was already open or he slightly shut the door. I don't know if the door was always shut or it was.
You testified earlier when he got in the car, he closed the door.
Right, absolutely. Yes, he did.
So either he opened, did he open the door before he got shot or after he got shot?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure because as soon as he got shot, he grabs the door, steps out, tries to step out, and drops to the ground, sir.
Your testimony today is that you had to shoot him because you were so afraid of your life, and that if you hadn't shot him, you guys would all be dead today.
Absolutely, yes, sir. God is true.
That's exactly why when he pulled away, you stopped the car, right?
Sir?
When you pulled away afterwards, you didn't keep driving. You stopped, didn't you?
I did.
Because you were afraid that you were going to get killed. So you stopped right there.
Something was dropped out of the vehicle, but I believe one of us.
You were so afraid that your 15-year-old sister was in danger, you told her to get out of the car, didn't you?
She believed to drop her phone. Yes, sir.
You obviously weren't afraid that she was scared at that point, or
I mean,
scared that she was in danger at that point, were you?
Realistically, if I have my property, I would want to have my property.
You'd want that more than being afraid that your sister was going to get killed by this guy that you're so afraid?
I mean, by this time, this guy's neutralized on the ground, and he's no harm no more. He's no threat anymore, I mean. So
And then you're so afraid that you're going to get harmed that Mr. Long pulled a gun on you. That's when you called 911 to report it, didn't you?
now one of us bothered to call 911.
No, you didn't. And then you get back to your house, and that's when you tell your parents, hey, we just got robbed, didn't you?
Absolutely, that's exactly what happened. I mean, we were
You
teenagers.
did tell Mr. Hughes what happened.
Sir?
So you did tell Mr. Hughes that what had happened.
Oh, I'm saying, can you ask me the question?
When you get back to the house, you told your parents what happened.
No, sir, they asked me why was the cops outside, and I told them that. That's what I'm referring to. I didn't say anything about no robbery or nothing, you know.
That was my question, Mr. Owens. When you get back to the house, you didn't bother to tell your parents that you had just gotten robbed.
No, sir, we went straight to my room. I mean, my mother sleep, my stepfather sleep on the couch with the baby, so.
And when you get back to the house, eventually you see the police are outside.
Yeah, about 5 to 10 minutes later.
And that's when you decide to go outside and say, hey, I'm glad you're here. This guy just tried to rob me.
Not at all.
You didn't do that either. And you said you saw the police 5 to 10 minutes after you got home?
No, we was in my room, and like while being in my room from estimate 5 to 10 minutes, Miss Juliana makes her comment, and then I see for myself, so.
And they were there for hours. So in those hours that you were there, you didn't once think to go out and say, hey, this guy, we went to go buy a gun, and this guy pulled a gun, and I had to defend myself.
Just to clarify, we didn't go to buy nothing, but like I said, like I mentioned earlier, in today's time, I mean, a shooting just happened. Law enforcement normally kills people.
Let's talk about that. How many law enforcement officers would you say were outside your house?
Normally kills people.
Several.
And in this case, you were the only person that actually shot somebody, aren't you?
Correct.
When you noticed the police were there, the first thing you said earlier was, how did they find you, right?
Can you say that again?
Your testimony earlier was when you noticed the police and your first thought was, how did they find you?
Initially, yes, I'm very confused on how did they get to my residence, but I'm fairly familiar.
You made no effort to reach out to them and say, hey, I just got robbed. Hey, this guy just did this. Hey, I had to defend myself. Hey, go help this guy. He may be dead because I had to defend myself.
I mean, normally we're teenagers. We're not going to call the police. We're still freaking out, sir. To be realistic with you, I mean, we're teenagers. Why would we think to call
The
the
testimony today is that Stubby took these guns back to the house.
Sir, can you ask me that again?
Your testimony earlier was that Stubby's the one who took these guns into the house.
Absolutely, he did. God on his truth.
He just coincidentally hid them in the closet of your bedroom?
No, sir. He actually asked me what to do, and I'm like, bro. That's when I'm like, bro, you're stupid, you're tripping, and I proceed to walk out the room. Mr. Hughes meet me like mid-hallway in the living room.
Your testimony today is that, well, let me back up. When you get to the sheriff's office, you're put in this recorded interview room, right?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony was that when you're in that room, Corporal McGowan at the time came to you and made some comments that your sister would go to jail if you didn't talk.
Absolutely, yes, he did.
That interview room.
Sir?
That was in that interview room?
Absolutely, he did.
You're aware that that entire interview room, everything that goes on in there is recorded by audio and video?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
You're aware what perjury is, Mr. Owens?
Absolutely.
You're under oath, and you're sworn to tell the truth today, right?
Absolutely.
So you're telling me that somewhere on that video, Investigator McGowan tells you your sister's going to jail if you don't talk.
I mean, I'm very positive we both witnessed that yesterday. He said your sister will go to jail, so that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, we can have the screens.
I mean, we watched that yesterday, so
Well, I want to be clear. I want to be clear what we're talking about. Mr.
All right, yes, sir, absolutely.
Here we go. Let me. We're going to zoom in on this. This is terrible audio, and I apologize in advance, but buckle up. This is a wild one.
No, I did not, bro. So your 15-year-old sister is just a bold-faced liar. No lie. So should I go put her in jail? Bro, I'm telling you what's real. Should I go put her in jail for lying? Yes, literally. Okay, so go lock your sister up. Bro, everybody. Your big brother. Your big brother, right? Who? You. Your little sister, right? Okay. So is It's your job to look out for her, right? Right. So it's best she goes to jail for lying. No. Okay, what I'm letting you know, I'm not lying, though. That's what I didn't say you're going to jail for lying. She needs to go to jail for lying. Yes, because some not adding up. What she telling you?
So
That's the point you're talking about, right?
So that's what I'm referring to. I mean,
Okay.
basically, that's what made me make my confession because of that statement that Mr. McGowan made.
Where in there did he tell you that your sister was going to go to jail if you didn't talk?
So his exact words was, just for the record, so you're telling me I should go lock your little sister up for lying, and I'm like, so you're big brother? Yes. That's exactly what I'm telling you. That's what we all just watched here today, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't believe your lying ears
Now,
and lying eyes.
Your testimony is that you only confessed because you didn't want your sister to go to jail.
Absolutely.
And yet you're telling investigator McGowan to take her to jail, aren't you?
Because I did not demand her to get out no car and grab no firearm or no magazine.
So when she told investigators that, she was lying.
They coerced her to say that, I believe. She's 15 years old, scared, frantic. Her brother is somewhere with her, or her brother is nowhere with her right now, and they slamming, beating on tables. I mean, yelling.
You were in the interview room with her?
Not at all.
So you saw them slamming the tables?
Not at all.
So
I believe the same.
that testimony, you're just making that up, aren't you?
No. So what I'm referring to is the same thing they're doing in there with me, yelling and screaming and being aggressive. I would think that they're investigators. They're doing the same thing to my little sister that's 15 years old at the time, for the record.
Mr. Owens, since this case has been pending, have you talked to Jada at all?
Yes, sir. I talk to my family every day.
Have you
Objection.
What's the objection?
She kept going. That's not relevant at all.
Overruled.
Did you talk to Jada about the case?
I would not. I would say no, but what you're referring to is.
I'm asking
yes.
at all. Have you talked to Jada about the case?
I would say no.
What
yes.
you're referring to, yes, sir.
You have talked to Jada about the case.
Yes, sir.
In fact, you spoke to her last night about the testimony, didn't you?
I don't recall.
And that's not the first time that you spoke to Jada about this case and testimony, is it?
I don't recall, sir.
It's convenient. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
This is live out of Florida right now, happening right now in the panhandle of Florida. Oh, my goodness.
Nathan did not plan to rob anybody, did he?
Absolutely not. Not one of us. No, ma'am.
And so you did not plan to rob anyone?
I did not. No, ma'am.
And Jada certainly didn't plan to rob anyone.
No, ma'am.
And so you and Nathan at that time were pretty close. He was living with you and that.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
And if Nathan were to go and buy a firearm, would he tell that to everybody?
Can you ask me that again, ma'am?
Yeah, if Nathan's plan is to buy a firearm, would he necessarily tell that to everybody?
Yeah.
Sustain the objection.
Do you know why Nathan told everybody else? I asked him if he knows. You may know or you may not.
Mr. Bennett, I've already told you one time, you need to address anything to me, okay?
So, do you know if what kind of thought? Do you know if Nathan told everybody else that he was about to buy marijuana?
I believe he knew what he was going to buy, but he told everyone else something else, which was marijuana. So that's why everyone said marijuana, including me.
Because do you think that buying marijuana is looking better than buying a firearm?
Can you ask me that again?
Yes. Do you think that marijuana, when you tell somebody that I buy marijuana, that looks better than to say I buy a firearm?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And but
Honest
you guys
truth.
were close
No
enough
cap.
that you think he would tell you the truth.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, absolutely.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, you can have a seat. Ms. Bennett, you call your next witness.
The defense for Mr. Owens.
Defense
Any
rests.
rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appropriate time to take our afternoon break. We're going to take about maybe about a 20-minute break. We'll start back about 10 till 3. Leave your notepads in the courtroom. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Don't check any media sources or use your electronic devices to find out any more about the case you know right now. Leave your notepads in the courtroom. Follow the bailiffs out in the back. Everyone else remain in the courtroom to the sheriff's office.
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, now would be a great time to just drop some charges. One in particular, the one against Subby. Clearly, we have two unequally yoked defendants.
We want to go ahead and have the charge conference.
And I would ask that you use the updated versions that I provided today, just so we're all on the same page.
That's what you put on my desk.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm on page 1. Any issue on page 1?
I've never seen a less believable witness.
No issues, Your Honor.
No issue.
Right, page 2.
As far as page 2 goes, for element 1, the crime of robbery, and this applies to the lesser included offenses for this as well. Typically, I use the defendant's name. Originally, I had this instruction as saying Dexter Owens and/or Michael Alexander. However, this past weekend, in doing some preparation, I found a Florida Supreme Court case that says that that's error to do so. It's not fundamental error, but it's still error. The rationale of the case, I don't think directly applies, but I thought it was best not to do that, given that holding. My argument is, they're both charged, so I thought just putting the defendant was the best way to handle it, because the and/or was found to be error.
Mr. Powell? Ms. Bennett?
I think it should be somehow more clear that it involves both of the defendants.
And that's the issue of why it's error, Judge, because the argument or the holding was basically the jury could find that Dexter Owens committed robbery, but because it's or, they could convict Mr. Alexander because they found that Dexter Owens committed the robbery, or vice versa. The state's theory is that they're both guilty for different reasons, principal versus not. But I thought it was best to just put the defendant and then argue how it applies to each one.
The court's rationale that the defendant applies to both Mr. Alexander and Mr. Owens. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Bennett?
I don't have the case that Mr. Sullivan is referring to. It just seems to me that in this particular case, since Mr. Owens is charged with 2 crimes, and it just goes from page to page to page, that it would be, the way it is written, it appears to me that it would be looking more at Mr. Owens as opposed to including Mr. Alexander. So
why couldn't you, on one,
so I would,
hold on. On one, why can't you just say the defendant, Nathan Michael Ash Alexander, or no, the defendant, Nathan Ash Alexander, took a firearm marijuana from the person in custody of Stephen Long, A, C, the defendant, Dexter Allen Owens. Why couldn't you do that? Instead not say and or, you just put one A or B.
I would like that better.
My concern is, Judge, it's the same risk that the and or runs, where if the jury finds Dexter Owens guilty and it says My concern is you run the same risk of them convicting one by association without making the actual finding that the other defendant is guilty. I think leaving it as the defendant makes it clear that they have to find, and then the verdict form makes it clear the defendant. There's two separate verdict forms, one for Nathan Alexander, one for Dexter Owens, and they're going to have to make the determination.
What was the language in the Supreme Court case?
The language was that using the multiple defendants charged like we have here, where the element says one defendant and or the other one, and then the
Not
language.
say and or, just say the defendant.
That's why.
Just say the defendant. Nathan Michael Alexander took a firearm of marijuana from the personal custody of Stephen Long. The defendant, Dexter Allen Owens, took a firearm of marijuana from the personal custody of Stephen Long. And then used paragraphs 2 through 4 would be the same. Instead of saying and or, just put both. Just put two sentences there instead of one. What's the issue with that? Because you can certainly find one, either find both or one or the other.
Yes, and that's why I believe just saying the defendant like it is now gives them that ability to do so. My fear is doing it the way you're suggesting, Your Honor, is functionally equivalent of putting the and or. As far as the jury still runs the risk of convicting one because both names are there. If they find one person did it, then that means they both did.
Full case.
Sure.
I don't see where it matters when you put two sentences there. Because on the verdict one, we the jury find Dexter Owens,
and that's
as far as we the jury finds the defendant Michael Alexander. I don't know why you can't put in that paragraph the defendant and then defendant instead of and or. Don't put and or. Just put the defendant. Put both of them.
If we want to move forward with the rest of them, we can come back to this. I'll pull that case on.
Because the aggravated battery and prove that Dexter Allen Owens actually touched or struck and put his name in there.
Because he's the only defendant.
I understand that, but I can understand the and or. But if you put two different sentences in there, I don't know, but pull the case. All right, and that I guess any other issues with that instruction except for that?
No.
Page 2. Ms. Bennett?
No, nothing else on page 2 other than
All right, page 3 with the same as far as the defendant. With the theft and assault.
Yes.
Any other objections to the
No.
instructions? On page 4, the aggravated battery. Ms. Bennett?
No objection.
Page 5.
No objection.
No objection.
He didn't seem prepared for that cross-examination at all.
Page 6.
No objection, no.
The judge is away from the mic. Everyone's sort of away from their microphones here.
Page 7, principles.
They're using these Shure tabletop microphones, which are really nice, but they do sort of require you to sort of be up on them a little bit to get the good audio.
Page 8, enter a plea of not guilty.
No objection.
No objection, no.
All right, 9.
Number 9, I think should be taken out.
9, 10.
Yes, that should be taken out too.
Let's see, 6.
We don't need that.
7. Mr. Sullivan?
I don't believe there's been any evidence of that. I believe that would come out.
Ms. Bennett?
I think that Mr. Owens has testified that he felt the way he was questioned would be pressured. And I'm fine with taking the threat out, but the pressure I think is valid in there.
I think that you're covered with yours on page 13. Would make that more tailored to the defendants themselves. So that would cover that issue.
That's correct, yes.
So I'm going to take 7 out. So we'll leave 1 through 5 in.
I'm going to build the poll right now.
State's burden of proof is not depend on the number of witnesses. Witnesses for law enforcement. It's proper for a lawyer to talk to witness.
Sorry, we left 8 in, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, 8's in, yes. 8 would be in. 1 through 5 and 8. Are anything issues on the rest of 9 and page 10?
No.
Page 11 would stay in. The problem with saying the defendant, because we have 2 defendants.
I've edited, Judge, to say the defendants in this case have become witnesses. You should apply the same rules to consideration of their testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses.
All right, and then on page 12, just the first paragraph. Everybody good with that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Bennett?
I think you have the second to go on.
And page 13, any problem with that?
I got it.
Any problems, Ms. Bennett?
I object.
Page 14, general rules that apply to your discussions. Page 15, then we'll go over the verdict.
This is going to be one of
let's go to the verdict form. We'll start with Mr. Owens.
This is one of our more difficult polls. You have to read very carefully. Don't just click. Read each one, compare them, because they're very subtle differences. And on 4 different options here. So we have the poll. Did the state prove their case? Now look at the options carefully. Carefully.
Yeah, the verdict for Mr. Owens, counts 1 and 2.
The options are no.
And then count on Mr. Alexander. When
They're
you get
both
to
not guilty.
Let me know.
Split. Stubby's not guilty and Dexter is guilty. Split. Dexter is guilty, is not guilty, and Stubby is guilty. Or yes, both are guilty as charged. Does a defense lawyer just feel shame? I mean, do you want to just crawl back underneath your shingle and hide when your client just gets on the stand and commits perjury, like it's asking for Halloween candy?
No, I'm just waiting. I'm waiting on Ms. Bennett. Whenever she's ready, on to go over the instructions. I mean, over the verdict.
Yeah, we're good. That's fine.
Okay, the verdict form, okay?
Verdict form, okay.
All right, verdict form. Mr. Ballack, any objections to Mr. Alexander's verdict?
No objection.
All right,
We
then.
would ask that the self-defense instruction be included.
All right.
I would ask that she prepare it. I've sent these jury's instructions out for a week now, and I've not gotten a request for it.
Any objection to self-defense coming in?
Based off of Mr. Owens' testimony, I think it's probably appropriate, but I would also ask in preparing it that she include the paragraph about the duty to retreat because they were in the commission of a crime at the time. So.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Ms. Bennett, you gonna prepare that for us?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, do you have that case?
He was the driver.
I'm bringing it right.
He knew they were buying a handgun that was illegal because he just testified today that he knew that they were headed there to buy the handgun.
And what I'd ask you to do is, Ms. Bennett, if you'll, you get your instruction drafted, if you'll make sure that Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Ballack have no objection and send everything to the clerk when I get back, I'd like to have the instructions I'm going to give to the jurors in front of me.
Yes.
Email it to me. I'll add it to it, so I got page numbers, so I got add it into it.
Okay, I'm Thank you.
Did police ever locate a third pew pew? Yes, in the house. That was a AR. There was a rifle. There was a pretrial motion in limine to keep the information about it out, so we didn't ever get to hear that it was an AR style rifle. I think Stubby has served enough time on this. Pentufle, yes, you can vote. Everyone can vote. All right, we are going to we're going to wrap up the poll here. We've got 250 votes in. Only a quarter of you have voted, but we're going to wrap it up because it seems that that Stubby's doing well. If the jury is reflects our opinion.
Yeah.
The massage lawyer just asked to go to the potty. So that's good. Better ask than have an accident. Okay, results are in. Did the state prove guilt in the case? A split decision. Stubby is not guilty. Dexter is guilty, 75%. Both are equally guilty, 21%. And then one person misclicked and said that Dexter is not guilty and Stubby is guilty. And then also one person accidentally clicked that Stubby and Dexter are both not guilty. So two misclicks and a good vote. Other than that, I didn't vote, but I knew that Stubby was the cooler one. They have been going later than 4 p.m. in court. They're Central Time, too. This court's Central Time. So.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Let's see.
I still like mine, Mr. Sullivan.
I'll obviously do what the court wants, but I would point out that the Supreme Court specifically uses as an alternative the option that I put. So
show me where that is.
It is page 4. It's the bottom of, oh, sorry, 6. The bottom of page 5, it says, there are several other alternatives the courts may use, such as to each of the defendants, the state must prove the following elements. First, that, and then in italicized, the defendant, and then engaged in the element of the crime.
Well, can't the defendant be the name?
I was just using the language that the Supreme Court explicitly put. Again, I mean,
show me that again.
Page 6 of the opinion. The sentence begins at the very bottom of page 5 in the right-hand column and continues. It's that last top paragraph of page 6. paragraph right before it says conclusion.
Hush. Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice. If you use two different paragraphs, didn't that do the same thing? Two different not two different paragraphs, two different. I mean, I guess two different paragraphs.
Again, Your Honor, I'll defer to the court, but I did what I did because that was explicitly stated by the Supreme Court.
But how does that not avoid the potential problem created by and/or?
Because you're still putting you're still putting both of the names there and giving the jury the option to convict either or, but only finding one of them actually committed.
I guess there was some discussion that the First Circuit considered that fundamental error. Is that correct?
There was some discussion. This case addressed whether it was fundamental. They found that it was not fundamental. The and/or conjunction was not fundamental, but it was error. Was the overall holding of this Supreme Court opinion.
If this had
I understand Ms. Bennett's request, but I mean, when the Supreme Court explicitly approved or really went out of
They didn't
the way
approve it. They were just giving you options.
I don't understand.
They could have given a bunch of other options.
I just don't understand what the harm is in doing what the Supreme Court suggested.
It's confusing. That's why. On this one.
All right, we leave it like it is. Leave it like it is. Then that's what the Supreme Court said it. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna take a break. We'll come back. The jurors are supposed to be back now. We'll take another 10-minute break. Mr. Owens and Mr. Alexander, if you need a break.
And I will get those updated jury instructions sent to the clerk as soon as I receive the.
All the attorneys will look at my copy before I get back up. Make sure that's everybody's agreed on it.
I don't see any family there for Mr. Stubby. Do you? Maybe is that that one person? It's sort of like the blue. Dexter's looking back to his attorney. He's like, I rocked that, didn't I? I totally nailed that interrogation, the cross-examination. Feeling pretty good about that one. This judge can be stubborn because he does things the way he likes to do them. Pantoufle, it was a crazy story. If you watched with us overnight, it was wild. We've adopted Stubby. Sometimes we root for the other underdog, and I really hope. I'll say this: I think Stubby needs to get his life together. Okay, he's currently homeless, possibly working at Burger King.
I got a stubby little pencil.
Doing a little bit of a little bit more weed than is probably helpful at his age. If there is a helpful time for that to occur, and get involved in firearms and crime, and he needs to straighten his life out. But I think he's got a shot, and I really don't think the testimony.
I would lose my mind.
That believable testimony pins guilt on him. I don't think you get past reasonable doubt. It's not there. Everybody, all the changing testimonies, I think he was very believable on the stand. And I think they're trying to use him as a fall guy, as a patsy. I think he's Stubby's not guilty, and I'm going to say the driver 100%. Guilty as charged on both counts. Not guilty on Stubby, guilty on Dexter. They're all way too young. Yeah, they shouldn't be doing this. I'm not getting pizza tonight either. Apparently, I can't get pizza on nights that Mrs. R.A. has made a roast dinner in the crock pot. I'm not sure how that works out, but yeah, if she's made dinner and slaved away on it all day in the crock pot, I can't get pizza. All right, we need to work. We need you to work your magic recording positive affirmations and meditations set to police fire scanner sounds. I'll write the scripts. What sort of music would go behind? Davis, make yourself. Can I get a 1028 by number? Go ahead. You know that's just not something you can sleep to. Why would you want pizza if there's pot roast? Because I didn't know there was pot roast. Stubby comes out. Still working on the zipper. Got it figured out though. That will end a relationship. I think Dexter loves this man like a brother. I don't think anything can change that. Regardless of what happens, they're going to be tight. They're tight. Our closing statements today? Yes, closing statements are next. We are so close. I imagine maybe 10, 15 minutes. Openings were pretty quick. But we will have 2 closing statements by defense, one for each attorney, one for each client, and then an opening or a beginning closing statement by the prosecution and a summation closing statement by the prosecution. So 4 closing statements in this one is what we expect. Didn't go to bed till 2:30. I was listening to the other YouTube channel when you went off the air. I hated the thought of missing out. I know, but it didn't happen till 4:20 this morning, California time. We were nearly live on the air before this issue was resolved. We would have been up all night. So they're doing all this today. We might even have a verdict tonight. I mean, the jury, maybe 30 minutes. That's reasonable. It's probably going to take as long for the jury to deliberate on this one than it takes the judge to read the jury instructions. So this could be a very, very quick verdict. Sir, share a secret. Campbell's chicken and herb soup in the crock pot with pork and chicken and veggies. It's delicious. Ooh. I do like the idea of doing a premix soup like Campbell's, which is a good brand. Maybe a little high in sodium, tiny bit if you're trying to watch your salt intake. But they're also high in flavor. So, too old for all-nighters. I can't pull 2 in a row, but I can do one. As the song says, I'm not as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. I think it's talking about something else now that I think about it. Sorry. Bad reference. Closings are to be long. Monty, you're most welcome. Thanks for joining us.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
I am. I think that song was talking about a bar fight. I think it's also, I mean, they use it in the bar fight, and then they also use it in like the picking up chicks line, I think. Which I've got a little friend of my daughter's who has the coolest shirt, and it's how to pick up chicks, and it's stick figures. And it's the guy standing there, and he bends down, and he scoops up the little baby chick, and he holds it in his hands. I need that shirt. How to pick up chicks. Baby chickens, of course. Did you take a nap today? Lynn, no, I didn't. I almost took a nap during the second defense lady's cross-examination of some of the officers today. A bar fight and a late-night YouTube stream are the same. They're pretty much. There's no winners at the end of it, for sure. Can we adopt Stubster? I think legally he's an adult now, so I don't think you can. He's 18, right? He's 18 or 19. I'll take a nap during closings. Only during one of them. So tomorrow we have a unique podcast. I need to find some stories to include on the podcast. If you've seen a story that's funny or interesting and true, that's fresh and new, and we haven't shared on the podcast before, do send it to my burner phone, because Thomas Weatherwatch, my good friend, is out on the road, and I can't have him also building the podcast rundown while he's getting work done on the road. So I've got to pull my weight for once and help write this rundown for tomorrow's podcast. And I'm just recruiting all of y'all to help me out.
Remain seated, come to order.
All right, here comes the judge. He's using a walker. I didn't know he had a cane.
Yeah, no, cool. Mine.
Was that there all day? Which high-profile trial in Texas? Texas has a few.
I think sometimes it was quicker when we had state attorney investigators walk the instructions over from the office when they did.
Received the instruction from Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett, we got that instruction?
I'm working on it. It's not very easy to.
Maybe it'd been easier if you'd have had it ready when we got here.
I would agree. And I should have.
The judge is gone. He's like, see ya. Would have been easier if you were prepared, ma'am. Miss Bennett. It must be hot in the courtroom. Prosecutor keeps taking his jacket off, putting it back on when the lawyers arrive. Couple people have their jackets off. Honestly, says Exo Cherries, honestly, if Stubby's found not guilty, I hope he moves out of the area, to be honest, because I'm not sure how it will all be if Owens is found guilty. I do have the burner phone is flooded with messages, so this is great. We've got some people sending some stories in. Okay, we'll see if we can go through those and see if any of them work for the podcast. Reviewing absurd state laws. We've done that a little bit. Might do that again. I think we've talked about doing that more. Yeah, Carmelo Anthony, if you guys are asking about that case, I think Kathy Russin from Law and Crime just tweeted earlier today that the judge, it's probably one of the strictest cases as far as allowing media coverage goes in a long time. I mean, this is right up there with that dentist case in Colorado. No live streaming allowed. No live tweeting allowed in the courtroom. You basically have to sit in the courtroom and mentally take notes, and then once you leave, you can sum it up in tweets. But let's see. Never heard what was Mr. Chow's fate. Celestial Force. Are you sitting down? He was found not guilty. Not guilty. So he's a free man. Yeah, the Texas case with Anthony's. Law and Crime has somebody in there taking notes. So. Laura, a lot of this depends on the date of the civil suit, the civil case. We have to see where our equipment is for other things or when it occurs. If I'm not available, we can't be the pool camera. So we need a date first. So as soon as we get a date for Corey Richens' civil suit, let me know. Quick planning. To be honest, I think that there will be a lot of interest in covering it with some of the major outlets. Law and Crime, Court TV, they're combined now. I think there will be interest there covering it, and if they do, the pool arrangement with them is pretty much as good as it can get. It's as good as I can offer, for sure. Got Banfield on Friday for sentencing. Texas case called in 600 potential jurors. Had to do a 3-page questionnaire. That's a lot. It's a long time. Chow's old store got wrecked last night. He sold it years ago, and the old store. What did the new owner do to deserve that? That is wrong. That is wrong. Emily's awesome. She's been following that civil suit for a long time. I'm sure that we're going to make sure there's coverage. So. The gas station is now a shell of its former self. Oh, man, too soon. Greeners, too soon for sure. I agree. Violent protests are not protests. When am I moving? I don't know. I only have one house. Where am I going to move to? Store's open. Oh, so it was an old video. That's good to know, Judy. Good to know that wasn't wrecked last night. I didn't see any violent protests on Twitter. Even the protests that were there sort of weren't organized very well. There weren't a lot of people there, probably waiting for the weekend if there's going to be a proper... I think there might be something tonight. I think somebody mentioned that today. Are you selling your house? We're working on it. Yeah. We're working on selling the house. I've been forbidden. I can't tell you where we're going to move or where we're planning to move. We've already had too many incidences where doxing issues have happened. So we're going to be a little more careful on the next one. What about the Airbnb? It goes with the house, so we'd be selling the Airbnb too. Definitely not headed back to Utah. That's not on the list. And definitely not Georgia. Probably out of North Carolina. Remember, I've got a grandbaby now in Idaho. I've got to get a little closer to that.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Can't go to Vegas because of warrants. All streamers end up in Austin. We've looked at Texas. I've got family down there too, but not a grandbaby. Come to Idaho. My wife's from Idaho. I'm very familiar with it. I have bought many a fishing license, an out-of-state fishing license in Idaho. It's a beautiful state. Especially like around Island Park during the summer, not the winter. I'm not big on Island Park in the winter. That's just too cold. Moved to South Dakota. I wouldn't tell a soul. Wait, did you say warrants? Yes, I did, but it's a joke. We sometimes get prank calls where in the call they tell us I've won a free trip to Las Vegas. And I tell them I can't go to Vegas because I have warrants there. And I usually make up a reason what the warrants are for. But I'm trying to get them to swap out the Las Vegas trip for like a cruise in the Grand Canyon or something like that. That doesn't exist. Texas. You're a little biased though, Heather. I can see from your name. Texas is big. I'm not against it, but I will say that Mrs. RA is not excited about the center of the country with tornadoes. She's as scared of tornadoes as we both were of hurricanes before we moved here. Canada says, we love to have you, even if we hate you, which is super funny.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
Little Ian Runkle there. Not Beaumont, Texas. I've got a brother-in-law that's a professor down there at a university in Texas. I've got a couple family members down there. Hawaii, we could surf. I could not afford the milk. I could probably get by on all the other expenses, but milk in Hawaii alone would bankrupt me. You can't survive with the cost of milk there. How about volcanoes? Arguably, Idaho. If the super volcano under Yellowstone National Park ever blows up, Idaho's basically gone. So, if you love taxes, Washington is great. Well, funny you should mention that. I don't like taxes. I'm not against paying my fair share, and I do believe in paying what I owe. Did they ever fix the pipes in your town? I remember that city meeting. No. The last we know, they pressurized the sewer pipes and blew pressure backwards in everyone's bathrooms. Lucky for us, all the toilets were clean, and it just turned into a little bubbler, and not a disaster. But that's the last they've done. We're just waiting for, I think, a federal grant to come in. Oh. Hang on. Hello?
Hi, this is Ashley. And I'm reaching out because we pulled up your Medicare profile, and there's a note here showing your 2026 plan update hasn't been confirmed yet. We just need a quick confirmation from you so your coverage doesn't get interrupted. Just confirm for me. Do you have both Part A and Part B?
What is the interruption?
Sorry, I didn't get that. Can I confirm you have Medicare Parts A and B?
Are they interrupting coverage?
I hear you. I'll be very brief. I just need to confirm one thing for your record. Do you have Part A and Part B?
Tell me again what the parts are.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Can I confirm you have Medicare Parts A and B?
What was your name one more time? It's a robot. It's a robot. I'm not going to say what they want. They want a yes from me, which could even be recorded. It was definitely a robot. And if you say yes, by the way, if you get that call, that is a scam. That is a scam. What happens is they're trying to get you the other part of your coverage, which you can buy through, or sign up for through insurance. They'll send you to a legitimate insurance company that sells or facilitates that. I've never bought coverage, so I don't know what it's like. But they send you to a legitimate place that handles that, and they just listen in the middle. And so when that legitimate place answers and you're like, hey, I'm talking about Medicare coverage, and they're like, yeah, let me get your information. And they get your name, they get your address, their date of birth, your social security number. And the person in the middle says, thank you. And they've now stolen your identity. It's a scam. It's a scam. Even though you get transferred to a legitimate company, it's a scam. All right. Let's delete this right here. Judge is taking a little longer than 10 minutes waiting for defense to get the instruction set up. Prosecutor's playing with some of the evidence. And it's the pew-pews. It's definitely not a scam. They just want to help. Yeah, about that. I saw Dexter fixing his hair a little bit. Yeah, I think he's a little nervous. He was looking across at the jury a couple times. He's rubbing his hands. Oh, my goodness, look at this. Oh, that's not him. He's over here. He's been rubbing his hands and nodding, spinning in his chair. Looking back at his family, talking to them. Are they forcing you out because of failure to pay land tax? No, I'm up to date on my taxes right now. It was just that one time that I fell behind on my... I've got 2 plots of land. This house is on 2 plots of land. That they basically have to be sold together because one plot is so small, you can mow it with one pass of the lawnmower. It's just like a little strip of land off to the side. But I paid my taxes on my house thinking that it was all together, but apparently that strip of land is separate. So the $12 I owe for that strip of land was about to get me on the auction block to sell off part of my house that no one could ever build on. I should probably do it. I should probably let him have it. It's like, what are you going to do? There's nothing you can do on that property that would cause me any problems. I have so much property I don't even know what I have. Well, I know what I have. I just don't know what's in the shed on my property. That's all. Never been in it. In the 7 years I've lived here, I've never been in my shed. True. Fun fact. I also never been up in the attic. Walla Walla, Washington, no income tax. Shop in Milton, Freewater, Oregon, no sales tax. And then you're right next to Idaho. Kiki doesn't come around a lot, but when he does, he's not interested in any food we offer him. So someone's feeding him very well. But he'll come and he'll lay down for a little while and get a little a head scratch, which he likes a light scratch now, not a firm scratch like he liked before. A light scratch, and you can scratch his neck. That's good. But if you go down to like by the forelegs, his forelegs or his belly, be prepared to donate blood, because he will turn just straight like the rabbit kick with the claws and everything, and bite and everything. Shelley Small, do you think the jury's actually going to deliberate tonight? I think they are. I think they are. They're an hour ahead of us, or we're an hour ahead of them. Yeah, Kiki changed a lot. He's full shadow. He's gone full shadow. Shelley, thanks for your support, by the way. You can just tag. I mean, I love the super chats. I appreciate that. That's what makes all this possible. But you can just tag me in the text. You don't have to send a super chat every time you have a question. Although I won't stop you from doing it if you insist. Let's see.
I'm not a cat.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
We eventually need to know where you're moving because the P.O. box will give you away. Oh, man. I hadn't thought of this. Can't I just perpetually forward my mail? I know the postmaster here. I can slip him slip him a little something something and ask to perpetually forward my mail. I didn't bribe him. I did give him a jar of pickles. All right, and now we have instructions. Everyone's back at the desk. I think the judge can come back in now. Let's see if he's ready. Can you forward a P.O. box? Don't get a P.O. box in the same town you're in. It's going to make going to get the mail very difficult. What if I got a P.O. box in a different state? That could actually work. I'm just thinking about the options. I think I might be able to pull that off. Britta, we'd like to be closer to our grandbaby, our granddaughter. You would never go pick them up. Laura, you know me. You know me. Great. So send the mail to me. I'll forward it on to you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Lance, $10, please.
Okay, judge is back. Let's see if defense has got everything, their ducks in a row.
Y'all looked at the instructions. These are the ones that I'm to give.
Yes, sir.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 pages of instructions. Not a lot. A lot of those pages are very short. They're not filled up. It's not like an English paper where you have to fill top to bottom 10 point, 1.5 spaced.
Paper, two paper clips. That's the thing. One more. Put them on page of them. All right. We ready to bring the jurors in?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring them in.
This has been an incredible case. Do owe a big thanks to Josh Hutchins for finding this one for us. Here come the jurors.
All the jurors can have a seat. You get your seat. Everyone else can have a seat. I'm sorry for the delay. That's my fault. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not your evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given after the defendants have given their closing arguments. Mr. Sullivan, whenever you're ready.
Here we go.
Madam Clerk, if I could have the screens, please.
We're going to go to the screen. Nice, nice, nice. No program information. Jiggle the cable a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, you've heard all of the evidence in this case. In just a few moments, the judge will give you the law that you'll apply to the evidence and the facts that you've heard. I know it's been a long few days. I'm not going to go over everything, but I do want to go over a few things with you. So I talked to you a little bit during opening statements yesterday. There are two crimes here. There's robbery and there's aggravated battery. Both defendants are charged with robbery. And the judge is going to tell you that to prove robbery, I have to prove four things beyond a reasonable doubt. This applies to both defendants because they're both charged with robbery. I have to prove the first thing, that the defendant took either marijuana or a firearm from the custody of Stephen Long. Two, I have to prove that force, violence, assault, or putting in fear was used during the course of that taking. Three, that the item that was taking, the marijuana or the firearm, had some value. Like common sense tell you that marijuana and firearm has some type of monetary value. And four, I have to prove that the items were taken for the purpose of appropriating the use of those items to the person who took it, or to keep Stephen Long from having the benefit of those items himself. I told you a little bit during jury selection, not jury selection, opening statements yesterday, that that's a legal way of saying they took it so that they could use it themselves, or so that Mr. Long couldn't. The second crime that we have is aggravated battery. I have to prove two things beyond a reasonable doubt to prove that. And this crime only applies to Dexter Owens. I have to prove that Dexter Owens knowingly, intentionally touched or struck Stephen Long against his will, or intentionally caused bodily harm to Stephen Long. Second thing I have to prove is that in the course of committing that battery, in the course of committing element one, he either caused great bodily harm, permanent disfigurement, or permanent disability, or used a deadly weapon. I want to go through a little bit of the evidence, and we'll talk about how that applies. So I'm going to kind of work backwards. We're going to talk about the aggravated battery first. Well, you've got permanent disfigurement, permanent disability, and great bodily harm because Stephen Long is paralyzed. You've got a deadly weapon being used because he was shot with a firearm. So the question is, did Dexter Owens intentionally and knowingly cause that injury by shooting you? Well, you heard the testimony. He shot him. He intended to do so. There's going to be an argument in a few moments when Ms. Bennett gets up here, and she's going to tell you that this was self-defense. You heard his testimony that he did it because he was acting in self-defense. I want you to think critically about the evidence you heard in this case and whether it applies or not. Because one of the things the judge is going to tell you when it comes to self-defense is in Florida, you have a duty to retreat if when you are committing an act that you're claiming self-defense for, you're also committing a different crime. And in this particular case, Dexter Owens was purchasing marijuana, attempting to purchase marijuana, or committing armed robbery when he pulled the trigger to shoot Stephen Long. And if he was committing any of those crimes when he shot Stephen Long, then he has a duty to retreat and leave the situation before he has the right to use deadly force. Which means he has a duty to get out of that car and try to get away before he has the right to shoot Stephen Long. Even if you buy the story that he's trying to sell you today that he was threatened, that Stephen Long pulled a gun on him. Let's talk about the armed robbery. Well, we know the gun was taken, and we know the marijuana was taken. We know that Stephen Long didn't just give that up. Again, you can use your common sense. You know that those items have some type of value. You heard the testimony from Stephen that they were taken from him at gunpoint. That is force, violence, putting in fear. I want to talk a little bit about some of the things you're going to recall. If you go back through the interviews with the defendants, there was some conversation, testimony that Stephen Long maybe had two guns. I think Jada Hall said that in her testimony for the first time during this trial, and now Dexter Owens has taken the stand and said that as well. But you heard the testimony. Those are the two times during the entire course of this investigation that's ever been mentioned. It was during trial by those two individuals. And you also heard that they spoke to each other on the phone about this case. And you may be asking, why is that important? Why did I ask that question? Well, they're getting their story straight. There's a reason that the witnesses are outside and they're brought in one at a time. It's because they're not supposed to be in here to hear what the other witnesses are testifying to. The fact that Dexter Owens is speaking to Jada about the case gives you a good reason and should give you pause to question what they're saying when it doesn't match up with any other evidence in this case.
The block, the brownish. Tan. Yeah, tan. What kind of magazine? Extended magazine. Okay.
When he's asked about the gun, Dexter Owens describes this tan Glock with extended magazine. Doesn't mention anything else about a second gun.
I don't know you got I ain't feeling somewhere in that house. You can go ask that. Somewhere in that house. What it look like? I didn't touch it. It was a block. That's all I know. Like it was. What color was it? It was like yours, like your bag. That color? That color. And it had like a big, like you see your clip, but it had a 30 clip, but it was black.
Asked about the gun. Alexander describes tan Glock, black extended magazine. Doesn't mention anything else about a second gun, second firearm.
Okay. So you're saying you didn't shoot him? No, sir. Okay. So they just lied. Oh, the whole day. There's other people in the car, and there's a victim.
Dexter Owens lied to the police. He didn't want to admit it at first. He lied to the police a lot. And one of the things the judge is going to tell you is your job as jurors is to determine credibility, who you believe and who not to believe. And you can believe some or all of anything a witness says. You can completely disregard anything a witness says. And I submit to you that there is a reason that as a society we teach our children the fable, the parable, the story of the boy who cried wolf. Because when somebody is proven to be a liar, you have to think critically and you have to analyze everything they say. When somebody has proven that they will lie to get out of trouble, to avoid getting into trouble, to protect themselves, and they come to court and they tell you a completely different story than they've ever told before, you have to question them. Not only question, is he telling the truth, but why would he be lying? The judge will tell you that you can consider what does a witness have to lose or gain by coming to court and giving you testimony. And I submit to you that there's nobody has anything more to lose than these two individuals right here. Juliana Connolly doesn't really have anything to gain or lose by coming to court. You've even heard Mr. Owens. I barely knew her. She doesn't have any reason to lie about this. Well, did she tell the truth? No, she lied. What does she gain by coming and lying? This isn't the only time Dexter lied during this interview. You heard his testimony today. He lied again and again and again and again. He's asked about how the victim got out of the car after he was shot. I'm going to play two clips here. And the first one, I want you to pay attention because he slips up. So he's lying to Investigator McGowan. What he's saying is Stubby and Stephen Long are tussling. He says they're tussling. And what he starts to say is, I hear him say, let me go. And then he kind of backs up. I heard somebody say, let me go.
How did the victim get out of the car? He got out literally. He was like, all I know, as they was wrestling, he was like, let me go. Or one of them said, let me go. And then, pow, that's when I heard it.
That's when I heard it. He's still not even admitting he was the shooter. Still lying. Then eventually he comes off and admits to being the shooter. And he's asked again, how did you get out of the car?
He trying to pull me back there with him. And all I know, I just close my eyes and shoot. Okay. Do you know where you shot him at? No, sir. Okay. Once he's shot, what happens? Like, he opened the door and get out the car, sir. I promise you. Okay.
I promise you, he opened the door and got out of the car. He's paralyzed. Ask yourself, is it realistic to think that that's what happened? You heard the testimony of Stephen Long. He started to get out of the vehicle when he was shot in the back. He was mostly out of the car when he was shot in the back. There's some discussion about what happens back at the house after they get back. You may ask yourself, why would Nathan come out of his house with this gun and say, I shot him? You heard the testimony from Investigator McGowan. That's the first thing he said. He immediately then said, hey, take me over there, away from all these people. And then he said, look, they're telling me to tell you I shot him. Why would he do that? Nathan told you himself.
I was scared because the dude, I just watched, you know what I mean? I just watched the man shoot fucking somebody and then starting to shoot me. Like, I was. Is that why you started crying at the house? Yeah. Y'all were like, and then I was trying to get out of there the whole time. I didn't even want to be in there, bro.
He was scared. Dexter admitted on the stand today that they got back and Stubby was crying. He was upset and Dexter had to take control. You heard the testimony from Juliana, from Nathan himself, that they got back there and Dexter kept saying, quit being a bitch. He was bullying him. And he had just seen Dexter shoot somebody. And Dexter's threatening him, if you don't go do this and take the fall for this, you're next. I want to talk a little bit about principle. So, Investigator McGowan was asked by Mr. Ballard a couple times, could this have been a situation where they just showed up to buy marijuana and Dexter went rogue, essentially? I don't believe the evidence shows that Nathan Alexander knew Dexter Owens was going to shoot Stephen Long. That's why he's not charged with aggravated battery. That's not why he's charged as a principal with aggravated battery, because we talked about this in jury selection. In order to be a principal, you have to know the crime is going to occur and do something to further it, to want it to happen. And I don't believe there's any evidence to show that Nathan Alexander wanted it to happen or even knew it was going to happen. What the evidence shows is these two individuals went there to rob Stephen Long and things went south. And during that, Dexter Owens made the decision to pull a gun and shoot Stephen Long. Now you may be asking, well, how do we know that they went to go commit a robbery? There was some discussion, some questions about what evidence do you have of a plan. There doesn't have to be this grand plan, this sitting down and talking about it, planning it all out. Some of that could just be between the two of them. Hey, let's go do this. Or hey, how do we know How do we know this was a robbery from the very start?
I'm like, hey, I need to smoke stuff. He like, a buddy I used to go to school with, I know. He like, he been hitting me up. We were trying to get me to sell him some weed. He like, but I know he be having weed. So I'm like, okay, I got hella money, bro. I don't never have to rob nobody. So I'm like, okay, hit him up. Tell him I need to just buy a little smoke,
So the plan was to go get weed. The story changed today. The story today was, well, it wasn't really weed. We were going to do this gun deal. The plan was Dexter needed to go get some weed. Stubby wanted to go get some weed. So that's what they were going to do. They didn't have any. They needed to go get it.
When I'm getting my money out, I'm going to get my money out my wallet. I'm going to count my money. And all I hear is, boom.
Stubby's going to get his money out of his wallet. He's going to count it.
So he was like, you just got to give me 55. He's like, cash up. I said cash. I went to go get it. And then
he's asked if he's paying Cash App or cash, and he says cash. And that's consistent with his testimony that he was getting the money out and counting the money. But where's the evidence that there was ever any money involved? You heard the testimony that Stephen thought that he was counting money, but he never saw any. Dexter said Stubby never had any money. There's some marijuana found in Dexter's room. So did they have it? And did they need to go get some? That doesn't make sense. They had it, they wouldn't need to go get some. Or did they take Stephen's? Because when Stephen was found, he didn't have any marijuana on him. And did they go back to the house and start smoking the marijuana after they got back? We got the victim's wallet. It's found in his pants pocket. He had $3. For the testimony, they documented all the money, everything that was in the wallet. $3. Well, why is that important? Well, it's important because they also got Nathan Alexander's. No money in there. Whether this was a marijuana deal or a gun deal like Dexter wants you to believe today, they showed up without a dime to buy anything. They showed up with the intention of taking whatever Stephen Long had that night. That's exactly what they did. Dexter wants you to believe that Stephen Long was the one who was the aggressor, that he was the one who pulled the gun, that he was the one trying to rob them. But think about that critically for a second. You're a drug dealer. Is it good business to rob your customers? I'm not going to come back and buy more from you. If you're a drug dealer, is it a good thing to rob somebody that you know who can easily say, hey, this person just robbed me? If you're going to rob somebody, is it a good idea to have them come to your girlfriend's house to do it? That doesn't make any sense at all. If he was going to rob them, if he was going to be to threaten them or be violent with them, why not do it when he's stuck in the ditch and couldn't go anywhere, couldn't get away? What does he do? He helps them out, helps them get out of the ditch. Now, how does that apply to Dexter Owens? Well, Dexter Owens didn't know Stubby. He could rob him all he wants. All right, Dexter Owens didn't know Stephen Long. He could rob him all he wants. Stephen can't give him a name, can't point it out. Now, you may think, well, Stubby knew him. But if you think about the testimony, what did Stubby do? He kind of sat there through the whole process. They've got this plan. They're going to go rob him. Stubby's not going to do anything. He's going to act like he doesn't know what's going on. Stephen probably not going to call the police because what are you going to do? Say, hey, somebody just stole my drugs from me? If things had gone as planned, they would have gotten the gun, gotten the weed, gone home. Stephen probably never would have called the cops. Nothing would have happened. Would have gotten away with it. But things went south. And there was no choice but to get the police involved when Dexter pulled the gun and shot Stephen Long. I'm going to back up a little bit. You heard Dexter's testimony today that he felt threatened. He cared about his sister so much that he had no choice but to shoot Stephen Long.
No, I did not, bro. So your 15-year-old sister is just a bold-faced liar. No lie. So should I go put her in jail? Bro, I'm telling you what's real. Should I go put her in jail for lying? Yes, literally. Okay, so go lock your sister up. Bro, everybody. Your big brother. You know, your big brother, right? Who? You. His little sister, right? Okay, so it's your job to look out for her, right? Right. So it's best she goes to jail for lying. No. Okay, well, I'm letting you know. I'm not lying, though. That's what I didn't say you're going to jail for lying. She needs to go to jail for lying. Yes, because they not, some not adding up with what she telling you.
He had no problem throwing his sister under the bus. Yeah, she's lying. Take her to jail. And that's consistent with everything he did in this case. He had no problem throwing Nathan under the bus, telling him, go take the fall for this. You take the gun. You do this. You. Everything is about everyone but Dexter Owens. Let's talk about some of the physical evidence. I imagine in a few moments that Ms. Bennett's going to get up here. She's going to make a big deal about some of the things law enforcement didn't do in this case. There are a lot of questions about DNA, fingerprints, and the bleach bottle. And there are some things that law enforcement didn't do. There are some things that you may think that law enforcement should have done. But when Ms. Bennett mentioned some of these things and you get back in the jury room and start thinking about some of those things, I want you to really think about, okay, well, if they had, what would it have shown? What would the relevance have been? Why would it have been important? And I'll give you an example. The DNA swabs. Ms. Bennett introduced some of them into evidence. You'll have them to see. You heard the testimony. They took DNA swabs from both of these guns. Ms. Bennett made a big deal. They weren't sent off to FDLA. They weren't tested. There were no known standards gotten to compare them against. Well, let's assume for a second that law enforcement had sent those DNA swabs off. They were tested, and it comes back. What's the relevance? You heard the testimony from Dexter Owens today. Stephen Long had this gun. Dexter Owens, according to his story, grabbed the gun. They go to drive off. Dexter has no idea the gun's still in the car, and Stubby picks it up and says, hey, look what I got. You would have all three DNA profiles potentially on this gun. What would that show you? That all three of them touched it at some point. Maybe. That's if all three of them even show up. What about this gun? The gun used to shoot Stephen Long. We heard the testimony, again, according to Dexter Owens' own story. Nathan Alexander had it in the car, and he wouldn't use it to shoot Stephen Long. So Dexter grabbed it, and he used it to shoot Stephen. So DNA swabs are sent off. What would they show? It would show that potentially Dexter and he admit to shooting him with it. So his DNA on the gun's irrelevant. You've got the testimony that Nathan Alexander came out of the house with it in his waistband. So he obviously touched it. So his DNA on the gun wouldn't be probative of anything. There's been a lot of questioning and discussion about things in this case that are just noise, just distractions. The DNA swabs are one of those. This bleach bottle. Miss Bennett made a big deal out of the bleach bottle, and you heard the testimony. I'm not going to go over all of that again. But there's one thing that I do want to point out. She asked Investigator McGowan, did you look at the gun? Did it look like it had bleach on it? And he said, I don't recall. Well, the beauty, ladies and gentlemen, is you have the benefit of doing that yourself. If you look at this gun, you'll see it's not black anymore. It's got a white residue faded on it, as if it had been bleached, which is consistent with Nathan Alexander's statement, with the photographs of the bleach bottle out in the open bathroom right outside Dexter Owens' bedroom, with Juliana Connolly's testimony. There was nothing to gain.
I'm like,
Last thing I want to leave you with, ladies and gentlemen, how do we know that Stephen Long wasn't the aggressor in this case? How do we know that he wasn't a threat to any of these individuals? You know that a couple of reasons.
hey, look at me. I'm gonna give you one chance, okay? That's bullshit. That dude didn't have a gun, right? That's bullshit. That dude did not have a gun. Is that correct?
No, he had a gun.
He did not have a gun.
No, he had a gun, but he didn't try like to rob nobody for nothing.
Right.
And
Steven didn't have no gun.
yeah, he did, but he didn't like pull it out and threaten nobody. When I heard
He didn't have a gun. He did have a gun, but he didn't try to rob nobody. He had a gun, but he didn't threaten anybody with it.
Or Steven with a gun?
I seen a clip taken off his waist inside of a gun. I don't know if it was a real gun or a fake gun, but he ain't pulled it out. And
He didn't threaten you with it?
no, sir.
He didn't threaten y'all with it? No, sir.
You know why he shot Steven?
No, sir. I just know that they were tussling, and I just heard a big ass boom.
Was Steven doing anything to justify being shot?
He was chill. All we were supposed to do was buy weed and leave.
He didn't do anything to justify being shot. He was chill.
Well, you don't know me. That's what I'm telling you. You don't have to know you. I don't know you. He's not threatening. Like, just I don't threaten.
He's not threatening. Dexter said it himself. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, Dexter saw this gun and wanted it. The plan was to go and rob Stephen Long of his marijuana. And the plan changed when Dexter saw the gun that he wanted. The gun that was hidden and found in the closet of Dexter's bedroom. The most important piece of evidence in this case, how you know that this shooting was not self-defense, it was not justified, and that Stephen Long was not a threat, is the simple fact that he was shot in the middle of his back. He was in the back seat. It wasn't like he was in the front seat, so there was somebody behind him. He was in the back seat, turned away from the person shooting him, trying to escape that vehicle. When he was shot and left to die in the yard of his girlfriend's house. Ladies and gentlemen, both of these defendants are guilty as charged of robbery, and Dexter Owens is guilty as charged of aggravated battery, and I ask you to find them guilty as charged of all three of those offenses. Thank you.
Mr. Ballard?
All right. First defense. Here's Stubby's lawyer. Swing for the fences, my friend. Stubby has a chance of walking.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you guys sticking with us for the last 2 days. I know it's been long, and I'm just appreciative that you at least have stayed here and stayed attentive and heard everything. And now I finally have an opportunity to at least present an argument for why I don't believe Mr. Nathan Alexander should be found guilty of robbery. What do we know? Mr. Alexander came in today, gave us some context. Working at Burger King, got off at 9 o'clock, 30 minutes after the dispensary closed, got a ride back to Mr. Owens' place, showered, texted his friend, tried to get some weed. It was his turn to buy for the group. He was going to get enough for the 2, 3, 4, 5 of them that were going to smoke. Texted his friend that he went to high school with, agreed to meet up with him. They were going to buy $60 worth of weed. Dexter Owens drove, made no mention of the robbery. In fact, I asked every single witness and every single officer, did anybody make an admission or an indication, any mention of this robbery? No. Not a confession, not when they were in the interrogation room for hours. Nobody ever said it. Not even the women that had nothing to lose. They came in and said, they never mentioned it. This was supposed to be a weed sale. Mr. Alexander even mentioned in the video they just played, we were supposed to go there and get some weed. That's all. What happened when they got there? Got there, there's Halloween decorations everywhere. It's late at night. Mr. Long and his girlfriend are smoking a blunt in the driveway in their car. They're waiting for Mr. Alexander and Mr. Owens to pull up. They do. Mr. Owens parks in a drainage ditch. Mr. Alexander gets out, helps get the car out with Mr. Long. No issues. They're friends. Invites him into the car. Nothing out of the ordinary. Yet even asked Mr. Long, did you think that was weird to get in the car? No. But that was normal. I actually thought it was more normal to get in the car than to do it outside. Gets in, no issues. Says, I gave Nathan the weed. Gave him the weed, and I saw his body movement. It looked like he was counting. Never said he took money out of his wallet. Never said, oh, he's fumbling with his wallet, acting like he's got money in there. No, he said he was looking like he was counting money. He's in front of him, so he couldn't see, couldn't confirm it. But that's what it looked like. And that's what Mr. Alexander came in and testified to. I was counting my money, and then everything changed. And we've been told so many lies over the last couple of days. I don't know what the truth is. I don't know who started what or who did what. All I know is that Mr. Alexander went to this place with the intention of buying a small amount of marijuana. Not an ounce, not a pound. Wasn't trying to get one over on his friend, who he's probably going to see again, who could easily identify him to other people or law enforcement if he were to rob them. No, he went there to get weed. Something that he's hard to do. The place is just closed. And everything changed in in a split second. One story that someone pulled the gun out, pointed at someone. There's another one where another person was the aggressor. I don't know what to believe. My job here is to represent Mr. Alexander's interests. I don't believe that there's any evidence to show that he intended on robbing Stephen Long. There's no evidence that this was a setup. There's no evidence that this was a plan. What do we know from Stephen Long? He explained this was a normal drug deal. Came out, nothing happened. Nothing out of the ordinary. He was even helping them. He didn't suspect anything. He confirms this was just a weed deal. This wasn't a big arms sale. Nathan Alexander was counting money. And he never had his hand on the firearm. We heard from Officer Finney. He came in and admitted that The girlfriend, Madison, she wasn't truthful at first about what was going on. Officer Adams came in and said the phone was in the back seat. They weren't trying to take his phone. That was incidental. Officer Aaron came in and said the tan gun was bigger than the black gun. So there is an argument that maybe Mr. Long was the aggressor, but that's not even something that we're interested in arguing. Because for my client to be found not guilty of robbery, the state has to prove the elements that they described, which is essentially that he forced him, used some force to take an item from Stephen Long. They're not even relying on that theory. They're following on the principal theory. And that's two prongs. That he intended to commit the crime and that he he provided some type of act that aided in that process. I think the state's going to rely on the theory that he set up the drug deal as an act that furthers it. They're still insufficient on that first prong because they have to show evidence that he intended to commit this crime under the principal theory. And there's just not enough evidence. There's actually no evidence to prove that intention. The state relies on the lack of money in the wallet, but they concede that there's no evidence that Nathan knew that Dexter Owens was going to shoot him. There's no evidence that he wanted or knew that he was going to shoot him or knew that he was going to rob him. That's an admission that the state's willing to admit to you. There is no evidence of that. They use the lack of evidence as evidence. Well, that's actually one of the criteria for finding reasonable doubt. If there's lack of evidence, you can find reasonable doubt. So it's confusing in that sense because the lack of evidence supports the theory that Mr. Alexander is not guilty of this crime, not that he committed the crime. We heard from Miss Juliana, who said that there was no mention of an intent to rob. They're all sitting around the house and went their separate ways. She went to get weed, he went to get weed. They never said, hey, first one back with free weed or first one to rob someone wins. They all had money, they all had jobs, they're all kids. He just got on working. And after they got back, Juliana said, the mood all changed. Suddenly, she wasn't allowed to leave. Mr. Owens was screaming at people, calling him, Mr. Alexander, a little bitch for something that he admitted to doing. He's a bitch for what? Crying? Being terrified of being in this situation that he had no intention of being a part of? I mean, Mr. Owens even told you when this whole happened, he stood there and froze. He was begging him for help. Help me, shoot him, shoot him. He couldn't even move. That's not evidence of someone that intended to go along with this plan to rob him. It just doesn't make sense. There's no evidence to support the theory that Nathan Alexander went there with the intention of committing that crime. He went there with the intention of buying weed. He had the money for it. We heard from Jada. Also mentions no mention of a robbery. She was in the car with them. Hey, did they talk about what they were going to do? No. She didn't even know they were going to buy weed. She just needed to get dropped off. No admission in her, she was honest to the police in her interview, but made no admission, hey, you know what? They were trying to do this, or they did talk about doing that. There's no texts, no calls, no videos, no confessions, no admissions. I heard from Officer McGowan. Tells you that Nathan came out, was the first one out. He came out looking terrified. He said, please, let me talk to you. I'll tell you what's going on. Please, take me away from them where I'm not in earshot where they can hear. Because while he was inside, everyone was telling him, take the fall. Take the fall. Say it was self-defense. You'll get off. You'll get out of this. Mr. Owens calls him his brother, his good friend. And no problem throwing him under the bus and saying, you take the fall for something that he admitted to doing today. Officer McGowan explains or testified that Mr. Alexander told him, I was told to say this. I was threatened if I didn't. He said in the interview room, nobody was supposed to rob him. All we were supposed to do was buy weed and leave. He confirmed that the stories of Stubby, of Nathan Alexander, Jada, and Steven all match. And it was Mr. Owens that doesn't. And he agreed that just being there is not enough to arrest someone. The state had this theory about the town. They use this example of the town in jury selection. 4 people who go and rob Fenway. That's a plan. That's an organized theory or a scheme. They each had a part. One's a driver. One robs the room. One's the lookout. That's not what happened here. They didn't find that Jada in the back was involved. They didn't find that Giuliano who lent them the car was involved. Why did they find Nathan was involved? You don't have to find everyone that was involved guilty of it. Jada wasn't charged. Jada wasn't arrested. Jada wasn't involved. There's a witness, a bystander. And while Mr. Alexander's maybe a little bit more culpable, there's no evidence that he intended to rob. He was there to buy weed. Officer McGowan also confirmed nobody ever talked about robbery. I said, did it happen? I said, is there any evidence of an intention or a plan or a reason? No. And he even agreed that it's possible. As Stubby, Dexter, Nathan Alexander was just there to buy pot. That's a possibility. He didn't rule it out. And it wasn't until the spontaneous changing circumstances based on Dexter Owens' actions that all this changed. We'll talk about credibility and weighing 2 people's testimonies. Nathan Alexander came here this morning, a soft-spoken man, and he told you what happened. Filled in all the gaps. He was honest. He was forthright. He gave you the additional context that we needed to close all the loose ends. He told you what happened. He said, I wanted weed. Caught a ride there. He had the money to buy. He was in the process of counting the money. They were seconds away from leaving. Gives them money, already has the weed. Steven gets out, they're gone. Within seconds, his life changed. Not based on anything that he did. Why would he rob from a friend? There's no evidence that Nathan Alexander didn't like Stephen Long, nor that he didn't have money, nor that there's any evidence of what his intentions were. No text calls, statements, videos, confessions, admissions, nothing. His story is consistent. His story is honest, and he came here today and told you the truth. I commend him for that. Conversely, Dexter Owens comes in, finally has the chance to set the record straight. Tells you it wasn't a weed deal, it was a gun deal. First time we hear of this. Mr. Alexander was buying a gun, even though he already had one. He's just got so much disposable income working at Burger King that one gun isn't enough. He heard there was a deal. The story just makes no sense. And you saw me and Mr. Sullivan rip into him Because it's unacceptable to come in here, look you guys in the face, and lie to your face. His testimony shows that he is not a credible witness. He admits lying to the police, tells you that Stephen Long pulled the gun on him for no reason, that he was wrestling with Stephen Long while Nathan Alexander just sat there and did nothing. He provided our out. If he was really involved and intended to do that, he would have helped. I mean, it's 2, 3 on 1. That wasn't the plan. He sat there terrified. He sat there in shock. And then he went home and cried. Nathan Alexander didn't shoot him, and that's obvious. Dexter Owens took the action into his own hands without consulting with Nathan Alexander. This was a rogue event where Stephen Long was shot. Dexter then brought all the guns home, wiped them down, and they magically found their way into his bedroom in a small cubby in the back of his closet. Dexter Owens had no issue letting his sister go to jail for this. And he's doing the same with Mr. Alexander. I think that's pathetic. What you're going to hear is, when you go back, you're going to get some jury instructions. And the most relevant portions are that the defendant has entered a guilty plea, and this means that you must presume him to be innocent. Now, before we selected all of you, I asked you, can you look at this man and see him as an innocent man? And you all agreed. And to overcome that presumption of innocence, it's the state's job, not ours. It's the state's job to present evidence and testimony to prove anything. And you can only look at the evidence that's been produced at trial. It says in here that reasonable doubt may arise based on a lack of evidence. That's your out. There's a lack of evidence that he intended to do any of this. A lack of evidence is evidence of reasonable doubt. Also going to read that it's not necessary for the defendant to prove anything. It's up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. If the plan was robbery, Nathan would have sat in the back seat, because he would have been had easy access to rob Stephen Long. Jada would have sat in front. It makes no sense for the two people conspiring to rob to both sit in the front and have someone behind them, where they both got to turn. If this was a setup, Nathan would have been in the back, ready to rob. That wasn't why they were there. As I said, it's not necessary for the defense to prove anything, and that's the state's job. What I believe that they're relying on is this principal theory, that the defendant intended for the crime to occur, and that he did some type of act in furtherance of it. The state cannot prove that first element of the principal theory. And without that evidence of intent, you cannot find that the state has met their burden. Reasonable doubt exists based on a lack of evidence here. It is a lack of evidence that Nathan Alexander intended this robbery to occur. He had the money to pay. He was in the process of finishing that transaction when everything changed. He wouldn't rob from a friend who could easily identify him. When you go back to deliberate, there's going to be only one just decision for Mr. Alexander. And that's to find him not guilty of robbery and come back and say so say all. Thank you all for your time, and I appreciate your attention. I hope that you consider the facts, come to an objective decision, not based on emotion, but based on the facts and evidence that have been presented here today. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bennett?
All right, this I've been dozing off just a little bit because the judge and I are both tired for some reason, but now this is going to be the snooze fest. Why is she facing the judge? She's supposed to present this to the jury. She knows that.
Good afternoon.
There you go. She turned.
This is the last time that I get to talk to you before Mr. Sullivan can come up and tell you how everything that I say specifically, but also probably Mr. Ballack, how wrong we are and how we misinterpret anything. So we trust that you look at the evidence. So speaking of that, I'm going to break this down into some segments and see what we have and don't have. So first off, let's see how many guns we have. We have the black block that is said to be the gun that did the shooting. And that's brought over for the state. We have the 10 also block that was Mr. Long. And what we don't have here, Dexter has a picture of is
Careful. There was a motion to eliminate
the
here.
third gun, the Taurus. So we do have 3 guns, just like Mr. Owens had said. And it says Taurus on there. I don't know if you can all see it. And you'll be able to get one of these booklets to take back with you so you can see it. It has pictures of all the guns in there. See that back there? So we know that part is true. There were 3 guns found. There were 3 guns found that were described by several witnesses. And so we know that we have that. Now, as it goes to the robbery, Mr. Ballack has rightly stated there was literally nobody, none of the witnesses were saying that this is supposed to be a robbery. Taken aside for a minute, whether it's a robbery of a gun or a robbery of weed or a robbery of money, wallets, phones, whatever it may be, just a robbery in general. So the state would like for you to believe that Dexter and Nathan planned to rob Mr. Long. They drive up there, and in the car, they do the most inconvenient setup that a robbery can have. If they were to rob Mr. Long, Mr. Long should have been in the passenger seat, because that's where we don't even need a gun. We can say we have one. We can grab him from the back, and we're mobile. That's the point. Dexter is behind the steering wheel, has that in the way. Stubby can barely see over the back seat. So that's not a very good position for him to be in if he wants to rob anybody, because he would have been in a very, very poor setup there. So if they really had to put that thought into robbing someone, then it was a very poor execution. Also, nobody, not Juliana, Nobody said this was a robbery. The robbery first come up. The very first person in this who decided it was a robbery was Investigator Norris and Deputy Finney. They were saying, this is what it looks like. This is what we believe it was. They developed the theory, the first one on scene. Not any of the witnesses. Not Mr. Alexander testified himself. They didn't plan. Mr. Owens said, we didn't plan a robbery. Nobody, literally nobody, has anything to do or said anything about the robbery. Now, how could we prove that this was a robbery? Mr. Sullivan likes for you to believe that the money is an issue. The money was in the wallet. Money can be carried in multiple places. Pockets, jackets, other containers. Both of them, or actually all of them, went back to School Avenue. Money could have been left in a house, loose. So there is no evidence that shows the presence or absence of money. We don't know where the money is or if they have it. For all we know is, like Nathan testified, they had the money. Furthermore, going with robbery. Even with a principal theory, that would mean that each of them at least knew. All testimony that we've heard is that Nathan and Stephen Long were going back and forth on their phones, texting, snapping, whatever it is that they were doing. What we do not know is what was actually said. We do not know what they decided on or even what they wanted to sell. So Mr. Sullivan was making a point, who has something to lose? So let's go through it. Clearly, Mr. Owens and Mr. Alexander have something to lose. That's their most important day in their lives to be here today. But even walking through the witnesses, starting with the, I'd say, least important, Ayden and Juliana. They said they were going for another run. We don't know what they were doing. We don't know whether, we do know that there was weed found in their car. So they faced potential consequences. Putting it, talking everything down as much as possible would certainly help them. Mr. Long, he was a drug dealer or a gun dealer or both. And his girlfriend obviously wanted to support him. She likes him, and they, by all what we can see, still like each other, even though they don't date anymore. So Mr. Long, while the victim of the shooting and certainly punished a lot with what he's gone through, could have also gotten into legal trouble on top of that. Being a drug dealer, selling weed, or being a gun dealer, selling a gun, that's not a legal activity. And they all downplayed it. Mr. Sullivan was making a real big story about how Mr. Owens was lying. Mr. Owens was here and admitted it to you. Mr. Sullivan didn't mention any of the other people lying, even though everybody was. The officers told you that each of these people changed their stories. Every single one of them. And so what's so special about Mr. Owens lying as opposed to everybody else who's also lying? So what do we know? Deputy Finney, he comes to the scene and he finds Stephen Long on the ground. From what we can see on the body cam that was shown to you, he was somewhere in the grass, not in the driveway. And we do not know if he was moved or if he wasn't moved, if the car was right there. Where was the car? Whether the often talk Long magazine, whether that was fallen out of the car or how it got out of the car. What he did is he assessed the scene, he made sure that EMS is called, he took care of Mr. Long, and he took what evidence he could get while standing by with Mr. Long, which was testimony from Ms. Massengill and from Mr. Long.
I have to go check and make sure dinner's
Changing
not burning.
testimony, but testimony nonetheless.
Mrs. R.A. is not here. Hang on.
Mr. Deputy Norris, Investigator Norris, was second on scene. He was given the information by Deputy Finney. And he was taken by his word, as he should. The officers are working together as a unit. And they developed this theory that this must have been a planned robbery. Based on what? Based on what? They didn't know, and nobody had said anything about a robbery. What they knew was Stephen was in that car. The car left with a gun and with a cell phone, and first with a wallet, which the wallet even turned out to be with Stephen. Turned out to be in his pant pocket, the pants that we have here. So, but that theory, in their experience, made sense for this case as well. So that's what they ran with. And that's what that theory is how they gathered evidence. Not any alternative theory. Not anything but any of the witnesses said before. It didn't look and said, well, we will leave Mr. Nathan here. That seems most reasonable. But let's see where Jada's testimony falls in. Let's see where Mr. Owens' testimony falls in. Let's see where everybody else's changing story falls in. And they have it in here. Now, what would let's see what they could have done and what it would have shown. DNA. Mr. Sullivan was talking about the DNA. This gun here should show the DNA if we assume that the DNA was taken and it was usable, should show the DNA of Mr. Long. Everybody agreed it was his gun. And of Mr. Owens, everybody but Mr. Long said there was a scuffle and he held the gun. This gun here would show Mr. Owens' fingerprints. He admitted to having it. Would show Mr. Long's. And possibly, if any of the bleach story would turn out to be true, Nathan's. So, but it would also possibly show the absence. Also, if they would have sent the DNA, we don't know how this DNA was taken. I just grabbed both of these guns, so my DNA is probably on it. I grabbed that magazine that was laying out here, so my DNA is probably on it. But would my DNA be on the magazine that this gun was shot with? Would my DNA would be on that magazine if that gun was taken apart to clean it? We don't know because it wasn't checked.
It's a pork roast with a bunch of veggies, and it's really good.
We have the DNA of the Glock. We have the DNA of the other Glock. We have rounds from a magazine. All they needed to do was send it in. At that point, they didn't even necessarily need to have the comparison because they could have just said that DNA is not usable or it is usable. The question that Investigator McGowan danced around forever and ever and ever until Mr. Sullivan asked him, said, do you sometimes have not usable DNA? Oh yeah, we do sometimes. Took him about 15 minutes, it felt like, to come to an answer with me. Immediately answered with Mr. Sullivan, but at least we know now the answer is yes, sometimes there's not usable DNA. And they could have found out that. Maybe it wasn't usable. They could have swapped the bullet. See, maybe somebody's fingerprints would have been fingerprints, or DNA would be on there. And maybe it would have shown absolutely nothing, just as like Mr. Sullivan would say. But then we wouldn't know it shows. That's the big difference. Now we don't. You know, 2 cell phones that they could have taken in evidence. They still have them. They're test fired rounds, so they have comparison to send. They even sent them to see if they show up in the national database. Miss Erin, the blonde lady, the CSI, she said that she does it only when the case agent tells her. That is her job. The case agent, McGowan, he told you yourself, he collects all the puzzle pieces, he puts it together, he makes all the decisions on it. It was his decision to not have this sent in. Now, the scene itself. We have the scene at the Charles Avenue shooting. There's absolutely different testimonies. So we have the car pulled in back. Everybody agreed the car fell into the pothole. So we know that there's some agreement in the state. We also know the car got out of the pothole because they used it later. Now we have complete disagreement. The car pulled in just a little bit, barely into the driveway, pulled in quite a bit, almost halfway, pulled in more to the left or maybe not. We don't know. We don't know where this was. Why is this important, where the car was? Because we need to know where the magazine, if it was found outside, where it was. So, and what Ms. Massengill was able to see from her car, from her back mirror. It would have been easy for law enforcement to send a CSI out there and talk with Ms. Massengill again, talk with Ms. Massengill's mom, who was there according to testimony, talk to Stephen Long, bring Jada. Ask her to bring her out there and say, we need to recreate this. Where were you? Where was the car? It would have been an easy setup to do for the officers to find out more. But they didn't need to, because they already had decided that this is going to be that this is a robbery. So we don't need to investigate that. We already know as law enforcement what we were doing. Inside the car. Well, and getting back to the location of the car, everybody agreed that the car left, stopped, and put up, and supposedly this thing was picked up. Now, that doesn't fit with what literally everybody else was saying. So, including Mr. Long. Mr. Long testifies that he has a gun in his waistband, he gets into the car, and he said the clip was in it and the clip was secure. I asked him specifically if it was loose, if he was carrying it separately, but he said specifically it was in it and it was secure. So, Jada, Nathan, and Dexter said that there was a tussle. If the gun falls at this tussle and the phone and is somewhere in the car and they take it, that would make sense. But how does a magazine get outside of the car by itself? How does it get there? It wasn't the whole gun that was found outside allegedly. It was just a magazine that, by Stephen Long's own words, was securely wedged into its place in the gun. Next thing that they could have done, but didn't, is to bring that car, once it was found, the little gray sedan, to the Bay County Sheriff's Office. McGowan has testified they have a nice area where this car can be searched. Why would that be important? Because there's no casing that was found. We learned the shooting took place in the car. We learned the doors were closed, or at least close, somewhat close to being closed during that. So it leads to reason that that casing might be somewhere in this car. McGowan says, search the car, and CSI earned is what she's told. She searches the car at the scene, and she doesn't find the casing. She goes out the next day in daylight, and the casing is not at the Charles Avenue location. That's because, according to all testimony, most likely it is in the car. Had they put the car into that well-lit room that they used to investigate deadly crashes, where they used to put take cars apart and do whatever it is they do, maybe the casing would have been in there. And then we could have the comparison that everybody was saying. We don't need it because Dexter has said it, but it would have been supportive of what law enforcement could have done to support one or the other's theory in this mess of statements. Mr. Ballack says he doesn't know which statements are true because there's so many all over the place. That's what we were asking when we say, why did law enforcement not do their job? Why did they not see which statement is more likely than the other than McGowan saying, well, I believe this guy over there. Recreating the scene or the scuffle. When they had the car, this would have been another reason why the car could have brought and impounded. They had the search warrant, so they could have brought it to the station. So what we know is Jada is in the back. So there's one person taking up space behind the driver's seat. Stephen Long comes in. We don't know his exact height, but or weight or any of that. But he comes in and he takes up the space behind the passenger seat. We don't know how far back or forth the passenger seat is, if it's all the way to the front, if it's all the way to the back, or how much room there was for this scuffle. There were no measurements taken. Why is this important? Because of where the bullet hit, or where we believe the bullet hit. The agreement was it was somewhat to the right of the spine, traveling towards the spine because it hit the nerves in the spine. So the logical conclusion is whether it was closer or further away a little bit, if it hit between the scapular shoulder blade bone there and gets towards the spine, it must have traveled from one direction to the next. So it would have traveled from Mr. Long's right shoulder towards the spine. We would know more had law enforcement taken pictures of the wound at any time. Had they taken pictures at the time when they saw when Mr. Long was on the ground, or had they taken pictures? Granted, there was a lot going on, but they could have visited Mr. Long at any time and say, hey, we're trying to recreate this. Can we take a picture of your back? That would have shown you exactly where the entrance is. And that would have, they could have tried to recreate, does this fit with Dexter's account of how the gun had to go in? Now, if you picture the car and you picture Mr. Long in the back.
Is the other defense attorney spinning a pen,
like
just
this,
tossing it?
He would have been shot somewhere over here. Normally, if you sit like this, your back's to the back. So if he's facing the driver here, he would be like this. A left shoulder. It's close. A right shoulder over here. or he would have to be facing all the way around scuttling. Maybe that would go in there then. But we don't know that because it was never investigated.
Birdie B, you are
It would have
OG.
probably been very beneficial for Dexter Owens if the police could come in and said, you know what? This is how it happened. Or maybe it would have been something that said, yeah, it's completely what he said matches, or it totally doesn't match. But again, we don't know that, and that's reasonable doubt.
He's out. He's out. He snored a little bit.
Betty Adams was the young lady who saw the phone in the car. She described that the phone was in the back footroom on the passenger side. When you look through that booklet that will be provided to you, you will actually be able to see that that's exactly where it was, somewhere in the back part. Not really visible from the front to either one of them. Maddie also said that somebody said she's gonna snitch. What does that mean? Who is she? And what is she snitching about? Drugs? We were smoking pot. Dexter saying, I shot somebody. Nathan saying, I planned a robbery. None of that we know. That's a statement that is completely valueless the way it is given, because we don't know what it refers to, who it was even addressed to, who said it, and how was it relevant.
Love My Wings, 36 months. OG. Love it.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Ricky. She's just warming up.
So Sullivan said I was harping on the bleach. The state brought out the bleach. The state made the state submitted to you that Mr. Owens was tampering with evidence in essence. And he came here, showed you this gun, and said, it is discoloration. Yeah, probably does. We don't know where it's coming from. Mr. Sullivan is not a witness. He's not a forensic expert. So we don't know if this gun at any time looked any different than this. We don't know if this gun changed discoloration from bleach, from any other chemical that it may have been exposed to. We don't know that because it hasn't been changed. Another big part of the robbery is that the state submits that Mr. Owens saw the gun and decided, I want this, and everything goes sideways. Mr. Long has testified the gun was in his waistband. He was wearing a long shirt that was going almost to his thighs, and the gun was not visible. How did Mr. Owens know that gun is there? And even if he could see the outline of it, how did he know it wasn't a water gun or whatever? So in order for him to go, I want that gun, he must have seen it. Ayden testified that it wasn't highly visible when Mr. Long entered the car. So Nathan didn't see it when Mr. Long entered the car. How was Dexter to see it? Especially since Mr. Long himself said, oh no, I didn't pull it. I didn't want to scare anybody. I didn't have it.
I think we all might be eligible for a class action lawsuit at this point, but I'm worried that you're going to sue me, so I'm not going to tell you guys about that. She is dragging this on. I'm not sure if we're going to get a verdict today.
And the elephant in the room. Dexter's testimony. Why is it different than everybody else's? And then the question is, but is it? So we know that everybody decided on
in the beginning when we
buying
started
weed
110 years
or
ago?
going to some sort of transaction. Jason himself said, yes, I set up the deal. We used the phone, we texted back and forth. Did he set up the deal for the weed? We don't know. Did he set up the deal for a gun? We also don't know. If Jason and Dexter were close, Jason was staying with Dexter most of the time. Dexter had gotten him the job that he was working at, and it leads to reason that if Nathan was about to rob somebody for a gun or to buy a gun or any of that, Nathan would have told him. Nathan didn't say anything about robbery. Neither did Dexter, for that matter. Whether or not Nathan told Dexter that he wanted to buy a gun or weed or possibly both, your guess is as good as anyone's, really, because everybody's testimony has changed so much. What is pretty clear is that Nathan wouldn't go and alert half of the house that he's going to buy a firearm. Go and say we buy weed, everybody was smoking weed is as good a reason as any. Another reason why do we know it's not planned to rob anybody? Jada. Jada wasn't even supposed to be in the car in the first place. The people that were supposed to go were Ayden and Juliana, Nathan and Dexter. And Jada says, I need a ride, can I go? So that's when the plan changed. So if there was a robbery planned before, Nathan, Juliana and Ayden would be in the car. How does that work? And then it changed to now Jada is in the car. And how does this work? This wasn't even supposed to be happening. That was an impromptu thing. I need a ride. That doesn't match with any robbery plan. Did people lie in this case? Yep. Probably just about everyone. But what does it mean for you? For you, it means that you either have to decide, like McGowan did, I believe this person over that. And you as a jury can totally do that because that's what you're here for. McGowan can also totally do that, but should have the evidence to back up his view. But what it also means is that, are these people innocent from over here? Maybe, maybe not, but that's not the standard. Are these people not guilty? Or are these people guilty? Guilty goes beyond. That means there's no reasonable explanation that says they could be not guilty. No reasonable explanation. What we have here is a lot of explanations, some more reasonable than others, but that's reasonable now. The state says there's a lot of physical evidence. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of physical evidence, some of it not processed, some of it pretty obvious, like the guns. So you can look at that.
Do public defenders get paid by the hour?
You're missing. And you're going back there and think about this alleged robbery. What evidence do you have that this is a robbery at all? As opposed to some deal gone wrong. What evidence do you have that anybody intended to harm anyone at this time? What evidence do you have to make a cohesive, factual story of how this incident could have happened? Because it has to fit. And if it doesn't fit, that moves further over here. If you have it and say, yes, all the puzzle pieces fit, it moves further over here. I also ask you to look at how everybody reacted to the questioning. Now, we had several law enforcement officers. Mr. Finney, Deputy Finney, when the state asked him questions, was open, answered all the questions. Mr. Bullock asked him questions, he was open, answered all the questions. When I asked him questions, he was open, answered all the questions. Same with Investigator Norris. Everybody who asked him, he was articulate, he told us what he did, he told us what he didn't do, and we learned from him what his involvement was. CSI Erin was very open because she told you, you know what, this is a crime scene. Even if McGowan would have told me to do this, I'm not certified to do a trajectory. But we could have gotten FDLE to help if we wanted to. She was very open with what she did, and she told you flat out, my job as a CSI is to do and investigate what the case agent tells me to do. Eddie Adams was open, although the important part of her testimony is pretty much undisputed. The phone was in the foothold of the car and it rang there. And that I don't think anyone here would dispute that. The other part of it, pretty useless. McGowan was very ready to answer questions when Frank was asking questions, Mr. Sullivan. He just about tried to misunderstand every question that I was asking, and very similar to Mr. Bauer. I'm sure all of you and everybody else in the courtroom understood my questions, at least after I repeated them 2 or 3 times. He was still trying to fidget around, not answering. Well, I'm trying to find out what you're asking. What does that tell you?
Your
Mason
client was like,
answering
repeat the question.
When I asked him,
About 700
followed up
times.
if he didn't understood them, and he answered as good as he could. Dexter did that. Dexter even told Mr. Sullivan that he was lying on the video, and that yes, he gave a wrong statement. Jada was answering questions from everybody asked. State for the first, she was answering all the questions. So when you go back there, look at what everybody's objective is, and look at what they have to lose, and look at who asked the questions and how they're answered. When you do all of that, see if you can come up with a comprehensive, cohesive story that fits all the evidence, that says, yes, we can move over here, but if you don't reach here, it's a tiny step, it's reasonable now. I believe that that is, in this case, there is so much reasonable doubt because we really don't know what happened, and therefore you should find Mr. Owens not guilty.
So?
Thank you.
It's bigger than
Quick, if I get the screens, please.
It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bennett started her closing by saying that there were 3 guns, and that supports Dexter Owens' story of what happened. Well, there are actually 4 guns in this case.
Whoa.
Dexter testified that he also had a rifle.
There's a motion in
He
limine.
actually had a photograph of it. It was found in his room.
Objection. Motion in limine.
Approach.
Sure.
They're not allowed to use that picture. They're not allowed to use that picture. I know the states can say you opened the door, but that specifically, that picture is not allowed. This was the last.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.
You guys, it's funny because I'm actually playing through sound bites of Pride and Prejudice to listen for an appropriate comment by Mrs. Bennett on that one to play for you. They just took it down. Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. The state did this. Curative instruction.
Looks like a screen again, please.
No, they put it back.
There were actually 4 guns.
He won.
Involved here. You've got the photograph. This is the photograph in Dexter Owens' bedroom, closet door, and you've got that rifle in plain view. Now, why is that important? That rifle is irrelevant. It doesn't matter in this case. It wasn't used. It was just there. Just like this Taurus handgun. There's the photograph that it was hidden along with this Glock. There were guns in this house. Okay? The only person, Dexter himself didn't even say that that Taurus was used in this. Talk about some of the things that Mr. Ballack mentioned. First thing, he said that there's no evidence that there was an intention to rob Stephen Long. There is evidence. He says that he questioned Investigator McGowan and his officers, is it a possibility? Is it possible? The judge is going to read you the instruction on reasonable doubt. He's going to tell you that a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a forced, imaginary, or speculative doubt. Such a doubt should not cause you to render a verdict of not guilty. Well, why is that important? Because if you're back there going, well, it's possible, or if you've got to speculate and say, well, maybe, you have to force, that's not a reasonable doubt. He asked Investigator McGowan if he had any evidence that there was this plan. Paid attention to what Investigator McGowan actually said. He said, I have no testimony as to that. He didn't say there's no evidence. He said, I have no testimony. There is no testimony that there was a plan. But you've got the evidence. Because you've got the items that Nathan Alexander came out of that house with. He came out of the house with that firearm. He came out of the house with the items in his pocket, which included his wallet, which did not include any money. You can see in that photograph what else he had. He had credit cards, he had a social security card, his ID, but he had no cash. If he had cash, it would have been collected and documented by law enforcement, just like they collected and documented the other items. Mr. Ballack says that it doesn't make sense that Mr. Alexander would be involved in robbing somebody that he knew. I think that's an important distinction because it doesn't make sense for a drug dealer to rob a customer that they know, because a customer can still report to law enforcement and say, hey, I was robbed. They took my money. This person took my money. There's nothing wrong with that. But what is a drug dealer going to do? Go tell law enforcement, hey, I know this guy. He robbed me. He took my drugs. It's not going to happen. So it makes sense that somebody would rob a drug dealer that they know when it doesn't necessarily make sense that a drug dealer would rob a customer that they know. And that's exactly what this was about. Stephen Long never would have called law enforcement if they had just taken his gun and marijuana, if he hadn't been shot and paralyzed in the process as well. Mr. Ballack talked about the principal instruction quite a bit. And what's important to note is there doesn't have to be any evidence that Nathan thought that Stephen Long would get shot, that Nathan wanted Stephen Long to get shot, that Nathan participated in Stephen Long getting shot, because he's not charged with the crime of shooting Stephen Long. He's charged with the crime of robbery because he went to this marijuana deal without any money and with the intention of coming back with marijuana. I agree with something that Mr. Ballack said. He was describing the story that Dexter Owens gave you about he's holding the gun, he's yelling, shoot, shoot, Stubby, shoot. I agree, that doesn't make any sense because it didn't happen. Dexter Owens is the only person who told you that. No other witness took the stand. No other evidence in this case supports that at all. I went through the presumption of innocence a little bit with you. And while at the beginning of this trial, both of these defendants were presumed innocent, that cloak of protection is gone. The evidence in this case has been presented and supports the fact that they are guilty as charged of these crimes. Let's go through some more of these things that Ms. Bennett told you. So she wants you to believe that Investigator McGowan was not being forthcoming in his testimony. You can judge for yourself. I submit to you, he was answering her questions, and when he didn't understand what she was trying to ask, he asked her to clarify. Who wasn't forthcoming was Jada Hall, who I had to show multiple times the prior statement she gave, which she wouldn't admit to making. John Hughes certainly would only answer the questions that his son's attorney asked him. Wouldn't admit to even speaking to law enforcement in the past and giving a statement. That's not being forthcoming. Ms. Bennett wants you to believe that Stephen Long has something to lose, and the reason he testified the way he did is because he was really selling a gun, and he doesn't want to admit that because that's a crime. So selling marijuana, he had no problem admitting that. Let's talk about some of this forensic evidence. She wants you to believe that if they would have sent this DNA swabs off, that we would know. And because they didn't, we don't know. We don't know what. Dexter Owens told you he shot Stephen Long. We know that. What is there to know beyond that? And likewise, she made a big deal about they didn't find the shell casing in the car. Well, the guns were removed from the car afterwards. I submit to you that they probably took the shell casing with them. And even if law enforcement had found it, she wants you to believe that if they would have found it, they could have sent it off and they could have compared it. But then she followed that statement up with, it doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter in this case, because Dexter admitted to using that gun to shoot Stephen Long. What comparison? Why would that matter? What would the comparison show you? These are all the noise, the distractions that the defense wants you to focus on. She wants you to, she asked the question, how did Dexter see the gun? Well, Stephen testified that he had an undershirt. He didn't believe that it could be seen. He didn't think it was out at all. But you heard the testimony from Stubby and from the interview that they both gave to Sergeant McGowan, and they both saw it on his side. They both testified that it was on his side, and the statement that Mr. Alexander gave to Investigator McGowan is that the magazine was kind of sticking out, and that's how they first noticed it. Now, I submit to you that's completely consistent with Mr. Long believing that it's covered up and not being able to be seen, but maybe sticking out a little bit. He just didn't notice that it was sticking out. Ms. Bennett mentioned something that there was no evidence to support the fact that this magazine was picked up off the ground. That argument defies logic. You've got Jada making that statement to law enforcement the night of it happening. You've seen the interview video where Investigator McGowan brings her into the interview room and she says, I picked it up because my brother told me to. You've got Stephen Long's testimony that the car stopped, she got out, ran over, and picked up what he believed to be the magazine to his gun. You've got Miss Massingill's testimony that the car stopped. Now, she ran off. She didn't see what actually happened, but it corroborates all of that happening. And you've got Nathan Alexander's testimony that Dexter Owens asked him to do it first, and he refused, so then he asked his 15-year-old sister to get out and do it. There's plenty of evidence that supports that. Ms. Bennett mentioned something about if they would have done, this would show fingerprints. Well, that's just patently not true, because you heard the testimony that they actually did process these guns for fingerprints, and there were no fingerprints of value located, which means they were not able to get fingerprints off of them. They did attempt to. So her testimony, or her argument, I mean, that if they would have done it, they would have found latent prints of value. That's just false. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, and I actually encourage you to think about the question and the answer that she asked. She asked, why is it so special about Dexter lying when everybody else was lying? It's a reasonable question. The answer is because everybody else, when they changed their story, they gave maybe one fact and then changed it. The second story they gave started to add up and agree with what everyone else was saying. Dexter Owens, however, now has this new story of being a gun deal, of not going there to buy marijuana. Nothing Dexter Owens said, none of his lies add up with any of the other evidence in this case. And that's why it's so special. He wants you to believe that he was so scared for his life that he had to shoot this man, yet drove away and stopped 30 feet away. Didn't just stop 30 feet away, but sent his 15-year-old sister and made her get out of the car and go back to where this threat of Stephen Long was. Bennett made a big deal of the injury that Stephen Long received, and there's these diagrams. She says that the evidence doesn't support the story. I want you to think for a second, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine Madam Court Reporter here is the driver of a vehicle. She's facing that way.
Ooh,
Mr. Long gets in the back seat. He's here. Dexter Owens is in the driver's seat. Back passenger door is here. He's held up at gunpoint, like he says, and at some point he goes to get out of the car and leave. He says he's almost all the way out of the car. He gets that gun shoved into his back, and he's shot. What is the angle from the driver to Stephen Long's back? Right shoulder, shot into the spine. Exactly like the wound shows. When everybody else lies, why are Dexter's lies so special? Again, because his story doesn't match up with anything. Shot in the back is shot in the back. When he was shot, he was no threat to anybody. Even if you buy everything else that Dexter said about the threat earlier and pulling a gun and tussling, even if you believe any of that, he wasn't a threat when he was shot in the back. The last thing I'll leave you with, ladies and gentlemen, is Ms. Bennett asked you, when you go back and you look at everything, how do you come up with a cohesive story about what happened? The simple answer is Stephen Long sat here and told you what happened. There's been no evidence to suggest that he lied about anything. Simple as that. The physical evidence supports it. The testimony of the other witnesses support it, except for Dexter's. What Stephen Long told you happened in that car is what happened. These defendants went there with the intention of getting marijuana without any money to do so. Dexter Owens saw this gun, decided he wanted it, and they weren't going to leave just with the marijuana. They were going to leave with that firearm. That's exactly what they did, and it ended up hidden under the bathtub, accessed from the closet of Dexter Owens' bedroom. These defendants are guilty of all of these crimes. And I ask you to do your duty as jurors in this case and find them guilty as charged. Thank you.
Wow.
Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Dexter Allen Owens, one of the defendants in this case, has been accused of the crimes of robbery and aggravated battery. Nathan Michael Ash Alexander, the other defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of robbery. To prove the crime of robbery, the state must prove the following four elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant took a firearm or marijuana from the person or custody of Stephen Long. Force, violence, assault, or putting in fear was used in the course of the taking. The property taken was of some value. The taking was with the intent to permanently or temporarily deprive Stephen Long of his right to the property, to any benefit from it, or to appropriate the property of Stephen Long to his own use or to the use of any person not entitled to it. An assault is an intentional and unlawful threat, either by word or act, to do violence to a victim. When it appears the person making the threat has the ability to carry out the threat, and the act creates in the mind of that victim a well-founded fear that violence is about to take place. If the circumstances were such as to ordinarily induce fear in the mind of a reasonable person, then a victim may be found to have been in fear, and actual fear on the part of a victim need not be shown. In the course of the taking means that the act occurred prior to, contemporaneous with, or subsequent to the taking of the property, and that the act and taking of the property constitute a continuous series of acts or events. The taking must be by use of force or violence so as to overcome the resistance of a person, or by putting a person in fear so that he or she does not resist. The law does not require that a victim of robbery resist to any particular extent, or that a victim offer any actual physical resistance if the circumstances are such that a victim is placed in fear of death or great bodily harm if he or she does not resist. But unless prevented by fear, there must be some resistance to make the taking one done by force or violence.
Page 2.
If the evidence does not convince you that the defendant committed the main crimes of which he's accused, there may be sufficient evidence that he committed a lesser included crime. In other words, if you decide the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will need to decide if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of a lesser included crime. The lesser crimes of robbery are theft and assault. To prove the lesser included offense of theft, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant knowingly and unlawfully obtained or endeavored to obtain a firearm or marijuana of Stephen Long. He did so with the intent to either temporarily or permanently deprive Stephen Long of his right to the property or any benefit from it, or to appropriate the property of Stephen Long to his own use or to the use of any person not entitled to it. To prove the lesser included offense of assault, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant intentionally and unlawfully threatened, either by word or act, to do violence to Stephen Long. At the time, the defendant appeared to have the ability to carry out the threat. The act of the defendant created in the mind of Stephen Long a well-founded fear that the violence was about to take place. To prove the crime of aggravated battery, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The first element is a definition of battery. Dexter Allen Owens actually and intentionally touched or struck Stephen Long against his will, or intentionally caused bodily harm to Stephen Long. Dexter Allen Owens, in committing the battery, intentionally or knowingly caused great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to Stephen Long, or used a deadly weapon. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. If the evidence does not convince you that the defendant committed the main crimes of which he's accused, there may be sufficient evidence that he committed a lesser included crime. In other words, You decide the main accusation has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You will need to decide if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of a lesser included crime. The lesser crimes of aggravated battery are felony battery and battery. To prove the crime of felony battery, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Dexter Allen Owens actually and intentionally touched or struck Stephen Long against his will, and Dexter Allen Owens caused Stephen Long great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement. To prove the lesser included crime of battery, the state must prove the following element beyond a reasonable doubt. Dexter Allen Owens actually and intentionally touched or struck Stephen Long against his will or intentionally caused bodily harm to Stephen Long. It is a defense to the crimes of aggravated battery with a firearm, including lesser included offenses, if the actions of Dexter Allen Owens constituted the justifiable use of deadly force. Deadly force means likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Dexter Allen Owens does not have the burden of proving that he was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not justified in using deadly force. The law on justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. Dexter Allen Owens was justified in using deadly force if he reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or another. If Dexter Allen Owens was not committing any crime other than the alleged aggravated battery with a firearm and any lesser, and if he was in a place where he had a right to be, then the defendant had no duty to retreat before using deadly force. On the other hand, if at the time Dexter Allen Owens used deadly force, he was committing a robbery with a firearm or purchase or attempted purchase of marijuana, or he was not in a place where he had a right to be, then the defendant had a duty to retreat. The duty to retreat means the defendant had the legal obligation to use every reasonable means to avoid any danger before using deadly force. The law does not require the defendant to retreat if he was placed in the imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, and it would have increased his own danger to retreat, or if retreat would have been futile. But if the defendant had a duty to retreat, and if he could have safely retreated but did not do so, then his use of deadly force was not justifiable. In deciding whether Dexter Allen Owens was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. If you find that Dexter Allen Owens committed robbery or aggravated battery, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime he discharged a firearm, and in doing so caused great bodily harm to Stephen Long, you should find the defendant guilty of robbery or aggravated battery with the discharge of a firearm causing great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. If you find that Dexter Allen Owens committed robbery or aggravated battery, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime he discharged a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of robbery or aggravated battery with a discharge of a firearm. If you find that Dexter Allen Owens committed robbery or aggravated battery, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime he actually possessed a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of robbery or aggravated battery with actual possession of a firearm. A firearm is legally defined as any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. To actually possess a firearm means that the defendant carried a firearm with his person or had a firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of a crime, of the crime. If the defendant helped another person commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other persons did. If the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant intended the crime to occur, and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit the crime. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how a robbery will be committed, as long as the principal intended the robbery to occur and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the robbery occur. To be found guilty of a robbery with a firearm as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the robbery was armed. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you're to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses that is called or upon the number of exhibits it is offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The defendants in this case have become witnesses. You should apply the same rules of consideration of their testimony that you apply to the rules of the testimony of the other witnesses. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. Statements claimed to have been made by the defendants outside of court have been introduced into evidence. Such statements should be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make sure they were freely and voluntarily made. If you conclude the defendant made the statement, you must also determine from the evidence whether the defendant's statements were freely and voluntarily made. In making this determination, you should consider the circumstances, including but not limited to whether when the defendant made the statement, he had been threatened to get him to make the statement, and whether anyone had promised him anything to get him to make the statement. If you conclude the defendant made an out-of-court statement, but it was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law that is set out in the instructions. You fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There's no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are dependent upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you've heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any manner. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged with the information or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then, of course, your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. Verdict. We, the jury, find as to the defendant Dexter Allen Owens as follows. Count one. Check only one. The defendant is guilty as charged of robbery. The defendant is guilty of theft, a lesser included offense. The defendant is guilty of assault, a lesser included offense. The defendant is not guilty. Special findings. If you find the defendant guilty of robbery, you must further choose one of the following. We find the defendant discharged a firearm causing great bodily harm during the commission of the offense. We find the defendant discharged a firearm during the commission of the offense. We find the defendant actually possessed a firearm during the commission of the offense. We find the defendant did not actually possess a firearm during the commission of the offense. Count two. This is as to Mr. Owens also. Still. The defendant is guilty as charged of aggravated battery. The defendant is guilty of felony battery, a lesser included offense. The defendant is guilty of battery, a lesser included offense. The defendant is not guilty. Special findings. If you find the defendant guilty of aggravated battery, you must further choose one of the following. We find the defendant discharged a firearm during causing great bodily harm during the commission of the offense. We find the defendant discharged a firearm during the commission of the offense. We find the defendant actually possessed a firearm during the commission of the offense. We find the defendant did not actually possess a firearm during the commission of the offense. We, the jury, find as to the defendant Nathan Michael Ash Alexander as follows. The defendant is guilty as charged of robbery. The defendant is guilty of theft, a lesser included offense. The defendant is guilty of assault, a lesser included offense. The defendant is not guilty. Special findings. If you find the defendant guilty of robbery, you must further choose one of the following. We find that a firearm was used during the commission of the offense. We find that a firearm was not used during the commission of the offense. Signed by the foreperson and dated.
All right, 18 minutes, 30 seconds in.
A separate crime is charged against each defendant in each count of the information. The defendants have been tried together. However, the charges against each defendant and the evidence applicable to him must be considered separate. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one of the defendants must not affect your verdict as to any other defendant or crimes charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on the verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you've reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until they discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I've given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, smartwatches, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note to the bailiff signed by the foreperson. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberation. The exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has a right to violate the rules. We all share.
All right, we're ending the poll.
Those are the instructions agreed upon by the parties. Ladies and gentlemen, just a moment. Bailiffs will take you in the back with the instructions and the verdict form and the book with the exhibits. Miss Hayes, you are an alternate juror. You will not go back to deliberate. I have to have 6 jurors, and I picked extra because I've actually run out of jurors. So you've provided a great service to your government and your community, but you will not go back to deliberate. I tell the rest of you that because I sent jurors back into the jury room and didn't tell them when the other juror was not back there, and they didn't start deliberating because not everybody was back there. So Miss Hayes will not be coming back with you. Take your notepads with you. Leave your phones, smartwatches, electronic devices, pocketbooks, purses in your chair. The Bay County Sheriff's Office will guard them. They will be secure. You'll follow the bailiff back to the back.
These 2 people accused of robbery will not take them while you were gone. Swanee, welcome. Thanks for joining as a member in the gallery. Appreciate it. Welcome to have you. You can't leave now. The jury is going out to deliberate. We're going to start the timer.
Everyone can have a seat. Miss Hayes, I hate to do that to you, make you sit here for 2 straight days and not get to deliberate, but I could not do it without alternates. And I'm not kidding. I've even actually run out of alternates and had to declare a mistrial because I didn't have enough jurors. With that being said, that concludes your jury service. Feel free to wait here in the courtroom for the verdict, or you feel free to go home and you can leave the courthouse. That'll be up to you. Just make sure you have all your personal belongings.
May I stay?
Yes, ma'am. Just have a seat back in the courtroom.
She wants to
All
stay.
right. Counsel, thank you for getting that case tried.
Your Honor, before you leave the bench, I would ask that you make the determination on Mr. Alexander's VOP prior to.
Mr. Balak, any argument? Let me pull that up.
Let's put something on the record. It sounded like there was a knock on the door already. The jury's like, we're ready. Come and get us. Come and get us. We're done. We're done. We're all the foremen. We're good.
Balak, any response?
We would prefer to wait for the verdict.
Well, I don't know that I have to wait on the verdict. Let's see, let me look at the affidavit.
Wow, there's news out there that talking about the Brian Koberger murders that Kaylee's mom wants to meet with Brian. Might need some bailiffs there.
All right, anything else? Any argument?
My argument is you've heard the testimony. the state's proved by a preponderance evidence that the defendant violated his probation.
Mr. Ballard?
Your Honor, I'd argue that they haven't met the burden by defendants with has violated probation, and we just ask that it's filed for the verdict in this case.
I'm gonna find that based on the burden is the lower burden that Mr. Alexander has violated the terms and conditions of his probation by the new law violations, and that is the robbery or principal to robbery with a firearm. I'll reserve on sentencing until after a verdict is rendered.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
All right. In recess, I am going to let the jurors deliberate for a little while, and maybe a little after 6, I'll talk with Brian about maybe ordering some supper, but let's wait. I'm going to wait for a little while and let them.
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, if they ask for it, Brian, go ahead and go ahead. If they ask for something to eat, go ahead and order them supper. But I'm going to wait at least 45 minutes, I think, and just see where we're at.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So we have, I think he's going to shut down the feed here.
One of the jurors accidentally took her purse in.
Okay, you got it.
I'm not sure where she was sitting, so I'm just going to leave it here on the.
All right. So he's shut down the feed there. That little probation violation thing, if we're talking about this case, I think it's very improper for the judge to rule that he did violate his probation because he hasn't yet been convicted on those charges. Strange. Very, very, very strange. Why do we not have storage set up? Active media net. Drive is full. That's why we're not recording to that drive. Okay. Storage, set network location. Magic Cloud, Big Deal 1, set this location. Okay. How much time do we have there? Oh, that didn't work. Are both my drives full? I've got 4 terabytes of video full. All right. Now here's the game. This is a tough one. We need to catch them. We need to catch the verdict and hope we don't miss it. Sometimes the judge, as soon as the verdict comes in, deletes all the videos from the from YouTube. They just all disappear. And we have to be just sitting here waiting and refreshing the screen over and over and over, which I'm okay with doing because I got a good nap during those closings, especially Miss Bennett's. Let's see, 14th Circuit. Live. I need an app that will do this for me. Just scan the web page, reload the web page, scan it, detect a change, and alert me. I know there's some programs out there. I used to use them that do that, but make us a portal. Laura, you need to get some sleep, girl. I know, because I stayed up too. But you were up late already. Dinner smells delicious out there. Mrs. R.A. serving up the roast, not bringing it into me because I would go straight to sleep. Who was the lady that left? She had a problem. I missed a lot of the doctors. Lady that left was Mrs. Hayes, the alternate juror, but she decided not to stay. Or she decided not to leave. She's actually chilling out there just to see if her fellow jurors got it right. I must admit my guilt of sleeping through lunch. I'm jealous. Judge said he was waiting for verdict before ruling on the probation violation. He said he's waiting for the verdict before ruling on the punishment, the sentencing for that. But he did find that he was in violation saying that there was a lower standard that applies to this. We're only 7 minutes in on deliberations. Hilda B gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Hilda B. Trina says, I was awake all night and day. No nap for me. I slept through a Teams call during the lunch hour. Great. Those are wonderful. Most of those could have been an email anyway, so you're probably all right. Okay, let's shut some of this down, shall we? Don't need that running. Okay, if the 14th Circuit, Judge Brantley S. Clark's court comes, Judge Brantley S. Clark Jr.'s court comes back with a live stream, we're gonna take it. We're gonna play the music, which I don't think they're gonna have questions, right? Leave us here and go eat, but there will be nothing. We'll miss it if I'm not clicking the button over and over. We can behave. I can leave it open. You can watch the studio, watch my empty water bottles and stuff. Let's see if I can set this timer up. Can you see the timer there? No, because then you'll get text messages and everything. Let's put this up big on this screen. There we go. There's our timer as we wait for the jury to finish their deliberations. About 9 minutes in right now. Do you have a device that can be given a URL from a script to record the stream? Oh. It sounds like you're talking about a hyperdeck. That's my recorders. So let me dust the box off here. The hyperdecks, this is what I use to record feeds on. So these are this records to NAS storage, and it is accessible over the web. So I bet it could be programmed to do it, but it probably would need an external program like a batch file or a script or a cron job or something that would run and trigger it, and then could be enabled with some if-thens and a command. But have two of those, the HyperDeck Studio HD, and I got one of the just regular HyperDecks that just does 1080p max. Use them all at 1080p right now. Let's see. Let me go check on dinner. Let me check on dinner really quickly. See if maybe something's happening. But I'll first check on the 14th Circuit again. They're not back yet. I'll be back in just a minute. Hold please. Hold. I know you can still hear me.
I got a stubby little pencil.
Hello?
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Hello?
Have them send someone with more experience.
Hello?
Procedural matters, and unfortunately you have not.
In front of the Walmart.
Because he's the guy. I'm not a cat.
Hello?
Procedural matters, and unfortunately you have not.
Hello?
What more do you need to see?
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you. Don't miss the forest for the trees.
I saw a chicken fight.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
I'm going to sustain my own objection.
Hello?
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.
Hello? Hello?
Procedural matters, and unfortunately you have not.
Hello?
I got a stubby little pencil.
Hello?
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Hello?
Because he's the guy.
All right. We live here now, right?
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
And now let Murdoch stole it.
Hello?
In front of the Walmart.
I think dinner is called pineapple pork.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
It's very tasty.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Bring the jury.
It is actual pineapple, but we cheated and got it out of a can.
Diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Did I inhale it? No, I just had a couple little bites. That's it.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Okay, you guys are all having fun with this. Do we do a portal? And I can let you all go for dinner, and I'll just keep an eye on this. And we could go live again as soon as the results are in. I will say if we do that, we'll probably miss the opportunity to get verdict music, a full playthrough.
Squirrel.
I just had a couple bites of meat. I just picked a little bit and tasted it.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Let's see.
Bring the jury.
Let me put this.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Eat.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
We've got 60 minutes left. Okay, that's good. It's not a verdict without the music. Walmart has been to my apartment 4 times today. Did you steal a cart? What happened?
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
We can behave, promise. Yeah, I hear that. As everyone's just going ham on all the commands. And my kids are going ham in the
I was kicked
hallway.
back, taking it easy.
You're comparing apples and orangutans here.
And Maggie May asks a very serious question that's appropriate. It says, are you a Mac or PC user? I have 1, 2, 3, 4 Macs on my desk and one very powerful PC. So I'd say mostly Mac. In addition to the Macs, I also have my iPhone and 2 Apple TVs that I use all for this. Can they hear it? No, they can't hear it.
Shame on you, sir.
I've got a piece of food stuck in my teeth I'm trying to get out without like sticking my fingers in my mouth and being rude on camera. So I just have to do this. There we go. All better. That was too much.
My own objection.
Do you ever find the Pride and Prejudice clip? No, but I was going to say, I was going to play the one that says, I found one. Hang on 1 second. It's not the one I wanted because it talks about Lydia, but... something like this.
Oh, Lydia, I beg you would stop. I am sick.
Oh, Lydia, I beg you would stop.
Hush.
That's the only one I
I'm
found.
trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
It's not your turn to talk. I'll tell you when you can talk.
If you could just use your words.
Okay.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Coast Guard divers are
Nothing in the order
searching.
that restrains you from talking to cats.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Coast Guard divers are searching right now for Lynette Hooker in the Bahamas, in an area where she was last seen. That's a little bit of news. The Anna Kelpner stuff can't really get into. That's pretty bad.
Is that correct?
I got a stubby little pencil.
Let's see what else we have.
Bring the jury.
Alex stole it as well.
In front of the Walmart.
Gotta get this one set up. Right there. And this one.
Hear ye, hear ye,
Hear ye, hear ye. I'm ready for a break. I'm excited. We've actually got the rundown ready for the podcast tomorrow. I did a little bit of work and just capitalized on some work that Thomas had done last week. So we're ready for the podcast tomorrow. Tomorrow is the first podcast of June, so we are giving away some free memberships. So if you're trying to win a membership, being there might increase your odds. Let's see. Let's see if there's something we can watch. Thurston is doing something right now.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Let's see what Thurston's up to. Just 1 second.
Once you get that number, Miss Hall, you're free to go. And again, we'll see you back here on July 9th at 11.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. And then for the other 2:30 matters, the Randy Rich. Or we'll just not take any action on the warrant.
Week,
Concludes
Judge. That concludes the calendar. All right. Doesn't take any action on a warrant. No one's going to believe that a warrant's going to cause problems for him if they aren't enforced. Okay, let's check anywhere else. See if any other of our favorite courts are live right now. It's a bit late in the day, so Thurston's about all we have. It's another Thurston County that ended. It disappeared. Peeps.
I
I'm the one that gets to say that.
I'm the one that gets to say that.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Okay, nothing. Nothing at all. There's a dearth of courts going on right now. Josh says, scroll up, look at my comment. Did you hear about the YouTuber getting banned from all Six Flags after posting a video eating McDonald's chicken nuggets on a roller coaster? What was the offense? Was it eating on the roller coaster? Or was it McDonald's on the roller coaster? Or was it the chicken nuggets? Because I don't know. I still don't know where a chicken nugget comes from on the chicken. I haven't seen that. That won't affect me much. I don't go on roller coasters. They scare me. Eating on it is too dangerous. It's against the park rules to bring in outside food. That's what I was thinking. They're upset. Yeah, what kind of sauce? It's got to be barbecue sauce. That's the only good one. Barbecue sauce. McDonald's is not a sponsor. Maybe McDonald's will build him his own theme park. Or her. Is it he or her? Whoever it was. You go over the Lego case. That's a rabbit hole that'll take a while. Ian is covering that quite well. I'm seeing some tweets from him just recently as that develops. So I'm going to leave the what is it? The bricks and minifigs? Is that what he's calling it? To Ian Runkle. Smuggled in McDonald's. That, you know what the worst part about that? That means that the nuggets were cold. And the only thing worse than McDonald's nugget is a cold McDonald's nugget. It's not good. I think they revert to their inert state where they're transported and shipped and stored at that temperature. Oh, that's an actual business, Bricks and Minifigs. Okay, so it was Bricks and Minifigs versus the Lego Giant. Can we have the recipe? It's just stir until it looks like a nugget. Hello, Mrs. R.A. How are you doing? You going to join us today, or you just came in here to stretch? Pop your back and show off that you can. I won't.
I haven't talked to you today.
How's
and
your
I'm
day?
ready to go to bed. So I'm just wondering, how you been?
It's been a long. I'm very tired.
I bet.
I'm exhausted.
I kept saying, "Where's Dad? Where's Dad? Is he asleep?" And the kids are like, "He's live. He's live." I'm like, "No, he's not still live."
I think I've said a few things that I didn't mean to say today, like unintentionally.
Naughty things.
Some words are harder to pronounce than others, and some of the bad words are easier to pronounce than the real words. So I think I'm sure they're going to be clipped, but I tried not to draw attention to them in the moment.
Nice.
Timer right now is at 25 minutes. We'll try to keep that on the screen here. Oh, that's poor. You can't see that.
What time zone is this? What is this case?
This is at Florida, but it's in Central. It's right on the very edge of the Florida that's in the Central time zone on the Panhandle.
So it's 6 o'clock there?
This is a crazy case. This is a case that began with a couple of friends wanting to go out and get some weed and smoke it together, and it ended with ruining more than the friendship because they're no longer friends as they're throwing each other under the bus because the weed buy turned into a robbery and a shooting, and the dealer ended up getting shot in the back, paralyzed from the chest down. He survived, but this happened with 4 people in the car. The dealer was in the car too. Shot in the back, never, as we know from the last case, never looks good.
They were in the car and he got shot?
Yeah, apparently the dealer gets in the car with you, which
Not the drug deals I've seen go down.
I don't know. I always thought it was like you pulled up like window to window, and he's like, "Hey, you got the stuff? Yeah, man, you got the goods? Yeah, all right." And then there's a little handshake that goes on, and then it's all good. No mod clipped anything today. Right. In this one, the dealer got in the back seat and handed them I think it was a quarter.
He might have thought it was Uber. He was confused.
Is it a quarter pound or a quarter ounce? This is how little I know about marijuana.
Pretty sure a quarter pound is a hamburger.
That's right. That's the McDonald's one. Okay, it was probably a quarter ounce. Or was it an eighth?
This is not Burger King.
An eighth is half of a quarter.
A fifth is something else.
An eighth would be
entirely.
$30. A quarter would be 60, and it was one of the two. There was just
Wait, an eighth would be $30. A quarter would be 60. Yeah, that is exactly double. Okay.
So an eighth of an ounce. Anyway, and then what happened next is just up for your guess is as good as mine, because every witness who saw this or heard about it has a different story.
Oh, good.
And each of those witnesses have multiple versions of that story.
Oh, just to keep it, interesting.
Yeah. So the passenger in the car, his name is Stubby. At least that's his nickname. Short, stubby,
Don't want to know.
red hair.
Okay, so
Long
he's
is
not
the
one.
long is long is the seller. So Stubby and Long are on the right side of the car.
Gosh,
and
making
Dexter,
that up?
No,
And Dexter,
okay,
nice.
Dexter's the driver, and Dexter's sister is behind him. And apparently, dealer gets in, closes the door, hands. If you listen to the sister, hands a gun and a box of ammunition to the front seat. If you listen to...
Just to be like, hey guys, if anything goes down, I want it to be fair.
Yeah, it's like, I'm going to give you a gun and I've got a gun and now we're all good. It's like the duel in the old days. There's like honor. You don't shoot an unarmed man, right?
Right.
But so if you listen to Stubby, he says he passed up the marijuana. He's like, show me the stuff. I don't want to give you the money unless I can see the stuff first. So he passes up the money. And
That
then
seems a little more logical.
And then if you listen to the driver, he also says that he immediately heard like a cocking action, and the guy had like a Glock 44, which is actually 22 caliber, with a 30-round clip.
What?
Big old.
A 44 is a 20 caliber?
The model is 44, but it's 22 caliber.
Okay. Somebody in the naming department needs to be fired.
It was broken. They did the double thing on accident. It should have been a Glock 22 should be that, but Glock 22 was taken already. So they had to do 44.
Okay. It's fine.
Anyway,
It's fine.
During this, the weed getting passed around, Stubby trying to count out the money up front and not paying attention to anybody else. The dealer in the back thinking he's getting stiffed or ripped off or something, and pulling the gun and pointing it at the driver, and the driver struggling with the dealer over the gun, eventually taking the gun and shooting him with it.
I thought he already had a gun.
Well, he shot him with the other gun, but that other gun was a 9mm, according to what I heard. And the bullet hole was a 22.
Admitted at this point that you did not get very much sleep.
I did not.
That may be a factor.
But all of these were versions of the story.
Okay.
But he basically fell out of the car, and then the driver...
Who?
The dealer, after he got shot in the back, right by the spine.
How did he get shot? Okay.
In the struggle.
Your back is facing away from
and the
people.
door was open at that point, so he was probably trying to get out, maybe even flee the scene. Stubby thinks that the driver was trying to rob him, and that was just out of the blue, because he had it was his friend. He buys weed from him, and he was going to just make a transaction. You don't rob somebody who knows who you are, right? That's bad business.
I try not to rob anybody.
Anyway, I agree. It's
simpler.
confusing, but they drive about 30 feet. Then the driver stops the car, tells his little sister, who's in the back, to get out and go get the magazine or her phone or something that's on the ground, maybe her wallet or something fell out. So she has to run back to where the dealer is on the ground after being shot to pick that up and come back up and get in the car.
Well, that is chivalrous of them.
Big time. He was all about saving everybody.
Protecting the women. Way to go.
He described, from the driver's perspective, he had a cape in there. He was Superman. And he's just fighting off the bad guy while he's in an arm lock and defending his sister and Stubby and everyone else. And he didn't.
And
even
then
know.
he sends his sister out to go.
Yeah, but this was before he told the detective to lock his sister up and put her in jail because she lied about him. So that's...
These guys are close.
Yeah.
Family
tight.
Reunions are probably really fun.
The sister testified in his defense and came up with a story all of her own that had new things none of us had heard of. This is a crazy case.
What an adventure.
And I think if the jury came back in any minute now, which they might do, let me just check and see if they're back already.
Because
They're
it's
not.
been 30 minutes.
It's been 30 minutes. Some of you missed the timer. Those of you said it was less than 30. If the jury came back and said, no, nobody's guilty, there are not two people who can agree on one piece of evidence in this whole thing. Even the cops aren't even sure what happened. And then, Stubby in the passenger seat, who the prosecutor says did not shoot him, is the first person to admit to the shooting. When the cops showed up at the house right after the shooting, and they're in the back room smoking weed, 100 cops show up, surround the place for hours before they make him come out with a bullhorn. They come out, eyes blurry, donuts in hand.
What are they doing for hours?
Smoking weed.
No, what are the cops doing for hours?
I don't know, waiting, looking, listening.
They're not saying, hey, come out? They're
Not
just
yet.
like hanging out?
Not yet.
What is going on?
Stubby comes out with the gun in hand and says, hey, it was me, I shot him. It's my fault. My bad. Here I am. And then goes up to the officer and says, can I talk to you over there? And he goes over there and he says, if I didn't say that, they would shoot me.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So now the police actually believe him, and we believe him. We
Yeah.
sort of, Stubby's made some poor decisions, but we do like him. There's a soft spot in our heart for Stubby, and a lot of us are sort of rooting for him. We are hoping for a not guilty for Stubby and a guilty for Dexter in this one.
Well, how many people are being charged in this one trial?
2. And there are only 2. Well, there are 3 charges, but one is the same between the 2. Stubby and Dexter are both charged with robbery, and Dexter is charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. So Dexter could go down for 30 years.
Let me just make sure I'm understanding this. They're being charged with robbery of an illegal substance.
Oh, yeah, it's a drug deal gone bad.
And they're charging them with robbery?
It was robbery of either the drugs or the gun. The jury can decide either way, because according to some of the stories, the gun was stolen from the dealer. And other stories, it was just taken from him after the struggle.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I think everybody needs to just go back to their corners and get their story straight. This is nuts.
You didn't get to hear Dexter's dad.
What?
When I listened to Dexter's
Remind
sister.
Me, who's Dexter?
Dexter was the accused shooter,
driver?
according to the state. The driver.
He's the driver. Okay.
Dexter's dad was, when we heard Dexter's sister, I'm like, she is flat out lying, making things up for her to cover for her brother.
Okay.
I'm like, where did you learn that? Well, the dad got up, and the dad testified, and the dad wouldn't even agree that he had talked to the police before. He's denying things happened all over the place that we have on tape, which is what Dexter did as well, because both Dexter and Stubby testified in their own defense on this trial. Stubby was fairly truthful. We think. Dexter was next level liar, just all over the place, recounting the story, saying, and then I went to the bedroom and I heard noise outside and I opened the window and I freaked out and everything. And oh no, I was really cool and I was just like calm and collected. He's like
in the middle. He's
in
like,
his testimony,
oh, wait, I'm
under
not me.
oath, on the witness stand, to his lawyer. This is direct examination. This is the easy part of the questions.
His lawyer starts crying. Why?
And he gets it wrong over and over. And he's lied to the police over and over. He lied and said he didn't do it. And then he said he did, and then later sort of tried to say that he didn't. And it was the other guy, but he remembered the story was actually that he had done it in self-defense. It was just your mind's like, and you're left wondering what you've watched. And the defense lawyer for Dexter.
Okay, so like the mom in me is like, all of you, you're all grounded. All of you, go to your rooms.
They're all
Oh my
grounded.
gosh.
The Dexter's lawyer, her name's Miss Bennett.
Is it Elizabeth?
I tried to pull a sound effect from Pride and Prejudice already. She talked for like 3 years.
Oh, good.
About everything. Because you've got 2 defendants with 2 different lawyers. You have the state with the prosecution. They present their case, they rest, and then defense team 1 goes, and then defense team 2 goes, and then the state goes again. So she was the second defense team. And the first guy covered it really well, quickly. And then she went, and she, in her case, basically called all of the state's witnesses back up, asked them all the same questions they were asked originally. They gave all the same answers, and then she sat down. Nothing she elicited from any of the state's witnesses that she had recalled or kept on subpoena helped her out in the slightest. It was terrible, and it took hours and hours and hours for her to go through it. John Malama, what is our mind like again? There was a point where the judge was doing something like he was struggling to stay awake, and so he was looking for ways to do that. We saw him surfing the web in the reflection.
Oh no!
He fell asleep, as did I, to be truthful. But this has just been it's a gift that never stops giving. This trial, it was supposed to be a calm, easy trial to sort of palate cleanser type thing from the one before, and it ended up being another shot in the back trial in self-defense.
Oh my goodness. I don't know that I'm buying self-defense with this one.
The judge is great. We like this judge. His name is Judge Clark.
Did he win the game that he was playing? Or he was surfing the web?
I think he might have been like looking at his docket and like reading other cases and looking at evidence pictures and
buying
things like
stuff
that.
on Amazon.
I didn't see any Amazon. There was a couple swiping left or rights, so I'm not sure if you might be single.
Dating app.
Yeah, I'm just saying. There's a chance. He was looking at mugshots. Anyway, it did look official. I'd say it looked official. This wasn't like, hey, what's on the news today, or let's go to ESPN and see what the game is. It looked like he was working, but it was definitely not this case. Because
he's like, I object to everything. If you say object, I'm going to say sustained. It's all just wrong.
Yeah. The judge has a great chair, by the way. It's really nice. It's padded. It's like overstuffed, tufted black leather. If you can find where he got one and you want to get one like that for me, I would not complain.
Oh, okay.
It's really,
I think,
really
didn't
nice.
I just barely buy you that last one?
Yes, but there's no padding in this one. This is like sitting on a pew.
Oh,
At
keep you
church,
awake.
and not the good church, not the one that's like, hey, I'm comfy here. It's like it's the hard benches while the preacher is doing the hellfire and damnation. That's what it feels like.
Welcome to work.
Yeah. And the judge has back issues, which probably not caused by the chair. I'm just saying the chair probably helps the back issues, not causes them.
Nice.
Anyway, did I miss anything? What happened to the standing desk? I'm sitting at the standing desk right now, Greeners. The problem is my cables are not long enough. And Mrs. R.A. has a solution, and she's told it to me a million times, and it works. It would work.
It's brilliant.
I just have to set my power supply on a box, like a shoebox. It only has to be a couple inches taller, and then I can go all the way up and all the way down. The only problem is this camera right here would then be looking at my butt.
Yes, but do you know what? It's just goosenecked
It's a nice
onto
butt.
a... That's true.
Is
But
that
I'm
not
saying
what you were saying?
It's just a gooseneck attached to a bookshelf, so you just raise it up a shelf or two.
Yeah, just manually. Can we have the recipe? And clipped. Chats are stuck. Why are chats stuck? Anyway, I don't think I missed anything other than we got to watch an interrogation video. This was notable for two reasons. First of all, it was recorded on an actual potato.
Nice.
So terrible audio. The framing, at one point, the defendant wasn't even in the picture for the entire
but do
interview.
they need to be? How important are they?
You could at least see the detective.
I mean, and really,
yeah.
who's more important in this situation?
But it did record everything that happens. So when the defendant, and this I'm talking about Dexter here, when the defendant got up on the stand and testified as to the threats that the detective made in the interrogation room about, if you don't confess to this, I'm going to lock your sister up in jail.
No way.
The attorney had to ask a couple questions about, you remember where that happened, right? That room? This happened in that room? Yes. And you know what perjury is?
Let's review that, shall we?
And then he had to sort of twist his words and say, actually, what it was is when I said you should lock up my sister, that was him threatening me. And forcing me to confess the false confession, which...
It is like...
Wait. I actually did, because it was self-defense. Right. It was self-defense.
He's talking to himself in circles. Wait, no, I remember. Hang on.
And he had this mannerism that was a little frustrating when it happened. He would do this. He'd listen to the question, and he's deer in the headlights. Can you ask that again? I don't know how many times. Probably 30 times he asked for the question to be repeated. Well, in his head, wheels are spinning. They're spinning, and he doesn't have the ability to answer a question and weave it into the narrative. Every question was treated as a sole trial in and of itself. And his answer was standalone and did not depend on or support any other thing he had said in the trial. Oh, it was epic. It was epic. And the prosecution, because what happened was, because he was called by Miss Bennett as her witness, defense gets to directly examine him as well before the state gets to cross-examine. Mm-hmm. And the state, you could see he was just gutted, because the defense guy got to ask all the fun questions, because even though they're both defendants, they're attacking each other. They're pointing the finger of blame at the other person.
What a mess.
Yeah.
What an absolute circus.
It was so good. It was so good.
Did you guys like it as much as
No.
Scott
If you look at the viewership, we're down like 600 people who are still here, and most of those are asleep. But no, it was fun. There were moments. Red Pen was just rolling in laughter. There are just funny things that happened. Just like, what did I just hear? So it's good, and we had a lot of those in a short space of time. Just in the middle of it, in lunch break, we had the Bakersfield, California update with the bomber who is no longer with us.
Yeah.
It was all a duds, by the way, just fake explosives. No actual threat there, which is good. And all the hostages were rescued, in case you missed that as well. I was choke laughing. That's even better. It was great until closing. Yeah, this is one of those few cases where I'd say just skip closing. There's nothing you need to know in closing.
It was boring or confusing or what?
Everybody took 30 minutes when 2 minutes would have sufficed.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, and in detail, and just dragged him through it. It was painful. I loved the trial. It was good. I'm really honestly hoping, as I keep refreshing the 14th Circuit YouTube page, jury's been out for 44 minutes. I'm hoping that we get a split verdict, which is something that would be par for the course for this court. I remember this court, we watched a case where a defendant decided to go pro se, fire his lawyer, and defend himself in a drug possession case where, unfortunately for him, some of the evidence was that when searched, he had a bag, I'm not saying baggie, a bag of cocaine in his pocket. And he won that trial with the jury.
What?
He won. He was found not guilty. So anything can happen here.
Wow.
I remember that trial. When that verdict came down, the judge could not wait to just shut off the live stream and go. And it was gone the second that verdict came in. He was like, "Oh, this is done. I am so sick of this. I just got my second wind, Carol." We're going strong here right now. The judge right now is going to order dinner, but he didn't want to order dinner initially. I guess it comes out of his paycheck.
No.
Yeah, he's like, send them back and see if they can reach a verdict. Don't tell them we'll get them food. I mean, if they ask, yeah, we can order them food, but just let's let them work for a while, see if they reach a verdict, and then after about 45 minutes or so, I guess we'll say, well, I guess like we can
7.
feed you.
Or wait, you said it was Central Time? I guess it's just 6.
Yeah, of all the trials Ari remembers. What trial was that one? I can't remember it. It was a little one. It was just a one-dayer. This is a fun court for a couple of reasons. First of all, the judge, it's a Zoom court, right? So we see, let me pull it up on screen just for a second so you can see what it looks like. Okay, so it's right over there, right? That's it on the screen. That's the view we get. And I can make it look a little more exciting by...
That is not tufted.
I can make it a little more exciting. Oops, sorry. By doing this, so I can zoom in on the witness chair or the TV where they play the videos, or the judge's chair or something like that. But it just makes the blurry pixels bigger. That's all it does. So it's not the best solution. Anyway, it's those 4 windows that we get to see everything, and the one that's showing right now in camera 8, they're on the second to the bottom on the right. That shows the jury when they walk in and out. So we get to see the jury members and their labels on the shirt. It says, "Hi, I'm juror number 1," and everything. But if it was a small trial, I probably found it. It happened. I don't tell people where it is. Make them search through everything. Make them watch all of our old videos to find it, Josh. You've got to really go to the bat for the channel here. We need those after,
those long tail
those
views.
VOD, the video on demand rewatch. We need those hours to go up. I should look at Twitter. What happened on Twitter? I have Twitter open right here. Let's see. 35 new posts. Advertisement. I love being verified on Twitter. It's just straight ads. How cannonballs are cleaned. That's a good video. Weapons daily. I'll watch that one later. What happened on Twitter?
Are you asking me? Because I have
I'm
no
asking
idea.
Amber. She told me to look on Twitter.
Is she on the phone?
Women quits her job at the IRS over the office being infested with rats that were falling out of the ceiling. Is that the one you're talking about, Amber? What is... Oh, you sent me something. Hang on. All right. Best ever recap. Why did you tag people? Apparently, we've been clipped. We've been clipped. So
There's no we. That is you.
you might be included in this one. If our website was updated, we could look for it by the judge's name. Just saying.
Shots fired.
I pay way too much for that website. It's not doing us much good because I put no effort into it. I've put zero effort into the website.
I love that it's the website's fault. That stupid website.
Well, the mods have done tons of work with no guidance. They're like, I'm like, I have a URL. And they're like, so you want a website? I can put something together for you. And they've done a great job.
I know.
I've done
amazing.
nothing. I'm not even sure if I know how to log in or even view it at this point.
Okay, don't take that as permission, guys.
It's the website's fault. And it's like, you have a website? Yes, www.topmark.media, I think.
Media? Is that a thing?
.com was taken.
Oh.
And media, I mean, we're media, so.
That's true.
There it is. That is a site where you can find, among other things, all the fun court songs we've written, which I might have to hide a little bit, actually, because I'm trying to get registered in Massachusetts as a media outlet, and they're going to review my website that I publish to.
They want you to look professional.
Yeah, if I have a whole bunch of AI-generated songs. Okay, that's not actually happening. That threw me off there. Might be bad, but I don't want to get rid of them. I just might need to hide them a little further. Okay, still nobody back. It looks like dinner is being ordered.
Have you eaten?
No, didn't have not a bite.
You lie. Did you already eat?
I might have opened the crock pot and picked a few choice cuts.
The kids
of
opened the crock pot and said, "Oh, I think I'm allergic, Mom." And one of them is. I was like, "Oh, for crying
Does
out
everyone
loud."
know you sell prison hoodies? I do sell prison hoodies. They're orange. And it says on the front, it says, "This is my prison escape hoodie." On the back, it says Recovery Addict. Great hoodies. Great hoodies.
I don't remember where I was wearing one of those hoodies in a place that, I just don't even really worry about how I look or what it might influence other people most of the time. But in this one instance, I was like, it's a joke. It's a joke. We're joking here. It's funny. Ha ha ha. I'm going to take this off. Oh my goodness.
When the police start doing we've got one right here. If you want to send another unit,
I know.
That's when you've got to just be a little more careful, or start running.
No,
they haven't told you to stop yet. You can run from a cop if they haven't told you to stop. It's that if a reasonable person assumes that you should have been able to hear them say stop later on, you're in trouble.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Everything has a green cast. It's my gray shirt that's doing it.
We're sick. What are you going to do?
Or he could sell cables. He already has the stock. Jim Bob? Jim Bob, you don't need to say things like that. Why would I sell my cables? I do have the stock, but I spend a long time acquiring those. Could sell Deer Park water. He buys enough. I drink it.
Seriously.
5 to 10 bottles a day. I drink it.
He has the healthiest kidneys ever.
And the most effective Depends. No, just kidding. Oneat, the hoodie comes in talls. Yes, talls and wides. I had to make sure we got some bigger
options.
Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy. Get some rest. Get some rest. We're hoping that we have a verdict or an answer here, which would be epic. 2 days in a row.
I can only imagine the jury. Minutes. I don't even know what to ask.
Deer Park needs to sponsor. Ricky, I agree. This is not just an idle hope. I have literally reached out to Deer Park using the approved form requesting sponsorship.
And they're like, "What do you do for a living?"
I did get a response, and it went something like, "Yeah, it was crickets. They have said nothing." I think what they've done is they looked at my request, they figured out who I was, they did the math, and they saw if we sponsor him, we'll lose about $6,000 a year in sales. And then it just doesn't add up.
We've already got a good thing going here. Let's just ignore this.
And it's not that I've there's nothing about Deer Park's brands that I'm like, that's my company. You know, I'm behind them morally. I like the stance. They use 33% less plastic, or they recycle. It's nothing like that. It's just the other brands taste bad, and this one doesn't. So they literally were selected by default, but it's a good thing. And it's something I stand behind.
This might actually be affecting your ability to be a sponsor for them.
What happens if you can't find Deer Park water? What do you do in that case? Katrina Bunny, luckily for us, we also have milk.
He sends me to other stores. He's like, I'm going to die. I'm going to shrivel.
Yeah, you can get it anywhere. You can get it at Walgreens. You can get it at Food Lion, Piggly Wiggly,
they're out of
Walmart,
Sam's.
They're out of Deer Park?
Yeah, I just ordered today. They were out.
Are they going to mail it to us?
I got it from Walmart.
Oh.
It's fine. That's a first world problem. We are fine.
Yeah. Why are you yawning?
I don't. Okay, you're right. You stayed up later, but I just want to take this moment to remind you that I stayed up all night in labor giving birth to our child, and in the morning you're like, "Oh, I'm so tired."
And sore. I didn't sleep well. You kept disturbing my sleep.
So rude of me.
Oh, I am tired. I am extremely, extremely tired. This is like giddy tired. You know, your kids, when they start being really funny.
Oh, they think they are.
And having a ton of energy late at night.
Yeah.
It's that moment right before they just face plant.
Yeah. They say dogs get the zoomies. Every 2-year-old gets the zoomies. They just get really wound up before they're exhausted.
Hey, Red Pen, it's like a natural high. Or it's like drinking a Mountain Dew for me. So silly tired. That's 2 yawns.
Sorry,
You're trying to.
I'm tired. Yeah. It was a rough night for me, Scott.
I will say I appreciate you staying up and watching. This is something I love doing. I love courts, but I love following the police. That's been my first love always. The police scanner, following the news. There was a point in my life where I had a police scanner on my belt, and it was actually a ham radio that I had just programmed into a police scanner. Earbud in my ear, motorcycle helmet on, camera over my shoulder, and I'd hop on my motorcycle and chase police calls. That was cool. I mean,
this sounds like a confessional.
I didn't say I was speeding.
Oh, and that would be the bad part. Okay.
Yeah. But, I mean, I State Street, Salt Lake City, there's a police call, and I get down, there's a felony stop going on. I hop off my camera, break out my camera, and I'm shooting from the shoulder, and stopped on the side of the road, and I'm looking at the people in the car that have their hands up, and like just next to the people in the car, I can see the officer, and they have their guns drawn, and it's like gun, people, me. I'm like, aside from the safety issues, this is a great shot. You know, this is great framing here.
What could possibly go wrong?
They didn't shoot, so it was all good.
Oh my goodness! See, I'd never heard that before.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I never saw where that video. I might have like recorded over it.
I don't know. I did find, we were cleaning out the basement, and I found that treasure chest filled with those little mini DVs.
Oh my goodness!
I don't even know if you can. If there's a device that plays those anymore.
Mini DV is a digital tape, but it's like the last tape that was used in video cameras before they went to hard drives. So still nothing. That's why I love Live on Patrol Live. That's great, and we got to watch what's his name from On Patrol Live in that last court case.
Did you ever watch Bad Boys? What's that called? Was it Cops?
Cops is filmed on location by the men and women of law enforcement. All suspects are innocent unless proven guilty in the court of law. No, I haven't heard it.
You've never even heard of it.
What you gonna do? No, I did like that a lot. But
I thought you didn't have a TV. Where did you see that?
You can still find it on the internet.
I'm pretty sure that was before the internet.
I've seen it. No verdict yet. We're waiting. They've deliberated for about an hour. 54 minutes. 58 minutes on my clock. A little bit of an ambulance chaser. I've done that. Let's see. Did the judge get the jury some dinner? This was where you've passed the time where he said he will, so we have to assume that they are getting a bite to eat. I'm guessing it's a bag of chips and a bottle of water, because the judge looks a little stingy that way.
I don't mean to kick the ants hill here, but did it seem like the judge was surprised with the last verdict? That he was like, stay here until you guys have a verdict. When they finally came with the verdict, was he surprised? He was not surprised.
No, he was not surprised. And the reason why is the two first questions the jury sent out, and we're talking about South Carolina versus Chow now. Sorry, we've jumped. South Carolina v. Chow. The two first jury questions were sent out with information about deliberations and where their status was. So I think he knew right away that they almost had a verdict, that they had one or two holdouts.
Which way?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he knew.
He already knew.
So, but he was good and did not let the lawyers know.
Or the defendant.
Yeah, anybody. Yeah. Did you already run a poll of guilty or not guilty? We did, Darlene. I don't remember what the results were, but I think it was about 70 some odd percent roughly that said a split verdict with, I think 72%, split verdict with Stubby not guilty and Dexter guilty. And then about 21% had it both guilty, I think. And then there were two clicks on the other ones, just 2% on each. I'm not ignoring. Notice you've not seen. I'm not ignoring, Amber, I promise. Let's see. I even sent a chalkboard to Mrs. Ari. Help me write. Mrs. Ari's clothes are in the dryer. Yes. I don't know where that chalkboard is. Somewhere I have that. That's your third yawn. That's 3 strikes and you're out, Mrs. Ari.
So I'm really tired. How many of you were up late with Scott last night and are still here? We need a poll for that.
Well, like many of the mods.
I know.
Which I feel terrible about. Not so bad that we wouldn't do it again if we had the opportunity. But I still, in my heart, I'm like, you guys are amazing.
Oh my gosh, look at all of those people.
I know.
You guys, are you yawning? Is it just me?
I can't yawn. If I yawn, my eyes close, and if my eyes close, they don't open again.
That's the end.
Red Pen, thanks for the catching this one. I appreciate that. That was 75% yes. Stubby, not guilty. Dexter is guilty. That's driver guilty, passenger not guilty. 21% both guilty as charged, and then just 2%, which was basically 1 or 2 votes each on the reverse of the split, as well as both not guilty.
Well, that is a complicated poll.
It's the hardest poll we've ever done. But
Good job, guys.
You guys did really well with it. Fell asleep with the phone under my pillow. Jamie, I typically fall asleep with the phone. I hold it up. I lay down on my back, and I'm watching like this. And then when I fall asleep, I get the whack. And the phone wakes me up again. I'm like, oh, I was watching something. Sort of repeat the process until you have black eyes and bruises all over the face. We had a late night live. Yeah, Josh, you missed it. Where were you, Josh? We had all hands on deck.
Josh is like, I slept amazing. What are you guys doing?
Yeah. Anyway, I honestly, I'm so excited and looking for an opportunity to do what we did yesterday, but on scene, to be there. Just with what I have as far as camera equipment, the ability to scan around, get good shots, get a good picture, incorporate multiple cameras, different audio feeds and everything into the live stream. I think it's my calling in life. So we're just waiting for just the right incident to happen, and we're going to run. So
it was the funniest thing that Sunday night. Scott was like, "Oh, they got him." I was like, "Honey, that's a good thing."
It was a good thing, and I'm happy nobody else was hurt. But I was so ready to go.
You were really ready.
Swanee, brand new member today. Thank you, by the way, for your membership and your support. Says, Scott taught me a lot last night about random good stuff. So that's cool. This random stuff is funny because I chose my major in college based on that. My professor that I talked to when I chose the major in communications, electronic media, says, for this major, you need to have information, like your knowledge has to be a mile wide. Like you have to know a little bit about, but only an inch deep. And that's just enough to bluff and get by on something. So I have a lot of that. I have a lot of useless knowledge about random facts, and having had a whole bunch of different jobs and experiences helps as well. I fell asleep holding a cup of tea. It was messy, you could say.
Oh,
hopefully it cooled down.
Hot.
I need to try that music channel you posted instead of watching more TV. I Rescue Dogs. I'll post it again for you if you want. It's a great channel. It's actually Weather Watch's brother.
What is it?
Hang on, let me pull this up. Oh, I need it over here. Let's see. Thomas is having fun on his trip. It's called Nocturne Atmosphere. They do dark, like cinematic type musical background ambient music. Good stuff. Let me get a link for you really quickly. And he has 121 subscribers already. That's awesome. Okay, copy the link.
Over the last year, we've been building my dream lobster.
That's Jacob Knowles. Great guy. Building a lobster boat. One of my favorite YouTube channels to watch. Did you already post it in chat? Yeah. Red Pen beat me to it. It's right there.
Red Pen, happy anniversary. I'm pretty sure that was several days ago, but still, happy anniversary.
41 years.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Cool. Red, you're amazing. Thank you. Mrs. Recovery Addict, are you letting RA be the new house finder?
No. I gotta say though, he has found several on Zillow that I'm like, oh, that is really beautiful. And then I look at the price tag. I'm like, okay, honey, couple $100,000 less than that.
I'm like, look at this. I show her the picture first, right? I'm like, look at this house.
And I love it.
And there are two pictures to show her. The front of the house, which is what she falls in love with if it looks good, and the kitchen. Okay,
yep.
So I show her one of those two pictures, and she's like, "Oh!" And she'll take my phone and she'll like scroll through the pictures. And this is intentional. She'll scroll through the pictures, and then she gets back to the price, and it's like 3 times our dream world budget.
Right.
It's like, why are there so many commas in the price? I'm like, typo? I don't know, but one can always dream, right? Watch Jacob Knowles. He's great. I am so excited to see him on his new boat. And if you like Jacob Knowles, the Temu version of Jacob Knowles is Luke McFadden, and he catches crabs.
like Luke.
I love Luke. He's amazing. He looks like he's 15.
He does.
Yeah, he looks like the freckle-faced
And his
kid.
energy is 15-year-old all the way. He's so energetic.
He's also building a boat. But instead of building the multi-million-dollar boat that I think Jacob hasn't said what the price is, but it's probably upwards of $1 million. Luke bought a used boat to fix up. And the day he bought it, like the night after he bought it, he left it parked and he went to get it back the next morning. Someone went in and smashed everything, destroyed all the electronics.
Yeah.
It was turnkey, ready to go. And so it set him all the way back, and he had to tear it all the way apart. Found out there were some big problems with it, and he's rebuilding this old boat from scratch. He's calling it the Desperado. And,
seriously?
Yeah. And so he's a crabber. He catches blue crabs out on the Chesapeake Bay, and he's just amazing. He sells crabs at a little crab stand on the side of the road. He's got a little bit of merch. He's got a brand deal. You can find his like potato chips and seasonings in stores like Harris Teeter. He's ships.
Yeah, and all that's cool, but it's all just background for the fact that he is hilarious. Just his natural way of being and interacting with the world and the reality that he's chosen to live is really, really funny. He's like, good as used.
Everything's good as used. Any tool is a hammer. He makes do, and a lot of he drives by something that is just absolute junk, and he's like, ooh, gets all excited. His wife puts up with it, which is awesome. Fun, and he's really good about putting out videos. He puts out one every week.
Yeah.
And he's got some great friends that he works with up in this old junky marina that is just full of all his old terrible ideas, as far as hovercraft boats and floating boats with like wings that fly. He's just got a little bit of everything up there.
Yeah,
but
he is almost the Renaissance man. He just tries everything.
But he gets up at 3 o'clock in the morning and goes and buys bait and fuel for the spends $1,000 every time he takes his boat out to see if he caught any crabs. And he pays a crew, and he's just, he's a hard working person, and he just happens to film it. Luke
I don't
McFadden.
know.
Yeah.
I have no idea about his money situation, but I wonder if his YouTube makes as much as his.
Much more.
Oh, really?
He makes more on YouTube now than his crabs. I'm
Wow.
sure. But he's about to hit 1 million subscribers.
That's amazing. I love that for him.
Yeah, that's really cool. So you just keep setting up Mrs. Aria for disappointment? That seems mean.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, anyway, Jacob Knowles and Luke McFadden, they actually know about each other and talk about each other. And Luke loves watching a channel that I also like, which is the Outdoor Boys, which is a dad with his sons where he just went out doing these crazy camping in blizzards and living in Alaska and, just doing really extreme outdoor survival stuff with toddlers.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah. And so Luke watches Outdoor Boys, and Outdoor Boys is actually retired from YouTube. He stopped making videos, but his son has started. I think his son,
2-year-old?
No, I think he's like 10 or 12 or something now.
Are you serious?
He started. He just about cut his finger off. The last video, he sliced his finger preparing some food, and he had to drive for hours to get to a clinic because they live in the middle of nowhere, like on some homestead up in Alaska.
Goodness.
And so just crazy, but it's a great, it's family friendly, wholesome videos that also just make you just have an ulcer. Like you're letting your 10-year-old go camp in
I know.
in a grizzly bear infested woods, and he's just going to build his own shelter, and you're good with that type way.
That when you said that, I was like, man, that's like driving when you're in labor. That's crazy. And I was like, oh, I did that. Yeah. And it is. It's crazy. Just so you know, it's crazy. But a 10-year-old with cutting off finger, more crazy.
Yeah. Anyway, good channels. There's some great content creators out there that I really like watching. Another one, they call themselves the Scots, or the community is the Scots. It's a husband and wife that live like in the middle of nowhere up in Nova Scotia, on this little old rundown shack on a rock. And they're building. They sort of build everything from scratch, and they have no experience or plans, but they've just got a lot of stick-to-itness, and gumption, and they put it on. She plays the guitar. She used to be from like Virginia. They met when he was down in the States traveling, shearing llamas.
Because
Yeah,
as
because
one
that's where you
does.
meet. They met. They sort of fell for each other and went on a trip, and then she moved up with him to Nova Scotia.
Yeah, I watched like one video of theirs, and their dream world is my worst nightmare. I'm like, oh no.
They're so happy though.
I know, they really are.
I mean, just with a wooden stove, they huddle around in the winter so they don't freeze to death in their tiny little cottage.
Yeah, I don't understand
that was built in like 1800.
I see doing it when you have zero other options, but when you have other options, I just don't get it.
Yeah, shearing llamas. Yes, drama llama mama. Shearing llamas. I don't know Post 10, Red Pen. I'm not familiar with that one. I live in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia looks beautiful.
Yeah, it does.
As a matter of fact, it's so beautiful, and the water is so clear up there where they are. And I forget where they're from. I could look it up. But I always just wonder, why are you not fishing right now? Okay, why are you doing anything other than fish? But yeah, they just never seem to fish. I don't know why. Do you not have fish up there? Because it's ocean.
They're frozen. I don't know.
It's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. Then they fly the drone over the water, and it flies out like 200 feet, and they're in like 50 feet of water, and you can still see the bottom. It's so gorgeous. Oh, it's
okay.
It's amazing.
I love you. I feel like I've talked to you long enough for today.
Okay.
I will see you tomorrow.
All right.
Okay. Good talking to everybody.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Love you. Send food. There are tons of lakes and fish. I'd love to go to Nova Scotia. Just for the beauty of it, and also for the fishing.
Bring the jury.
We're going to turn down her mic because it's right by the fan. So we're getting that buzzing sound. Still no jury yet. We've waited over an hour and 13 minutes. I'm in Nova Scotia too. Yes, we fish here. Yes, we have loads of fish. I get to brag and say.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I learned how to fish. I was taught by my uncle how to fish on the fjords of Norway. And we would literally jump out on bundled logs that were chained together for the lumber mill that had been floated down the fjord. And we jump out on a bunch of these logs and fish with hand lines, just line wrapped around your hand, no fishing pole, and a hook on the end, and a little tiny worm that we dug up from the house, and catch trita, which is perch. Oh my goodness, that was amazing. That he taught me that you can think like a fish and speak to the fish in mentally, telepathically, and I don't know how to do that exactly, but I think I'm doing it because I'm pretty dang good at fishing. I like fishing, but I don't like catching them because what if I made them late for something? That's not something I've ever concerned myself with, baby shark. I'm speaking fish right now. Perch makes a good fry, but you need loads of them. Yes, and that's what you're in luck. There are loads of perch. Where there's one perch, there's a billion. Still nothing from Judge Clark. Over an hour. This seems, maybe the jury's waiting for the food because they thought he was bluffing before they actually come in. Who would make fishing a hobby? Funny thing, Josh. Is that a fishing pole behind you? Fish and chips is a classic. Love fish and chips. Perch is an underrated fish. It's delicious. The reason it's underrated is because it's difficult to clean. And it's difficult to clean because it has a lot of little bones. And the fish themselves are not really big. Unless you go to like certain lakes up in Idaho, the fish usually is under 9 inches. So it's a small fish, little fillet, a lot of work. You're filleting it and then skinning it, and you can spend a day fishing and then 3 days cleaning the fish. That's how it goes. Did find a bomb while fishing once. We have the best lobsters, cod, haddock, etc. in Nova Scotia. Oh. Is the water, can you dive for lobsters or do you just trap them? It's not like Florida where you can you get in the water or is it just frigid year round? How did you find a bomb when fishing, like in the water? Laura, I can tell the story if you're willing to stay up to hear it, but it's a little bit long while we wait for the judge. I'm not sure if I can tell the story because I'm looking at my own energy level and I'm not sure if I've got enough to do it. You're super curious since you mentioned it. We are on Verdict Watch. I just haven't had the energy to change the title on the live stream. We're an hour in. I haven't even put the clock up on the screen. Yeah. Yes, you can swim. I have Martinique Beach. Tell us we're focused. Tell the bomb story and make it short. Okay, I'll give you the short version. Christmas Eve, 1999. I'm living at home still. I hadn't married my wife. We had met. We were dating, but we hadn't married yet. And I loved fishing, and so I lived on the basically right at the edge of the city on the slope of the mountain, with a stream behind my house. And those streams up along the Wasatch Front in Utah have little trout. And by little trout, they get up to maybe, if you find a good fishing hole, maybe like 12 or 14 inches. That's the biggest they're going to get. But they were stocked there years and years and years ago, maybe decades ago, and they've just sustained themselves, and the streams are populated with fish top to bottom. So I had a locker partner in junior high who told me about the fish there, and I'd heard that my grandpa had gone fishing up there as a kid, but I thought the fish had all disappeared because you don't see them in the water. They're just really hard to spot. But once I went up to fishing there and learned the secret of how to catch them, I went up a lot, and there were some weeks I'd fish 5 days a week. Well, 1999 Christmas Eve was incredibly warm. There was no snow, and I decided to go fishing. That day I walked across what we call the edge of the city, the edge of the houses, instead of up on the mountain where there's a fire break road. And I don't know why I walked that way, but I did. I'd never walked that way before. I always used to go up on the mountain and cross over to the canyon I want to go up. But when I got to the edge of the city at the mouth of the canyon and started walking up, I spotted a little wire on the ground. It was a little 2-strand brown wire, and that wire ran along the side of the road. I'm like, that's weird. That shouldn't be here. I know this road. I drive up here all the time. I hike up here all the time. It shouldn't be here. And I went down to where it started because I'm like, why is there a wire? What's on the other end down by the city? I went down to where it started, and the two ends were pulled apart, and the plastic was stripped off so that they were the leads were showing. I'm like, huh. And then I decided to go see where the other end was. And it went about 150 yards or so up along the road, and then it branched off up through the trees, wrapped around some branches, up a steep hill, climbed all the way up the hill. It went up through a fence into a retention area, a big retention pond where all the water for irrigation for the whole city was stored during the summer. Well, it's winter right now, and so that pond, that retention thing, which is, I'd put it probably like 50 to 75 feet deep. It's a very deep rectangular pond. It was empty, but this wire went through the fence and down towards the drainage, the overflow tube, which is actually a concrete square. I happen to know the fence was broken down at the end of the corner of where somebody had hit it with a 4x4 or something. And so I snuck through the hole, and I went through and I followed the line back into where it went into that square. And I laid down and stuck my head in to look and see if I could see where the wire went. And I'd never looked in there, and there was just a little landing. And on that landing, there's a 20-pound propane cylinder with 6 pipe bombs duct taped around the outside. On top of it is a little Tupperware dish that the wire goes into, and then 6 wires come out of the Tupperware dish to each of the pipe bombs. And so I'm looking at this, and I immediately recognize this is a bomb. It's a big bomb. That's 6 bombs with a big propane cylinder in the middle. And so I got up. Well, I skipped a part. I didn't immediately check the wire. I started going up the mountain to fish, and it bugged me that there was a wire. It was like all I could think about was the wire. And so instead of going fishing, I came back. Then I checked it. So after I look at this, it's private property. It's posted no trespassing. I shouldn't have been in there. But I'm like, okay, there's a bomb. I can see it's a bomb. I need to get help. I need to let the authorities know, but they can't know I was here. And so I called the police. I ran home and called the police. And I said, there's a suspicious looking wire on the mountain. You guys need to go check it out. That's basically the call I left. And then I turn on my police scanner and I start listening. And dispatch, suspicious looking wire does not rank as high as, anything else that gets called into this dispatch. So I'm sitting forever waiting. Finally, they have an available officer, and they're like, hey, can you go check out? There's a report of something suspicious, a wire up by the retention pond. And I'm like, oh, good. And so I'm waiting and waiting, and I hear he gets up there, and he says, I've arrived. I can see the wire. Do you know who has a key to this facility? Because it goes in, I can't see where it goes. And they're like, I don't know, we can call a city council person here or the water department there. They finally get somebody to come up there. He's like, oh, he'll be on his way up. He'll be on there in 10 minutes. And he's like, all right, I'll just wait for him. I'm like, there's a bomb up there. And they're just, I haven't told them there's a bomb. I probably should have. But I wait there and at my house listening to the scanner. Finally, the guy with the key shows up, and he's like, hey, we've got a key. We're going in, going to check it out real quick. And then, the next thing you know, the scanner just erupts in traffic. And he's like, call everybody. We've got a bomb. Evacuate the area. And it just exploded. Not the bomb, but the response exploded. And suddenly it was the biggest thing happening in the entire county. And even people from the state were coming in, and helicopter and everything else. So I'm like, good, they've figured this out. While this is going on, I get a knock on the door, and a couple kids that I grew up near when I was younger, and they'd later moved away, knock on the door, and they're like, hey, we need to talk to you. I'm like, what's up? And I'm trying to listen to the scanner. I just turn that off and talk to them. They go down to my room, and they're like, hey, we're trying to set off a bomb on the mountain, and now the cops are there. I'm like, you're an idiot. And they're like, yeah, they told me what happened. They said we placed the bomb and forgot the battery. They were using a 9-volt battery to set off the charge. So they went back and got the battery, and they tested it, and the battery wouldn't set it off. They needed a more powerful battery, so they had to go back and get a car battery. While they went back to get the car battery, I went up on the mountain, according to the timeline that we pieced together. I was up on the mountain. They were getting the car battery. I came down to check the bomb. I'm a couple hundred yards up there right next to the bomb. They're down at the bottom end with the car battery, with the 9-volt battery trying to set it off. It was the 9-volt battery at that time, and it wouldn't set it off. So when they came back with the car battery, the police had already responded, and they couldn't set it off, couldn't detonate it because there were cops there. So the kids are like, yeah, I'm like, you guys, you need to turn yourselves in. And I haven't told them that I've called the cops. They're like, no, it's okay. We've got stuff back at the apartment. We can build another. And they leave after I've told them they're an idiot again. They leave. And now I've got this moral dilemma. And they literally are building another one. And while they were there, they told me about one they had blown up, which they did a test bomb. One of, the 6 pipe bombs, they'd blown up one of them previously and leveled a little tiny cinder block building that's above an old water tank. And that's gone. It's demolished to this day. I mean, they did it. So they leave, and I'm like, I have to tell somebody. I can't let this happen, because if this goes off and they hurt themselves or somebody else, I could never live with that. And so I'm like, I don't know how to tell the police, okay? Because they're going to find out I was trespassing. They're going to find out all this stuff. I don't know how to just call them up like, by the way, here's a little more information for you. And I talked to my family, and they're like, why don't you talk to Rick, our neighbor? He's on the city council. He's on the water committee. So he's one of the guys that has the key. He knows the family. I'm like, that's a great idea. And so I talked to Rick, and I said, Rick, look, I've got information about who did this bomb. I need to tell the police. Can you just introduce me there? Because I don't know the officers, and you do, and I'm a young kid. And he's like, sure, no problem. And he comes over and picks me up in his car, and I get in, and I'm like, oh, by the way, I'm licensed to carry a concealed weapon. Just let him know that I do have my firearm on me. I'm licensed. He's like, okay, no problem. We drive up just the couple blocks to where this bomb thing is, at the outside perimeter. together. And he says, wait right here. I'm going to go get an officer. So I wait there in the car, and he goes over and talks to an officer. An officer comes over, and the officer opens my door, and he steps out. And right as he steps out, he sort of like puts his hand on my back, and it's right where my gun is. It's inside the pants holster, right in the small of my back. And he's like, what's that? I'm like, that's my gun. Didn't he tell you? Why do you have a gun? And I mean, so we started on the wrong foot, right? So he took my gun from me. I'm like, I'm licensed. I'm sorry. You know what? And so he took the gun, and he's like, okay, get in the car. So I got in the police car, the front, not the back, no handcuffs. And we drove down to the police station. I'm like, this is just a weird, why is he so edgy? Why is he like jumpy around me and stuff? And so I'm trying to make small talk because I actually recognize the guy because the girl I was dating previously lived across the street from him. And although I hadn't met him, I had been to her place, and I'd seen his car and him out there. And so I'm making small talk as we're just driving to the police station. And I'm like, so how do you like your house, your new house? I don't know, it's new because the whole neighborhood's brand new. And he's like, how do you know where I live? And I'm like, and I'm confused. I'm like, well, isn't it? And I describe where it is, across from the store, just in there on the right. He's like, how do you know where I live? I'm like, I saw you there. And I don't realize until I get at home and weeks later why he was acting the way he does. Because Rick, the family friend, who I found out who did this, and I need to tell the police. What he told the police when I got out of the police, when I went up there, he went up to the police officers and he said, and I quote, it's in the police report, I've got the kid who made the bomb and he's here to confess. Those were his words. It was obviously not the case, but that's what they thought. So I went down to the police station, and it's a bustling activity as well, as they're doing the logistics for supporting this bomb disposal effort that's going on up on the mountain, and they put me in the interrogation room, and they're like, hang on right here, we'll be right in, and I'm sitting there, and it's got the one-way glass and the cameras and everything, and I'm like, I'll just chill for a minute, they're busy. And it took forever. It was like half an hour. Finally, somebody comes in, and it was my friend's uncle, who is now the police chief, and he looks just exhausted. He's like, all right, Scott, we haven't ever met. I've trespassed on his lawn. That's about it. He scares me. You can always smell him coming because he smokes those really stinky cigars. But he's like, all right, Scott. Just start at the beginning, tell me the whole story. And it looks like he's about to fall asleep, right? Like it's Christmas Eve, okay? It's almost midnight, and so I start at the beginning and I tell him everything. I'm like, this is what happened. And he asks some questions and he's taking notes, and then he goes out and he leaves. I'm like, okay. And I'm waiting, and then he comes back in. And when he comes back in, he didn't open the door. He kicked the door open, and it slams open, and he storms in, and his face is red, like cartoon angry red. Please chase live. I don't think I can take it. I'm in the middle of my story, Greeners. Do you want me to stop right here? Where is it at? Do you have a link? I'll see if I can find it. It's gonna be L.A. something, right? Cam 7. This is how quick we can do that. Is that what you're talking about? Is that the right one? Anyway, so he kicks the door open, he gets right in my face, and he starts yelling and swearing and screaming at me and telling me I'm lying, and that they have all this evidence that links me to the bomb, and they're able to get fingerprints off of it, and I'm gonna go away for life, basically. And he's just right in my face, and at first I'm like, no, and I'm trying to defend every allegation he makes, and he just it's like spittles hitting my face because he's that close yelling. And it's just him. I didn't know till later that they were doing good cop, bad cop. They just didn't have anyone else to be the bad cop, and he had to play both roles. So he had to do the whole Lego thing and go out and change his face and come in again, and so that's what he did. Anyway, interrogation went about 3 hours. At the very end, they yelled at me some more, and I said, look, I've told you everything. If if you don't believe me, I'm sorry. Maybe I just need a lawyer. And they're like, oh, hang on one second. And they left, and they came back and like, we believe you. We just have to make sure that everything was right. So we're done. We're done. And, they let me out of the interrogation room. I'm standing there in the police station. They give me my gun back without the bullets, and the bullets were in a separate bag because I do carry it loaded. And then they say, all right, you can go. And so I walked home Christmas morning about 3 a.m. in a snowstorm, because it did snow that night, and just walked about a mile back home. The people who created the bomb were not arrested that night, even though we identified them right away. They were caught a couple weeks later, and they were caught while they were trying to buy additional components to build bombs at a store called Fred Meyer, and that store called them in, and that's where they were arrested. The younger brother of the two brothers turned state's witness and agreed to testify. Oh, he's going the wrong way. Is he going the wrong way on the freeway? No, he's going the right way. Turned state's witness and agreed to testify against the others. Because of that, the others basically had to take a plea deal. So of the three brothers, the youngest was going to testify against the older two. The older two both did 2 years in federal prison. They had to plead guilty. And one of them has since died from a drug overdose, and the other one I have never spoken to since. All right, this is a good chase. I'm trying to figure out what's happening here. It seems like lots of vehicles are trying to block this dude in. And I'm not sure why. Like the bus is in his way. Speed here. This is obviously Long Beach, Lakewood. It's down in L.A. Looking at the type of car, 4-door. Do we have a make on this one? I'm not getting any audio yet, so let me see if there's another feed we can bring in that might have audio on this. Okay, police chase. Let me turn this one off. Okay, it looks like this is the one. Traffic's terrible down there. I mean, I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but I can see why people drive like this. There's just way too much traffic on the roads. What happened to Rick afterwards? Nothing happened to him. I had one time previously gone hunting with their family, high up in the Uinta Mountains, deer hunting with him and his son, who's my age. Haven't gone since. I don't think I'm going to get that invite again. I'm not sure if he thinks I got away with something or not, but not stolen. There are two choppers watching it. Okay, not stolen. What's the want then on this one? Do we know? It's a Mercedes. Careful, don't hit anything. Repairing those things are ridiculously expensive. He stopped. There's people in the crosswalk. He's crossing against the light. Just about gets T-boned, but makes it through. We might need some bus music. See if we can... so we can have a little quiet music in the background. He's slowing down. We've got a stoplight, heavy traffic, moves over to the right. The sidewalk looks to be an option for this guy. There's a close-up. What is this, a ML 430 or something? Is that a GL or an ML? It's a merge lane he has to move over. I'm not seeing any damage. Looks like a nice Mercedes. It looks to have dual exhaust, which could indicate that it has a fair amount of power. Good pep, get up and go. It's a burglary suspect. Why would you take your own car? Hasn't he learned anything from watching true crime? I'm nervous about the speed he's going through crosswalks. It's going pretty straight. A lot of these drivers, when they get to a familiar area, they'll start circling around and sort of repeat the same pattern. It's good for us generally because it means that they're not driving out to the airport where the helicopter can't film. But it's bad for us because usually that they're in the area where we can't see what they're doing. So takes the turning lane, but I don't think he wants to turn here. Yep, he does turn. And he passes on the outside during the turn. Artesia Boulevard now. 60 miles an hour plus. Zipped by a motorcycle. A little bit of a bump there. AT Live Police Chases has audio. I'll check and see if we've got another feed that might have one. Live Police Chase. Okay, Fox 11 might have it. Let's see here. Let me turn off the music for a little bit and see what we have here. Do we have Stu on there? Do we have anybody? Nope. Looks like almost the same picture. It might be. Yep, that's the same picture. That's actually the wrong police chase. We've got a runner. He's out on foot. Might just be a DoorDash. Might just be a DoorDash. What do you think?
Did you see LAPD go into that building, Rob? Widen out. I think they're dealing with something down the street because they're talking about possibly apprehending a couple people.
Looks like he went to those apartment complexes and was
That's
run
the
inside
pursuit
somewhere.
vehicle. Those are looks like they've cleared the vehicle and
These are two different chases,
right?
right?
On the roof.
These are two different chases. I'm not sure if both of them are live. Let's jump back to the one we know is live, and that's this.
Copy, Jay.
This one right here.
If they're going to lock the place down and go room by room, it depends on the seriousness of the particular situation that they're chasing this individual for. We did have a shot, observation of the individual from the air, but as time passes, individual has an opportunity to obviously secure themselves at a location somewhere in that multi-structure building, which you need an army of officers to lock it down on the outside as well as doing the search on the inside.
So again, this is Wood Spring Suites, extended stay hotel. We're not saying stolen vehicle. Wondering if these undercover officers know who they're dealing with, and that's perhaps why you don't have black and whites right there on it. Obviously, the person...
Okay, so it's a hotel that this is happening at. That changes things just a little bit. Let's see. It's supposed to be clean air vehicle parking only right there. So that would be possibly EV electric vehicles or vehicles that qualify there, but he blocked 3 parking spots while he ran into the hotel. Hotels have cameras. They might be able to see exactly what room he ran into. That would definitely speed up the process. But I also don't see officers right there. A couple people are like, hey, what's going on? Why are the helicopters flying around? They have no clue. The action's on the inside right now. Still no hour and 42 minutes into deliberation. Still no verdict out of Florida. Just right off a highway, the freeway. We've got another person on foot. Another runner. Let's see what that's about.
But apprehending of the individual, I don't see that happening in the immediate future because there's no one there to make that apprehension.
Well, it is interesting to note that, given the way that driver was driving, too, why there was no law enforcement visible for that reason alone. We do know at times that they will back off, and because of the nature of the pursuit, that it's too dangerous, they want to back off and give that driver a little bit of breathing room so they don't kill somebody. The driver still, though, was in a fleeing mode.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely trying to, I don't know.
All right, they're just talking heads talking about what they saw here, but just filming anybody who's walking on the sidewalk. I guess got to be careful if you're in LA this afternoon. You may be targeted by the police for being outside and looking like you might have been driving. You had a guy running. Where did he go? That's the CHP chopper, that green and white one. So they're looking at something circling nice and low. News choppers stay above them, so they give them a ceiling so they can operate without worrying about running into each other.
They can track something down from that, but I find it very interesting that law enforcement hasn't arrived at the scene, and as we see the time passing in the area that's circling, it's a mystery as to what he was wanted for, escaped, and no apprehension or anything. They can't just leave the car sitting there in that parking lot. So eventually they'll arrive. I don't know what the delay is, though. It's unusual to have this type of delay.
Yeah, more questions and answers right now. We're going to let you go for now.
Did they pull off the chase? Did they dial it back? And if so, how long has it been that way? Sometimes when it gets too high speed, no, we're not gonna do the election updates. Let's see if we can go back to 7 here. Looks like an officer has one person detained there on the side of the road. Sort of by himself. Grabs a radio. Could be cuffs on him. I can't quite tell from this angle. Don't see the reflection from cuffs, but the helicopter getting a good tight shot of this guy. Does he look like the driver? CBS LA. Let me see what we've got on 6. CBS LA. Apparently he's the only person of interest. The car has been abandoned over at the hotel. Somebody ran in that looked like he sort of might have had some dark, longer hair from my vantage point, but I think we might have to just send you all over to Credence and Mikey to make heads or tails of this one. We've got a chase. I'm still trying to find when I have to still refresh this every 2 minutes to see what happens with this court case. Just one officer in an unmarked vehicle detained the guy, and he's sitting on the curb. They're clearly waiting for something, either another officer to come pick him up because that vehicle might not be a transport vehicle, or it's hot outside, man. I've been running. Can you get me some water? That's not another officer. Quick zoom out shows you where we are. I don't see... Oh, yep. Ocean's that way, I think. No, those are mountains. The ocean's the other way. Looks like we'd be done. We'd be done. The helicopter's got to either refuel or go land. Or go to some other chase. They're moving, though. Chopper's covering ground. It was short and fun. LA is huge. It's massive. Just the millions of people there. It's hard to comprehend. Just checking the time now. Looks like we're at 8:22 Eastern, 7:22 Central. I'm sure the judge wants to get this done tonight if he can. Dinner should be over and done. The traffic's actually flowing there. It's moving pretty good. You think they're going to another chase? Flying over a school there. You've got the track and the field, the baseball stadium or fields as well. Looks like a soccer or a football practice field. And then just houses and businesses for miles. A little faint view of the mountains off in the distance when they turn, but the smog is so heavy that you can't see them very well. There we go. It's a beautiful view. I'm going to go with busted. They caught the guy on this one. Feel like in a hot air balloon. This would be a hot air balloon in a hurricane. They're probably doing 90 to 100 miles an hour right here. They're moving. Passing that downtown stretch. Businesses, and then getting right back into the residential area here. I'm only sticking with this, hoping that they are going to another police chase. There's another freeway. Some of you might recognize these roads. I might have driven on one of them or two of them once. Not really familiar with California, so not sure if we're flying. I think we're flying north right now. Just looking at the shadows are going from us away to us towards the up and left corner of the screen. That would put it afternoon shadow. Sun setting in the west. Sort of flying northwest. Possibly up towards, I don't know, where the fires were? What do you think? Be interesting to see that area again from the sky. We might be far away from that, though. Sarah, you're leaving now. Phone's at 1%. Sarah, you need a battery and a charger, quick. How long have we been live? Oh, good. 6.5. Bummer. I think we need to just shut it down and portal over to our next, to the verdict if it comes in tonight. And then I'll be on watch duty to see if he goes live, and you guys will call me if he goes live, and Amber will do the bat phone signal and wake me up, and I'll come running down here in my jammies, and we'll finish this one up. Amber says Greeners found the bomb story. That's funny. The news report. It does look like they're looking for another pursuit somewhere. And there is one. There is another chase. Okay, let's see if we can find it here. Okay, let me show you what we have here.
CHP will get involved here, and there you see the driver with the window down. He's got the sun shield blocking his face, but it does not appear from our vantage point as though there's anyone else in the car, at least not in the front seat.
That's right. I don't see anyone in that front seat at this point. I do hear the sheriffs talking about the CHP notified and they're aware of the pursuit. They're trying to get units in position. But again, moderate to heavy traffic, the sheriffs are calling it right now as he continues eastbound here on the 10 freeway. And I'm trying to get a look out the window as far as traffic
calling
beyond
it means letting them go.
605 freeway, and we'll see if I can get an eye on that. In the meantime, look at this. He's going to use that center divider there to the HOV lane to try to get around all this traffic. He's going to have some room to run here.
Yeah, some room to run with 4 black and whites behind him, and we don't know the speeds right now. We don't have that the odometer up right now, but as he's making his way here down the 10 freeway at high speeds on the HOV lane and now moving into other lanes, maybe perhaps he might decide to get off the freeway where when he was on surface streets in Temple City, was going at high speeds. But again, this is a stolen vehicle pursuit in the middle of, rush hour traffic, and he's doing his best to try and elude officers right now. Again, those are LA County sheriffs that are following him. The CHP is trying to mobilize, and maybe perhaps there's some chatter about a spike strip here on the 10.
Yeah, so far I haven't heard the sheriffs talk about that, but the CHP will definitely try to set that up. The 10 freeway can be a good option for the CHP to put out a spike strip, especially in heavy traffic like that, when the driver is using basically the center divider shoulder to get by all those vehicles in the carpool lane. So that's an option for sure. We've seen that happen before in other pursuits. But for now, I'm monitoring the sheriffs, and they're staying on it. They have an airship overhead keeping track of it. And still pretty high speeds here. Let me come in. Compared to the traffic next to him, he's really going high, 75 miles an hour there on that shoulder.
Yeah, and at this speed, as you know, debris can collect along that shoulder as well. So hitting any sort of debris in a Kia with smaller tires could be a real problem, especially at a high speed that might do the trick in the absence of a spike strip and deflate tires and we all know what happens after that. But at this point, all 4 tires are good, and CHP is getting into position here as the deputies on the ground continue to follow this suspect in this stolen Kia out of the Temple City area, making its way into Rosemead onto the 10 freeway eastbound. And there you saw some debris flying out from beneath that car. Just what I'm talking about. The potential for that along the shoulder, as you know, increases as you get closer to that wall there. And this
we have is eastbound 10 through, eastbound 10 passing Puente now. And again, Temple still is in pursuit of a silver Kia Forte. Original launches at 1036 Frank. Air 21 was overhead as well.
He's just weaving through traffic.
Copy, sending.
Got 2 camera angles here. Live police scanner traffic as well as he's doing his best to scratch the paint.
Over to the orange as well.
Looks like the driver's side mirror has already been clipped and folded back. He's using the carpool and the shoulder as a passing lane. Ooh, big truck. Don't mess with that. Don't mess with that. No, he does anyway. Just going to cut him off there. Our one feed is a little faster than the other. I'm going to resync them up. Just 1 second. It's going to be this guy. That's the wrong one. Look for cars. There's a red. Oh, he's moving. He's hauling. So the one on the right is too fast. Just this guy. We need truck. That looks fancy. They're a little closer to being synced up. There's the red truck. There's the red truck. Red left's still faster, right? This guy's going way too fast. He can't sustain this in this traffic.
What happens to Texas 701 North Willow, City of Compton? Yes, only units back for the following 48 broadcast 16
East LA 22 advising a 488 occurred approximately 20 minutes ago from 4584 Whittier Boulevard, doing business as Nike from the from the unincorporated area of East Los Angeles.
Somebody hit the Nike store.
There's going to be 2 suspects last seen driving northbound on Mitten now and out of view in a gray Toyota Camry 4-door. California license plate is going to be 5 Nora Queen Charlie 080. Suspect 1 is going to be described as a male black, 5'7" to 5'8", 230 to 240 pounds, wearing a blue shirt, blue hat, NFD. Suspect 2 is going to be a female black, 5'9", 5'10", 190 pounds, wearing a blue shirt, black shorts. Items taken are going to be miscellaneous clothing and shoes. If there are no questions for East LA 2, you can go ahead and drop the patch, East LA 22.
Right, so the Nike store got hit. And,
487.
there's a gray car on the left.
Florence, 1355 Florence, the Jack in the Box.
Here's
State,
the
male white,
gray car.
black hooded sweater, blue shorts, he's fighting security. CP walking around property with 417 in hand from an off CP through video surveillance.
Pause the one on the left.
Stated in front of location tag 247. So they're unit for the assist. Jack in the Box on Florence.
Okay, we're pausing right as he crosses the double line.
The reverse 4 point, eastbound 60 transition to the northbound 605, and they do have AAA en route.
LA 2620, I copy. We'll be en route.
Almost synced up, sorry.
David 5000, need my stop, thank you.
David 55, you're welcome. And 82420, when you clear, 1125 debris, eastbound 10 at City Terrace.
There we go.
Classic 2.
There we go.
Divider, also in the slow lane. Eastbound 10 at City Terrace.
429, 82, 42, and you see on the 1145.
82, 420, 98, from a 2 vehicle 1182, and also UTIL on this 1125 debris. Thank you.
He's live. Our court case is live. Hang on 1 second. Let me turn this off. We're going to bring our... I think we've got a verdict. Let's see if we can do this in a split box so you can watch everything. Is that okay? 3 box this guy. And it's going to be... Box 1 is 6, box 2 is 7, box 3 is 8. And swap 2 and 3. 2 and 1. 3 and 1. Okay, here we go. I think we've got a verdict. Just watching here. Should we play the music?
Bring the jury.
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful we have a verdict. Defendants aren't here yet. They're being brought in. Let's do it. Just over 2 hours on the deliberation clock. It looks like we have a verdict as the defendants are being brought into the courtroom. This is a case that ended with more than just a friendship being lost. One victim in this case, who happens to be a drug dealer, lost the use of his legs as he was shot in the back after a drug deal went wrong. This case has been presented to the jury with the prosecution saying, don't believe what they said. Even though he said he did it, we don't think he did. It was the other guy. And as far as believing things, there is a lot for the jury to hash through. So many stories have been told in this case by so many different people. Witnesses all viewed different things and then said different things from that at other points in the trial. I don't know what the jury can possibly determine from what they were offered. But I think what is clear is that these two were up to no good and it went south. And unfortunately, one person lost the use of his legs for the rest of his life. And somebody might go to jail for the next 30 years in there. So we're going to sit tight for just a minute, wait for the jury to come in. We've got one more defendant to make his way back into the courtroom. This case has had a little bit of everything, even though it only took 2 days, 3 days if we count jury selection in Florida. It's been epic. We've had perjury. I'm gonna call it. We've had perjury. We've had just some fantastic lawyering and some not so fantastic lawyering, as some people think that speaking longer is better, and it wasn't. It was terrible. The closings on this one were something that you definitely want to skip. The rest of the trial, I'd say, is worth rewatching if you didn't watch it. The judge, I think, at one point did fall asleep. I did as well. I'll admit it. I fell asleep as well at some points, but we did get to see interrogation video that completely differs and debunks the stories that were told by the defendants, both of who took the stand in their own defense. These former friends now facing off, throwing each other under the bus, as one of them may go down for armed robbery, and both of them could go down for armed robbery, and one of them could go down for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Owens are both present in the courtroom.
Here we go.
Parents, I understand we have a verdict. Is that correct?
We have a verdict.
That's what I've been told. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to instruct everyone. We ask these jurors to do a hard job. They've been here for 2 days. Regardless of what their verdict is, I'm going to maintain everybody maintain their decorum in here. If you don't think you can, this is the time to leave. And if you don't leave, what you're telling me is that you'll maintain the proper decorum, whatever the verdict is. I'll give you an opportunity to leave. Everyone's indicated they can maintain that.
Thought the lawyer was going to leave.
Just a moment. All right, let's bring the jurors back in.
They had to wait until the handcuffs were off. Decisions made. The jury's going to be filing in one more time. We've had so much happen today. This has been crazy. Do you want to go full screen on court, or do you want to keep the police chase in the side? I mean, I can even run the scanner in the background if you want. Sounds like Eric Rodriguez's name has been thrown out there on the scanner. Not sure what for. This has been a pleasure. It has been fun. We're watching the synced up video.
You have a seat. I understand you have a verdict. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If you'll hand it to Deputy Barron. Balak, Mr. Alexander, Ms. Bennett, and Mr. Owens, if you'll all stand.
See if the judge expresses any feelings one way or another here.
Right.
All right, he says.
Madam Clerk, if you will publish the verdict, please.
Circuit Court, 14th Judicial Circuit for the State of Florida in the Court House. State of Florida versus Nathan Michael Ash Alexander. Case number 2024 CF3344. Verdict. We, the jury, find as the defendant Nathan Michael Ash Alexander as follows. The defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this 3rd day of June 2026.
Stubby's not guilty.
Frederick King.
Stubby is not guilty.
State of Florida versus Dexter Allen Owens. Verdict. We, the jury, find as the defendant Dexter Allen Owens as follows. Count 1. The defendant is guilty as charged of robbery. Special findings. If you find the defendant guilty of robbery, you must further choose one of the following. We find the defendant discharged a firearm causing great bodily harm during the commission of the offense. Verdict continued. Count 2. The defendant is guilty as charged of aggravated battery. Special findings. If you find the defendant guilty of aggravated battery, you must further choose one of the following. We find the defendant discharged the firearm, causing great bodily harm during the commission of the offense. So say we all dated this Thursday of June 2026. Four-person Frederick case.
You have a seat. Madam Clerk, if you'll poll the jurors.
I'm going to turn this down a little bit. They're polling the jurors to see if this is their verdict. All 6 of them are going to have to say yes.
It is. Ms. Chido, are these your verdicts? Yes. Mr. Ashley, are these your verdicts?
It is.
Mr. Cohn, are these your verdicts? Ms. Royal, are these your verdicts? Yes. And Mr. Cade, are these your verdicts?
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish to. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you're at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a difficult case. It's been a difficult couple days. I understand that. I don't apologize for having you up here. I apologize for the inconvenience and for the long hours, but this is a service. Mr. Cade, you served in the Air Force. Is that correct? This is one of the rights that our military protects from us. The right to a jury. Most places in the world, men and women who look like me, in black dresses appointed by the government making the decisions we ask citizens of the United States to make. Our system of justice, I'll put it up against anybody, would come to a grinding halt without citizens such as yourself. With that being said, that concludes your jury service. Make sure you have all your belongings. I ordered sandwiches for you they'll probably be here if they're not here.
They'll not be here in the next 5 minutes.
5 minutes. So if you'd like a sandwich on your way out, can make sure you have them. They're going to, the Bay County Sheriff's Office is going to escort you to the parking lot. I'm going to ask everyone else in the courtroom to stay in here until they're released by the Sheriff's Office.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll step this way. Deputy,
yes, sir. Okay.
I'm sorry. What you needed to do with
the notes?
The notes and everything.
Yeah, the instructions. You can leave everything right there. The notes will be sent to my office. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. All right. Thank you for that question. And thank you for your service.
All right.
If you'll step this way, Deputy Brown.
The issue of sentencing.
Property out here in the jury lounge, go unlock it. And the sandwiches are on the way. If you want to hang around for a few minutes at the front door, you can have a sandwich and chips.
The issue of sentencing still has to be addressed. The poll was correct. We nailed it on this one. We nailed a split verdict. I do agree that the best thing that could have happened to Stubby was have Dexter testify in his own defense.
Whatever bond that Mr. Owens has votes at this time,
So
is
now,
he entitled to a pre-sentence investigation?
Now we can't have bond violation.
Life findings, he's looking at minimum mandatory sentences, so I don't believe he is.
Well, I think anybody, Mr. Southern, is entitled to a pre-sentence investigation if they've never been convicted, even if they haven't been convicted of a felony. There's nothing that's going to hurt to do it.
No, I'm not saying he won't be entitled to one. I'm just saying
it's going there. And I realize there's mandatories, and I understand that. But if he requests one, I'll order one.
Mr. Owens has no history, so at this point.
All right. And I understand there's minimum mandatories and mandatory sentences, but I'll order a pre-sentence investigation. We'll set this for a sentencing July 17th is my pre-trial. Or July 18th?
Pre-trial in?
Or no, I mean July 23rd. We'll set a sentencing for July 23rd. That's to give the Department of Corrections sufficient time to prepare a pre-sentence investigation. His bond is revoked. He'll be held without bond.
That's at 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
About the other bonds.
All right. Do we have a score sheet for Mr. Alexander.
That's Stubby.
Yes.
So Stubby violated his
Mr.
parole
Balak,
by.
have you reviewed the score sheet?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you agree with it?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So Stubby's actually not going to be free. If he was
All
on
right.
parole when this happened.
Mr. Sullivan, I'm going to allow the state. Now, I've already found that Mr. Alexander violated the terms and conditions of his probation by the charges he was charged with, regardless of the jury's verdict. Mr. Sullivan, does the state wish to be heard prior to sentencing?
Your Honor, I'll just keep it brief. You've heard the testimony, obviously, and Mr. Alexander's involvement. He was on probation for an offense that involved a firearm. He's facing a maximum of 25 years on those offenses that they were going to be run consecutive. I'm asking for a sentence of 10 years.
Mr. Ballard?
Yes, Your Honor, I don't believe that that's appropriate. I believe that it would be injustice, Mr. Alexander. I believe that an appropriate sentence would be something closer to the time that he's already served in jail, which is almost 2 years. I believe his LPS is 13 months. I have his family here if you'd like to hear any testimony from them.
If they want to give a statement, that's fine. How much time does he have served? Do we know?
659 days, Your Honor.
659 days. Okay. If certainly if anyone would like to, or Mr. Alexander would like to speak, or anyone would like to speak.
And I'd just like to put on the record that while you did hear all the facts in this case, and it was a gun closely related, Mr. Alexander came in today, told the truth, gave context to this whole entire situation. I think that led to the outcome it did.
How could the judge,
does anyone wish to be heard?
In spite of the jury, find him guilty for parole violation?
Your Honor, I think
just give me your name, sir.
Marquez Alexander.
In your relationship.
Father.
Okay, go ahead.
Many, probably 14, 15 years ago, if you can remember, we adopted Nathan. And matter of fact, you was the judge that officiated that adoption.
Yes, sir.
You know that he was young and not dealt a great hand. And me and my wife and I have raised Nathan and his brother for years. And I'm a pastor. I've raised him in the church. I've raised them the right way. Nathan sometimes was hard-headed, hung with the wrong crowd, done the wrong things, but that's not the core of the person he is. He made a mistake. He got with the wrong crowd, got the wrong people. I've always tried to lead him right, always tried to be a great example as a father to him. None of the things that happen reflects the young man that he is. He's been in jail over 2 years. He doesn't belong there. He's terrified. He's bullied. It has caused a lot of stress on my wife and I. I think the punishment that Nathan has endured, Your Honor, frankly, is enough. I think that he has learned his lesson, and I think that it has been enough to turn this young man around and help him get his life back together, because anybody who knows Nathan knows that he's a good young man with a good heart, made some bad decisions, but he doesn't belong behind bars. He needs to be redirected some type of way, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Adoptive father speaks for him. A pastor. Wow, that's Nathan's family there. The row ahead may be.
Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Just state your name and your relationship with Mr. Alexander.
My name is Lee.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Leila Storms. I'm Nathan's mom, his birth mother. There's so much I want to say, but I'm not really sure how to put it into words.
Now, ma'am, for the record, if you don't want to say anything, I will take notice that you've been here for the whole trial.
And she, maybe I can express better for her. She's just explained to me, she wants to get Nathan Alexander out of this county. She doesn't believe it's a good environment for him. I don't think that there's anything worth his while around here. And she wants to get him out into either a rehab program so that he can begin that journey to recovery, or at least in a program in an environment where he's set up to succeed. They believe that he will not succeed in this county.
I have myself and the officer at the school that I work with, we have come up with a list of places. We have called several places. I do have that list to give to y'all if need be. Nathan has a lot of potential. He's got a good heart. And I'm probably going to upset him when I say this, but Nathan tends to be a follower. He needs to have the skills to be a leader, and he has those skills. He just needs to learn how to apply them, and a program can teach him that.
Thank you, ma'am.
I want more for my son than this.
Thank you. All right, anything else?
I understand that he's got a maximum exposure of 25 years. However, his LPS is 13, and that's just closer.
I've sat through the hearing. Mr. Alexander, I'm not violating him on the other felonies that he admitted to committing during the action. I think the purchase of marijuana, if I'm not mistaken, is a felony. He possessed a firearm, even if he just walked out with it. That's a felony.
He said he didn't.
So I don't think he's amenable to probation. What I'm going to do is I'm going to revoke his probation. He's adjudicated guilty of dealing in stolen property, grand theft of a firearm, burglary of a structure, sentenced to 60 months in the Florida Department of Corrections on each count to run concurrent, given credit for 659 days time served. All monies previously imposed and not paid are reduced to a civil judgment. There's an additional $100 imposed today for the cost of the prosecution of violation of probation. That's also reduced to a civil judgment. Mr. Alexander, I'm not giving you I'm giving you half the time that the state's asked for, Mr. Alexander. Prison's not a good place for anybody. I understand that, but you certainly will still be a young man when you're released. If you're serious about doing what you're supposed to do, you certainly will have that opportunity in life. You have 30 days to file notice of appeal if you wish to appeal your judgment sentence. If you'd like to have an attorney to represent you, you can't afford one. One may be appointed to represent you, no charge. Good luck to you. You will need to be fingerprinted.
Thank you.
All right. Court will be adjourned once Mr. Alexander's fingerprinted. Yes, sir.
Is there any opportunity that Mr. Alexander?
I don't know how that ended, but I can tell you that the judge was just asked to let his mom give him a hug. I don't know if he allowed it. Okay, we have a police chase that has just come to an end here. Let's see if we can go back to swap 1 and 3. Go back to a 2-box like this.
Multiple units, with emergent.
The suspect got out of the car, has pulled over. It's backing up, is surrendering.
107th Street East for the 242, waiting an additional. Norwalk 48 Adam is code 6 to 2735 JO on Meyer Road. Is there an additional unit with traffic?
And taken into custody. There may be a female in the vehicle who will be handcuffed as well. Wow. 5 for 5 concurrent for violating parole. Judge adjudicated him guilty in spite of the jury finding him not guilty. That's a tough one for me. The jury found him not guilty, and just one person in the car. Looks to be empty. See if they raise a fist, indicating that it's clear. Still checking the trunk. That's the last item. He's looking for the release.
39
Trunk gets popped. Nothing in the trunk.
Street West and RVB. That's 39446.
Raise the hand. It's clear.
No,
That's done.
somebody's unconscious, not breathing. Fire en route. Tag is 288. Is there a Palmdale unit to respond code 3 and 3 left?
All right. That takes us to the end of the day. Oh my goodness. Quick, get off the air before something else happens. I'm going to go to bed. I'm tired. I'm really tired. We're going to play music one more time, but it's going to be this one. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. The judge, before the jury came back with a verdict, adjudicated Stubby guilty of violating parole, violating his probation, because of the offenses he was charged with.
When we started 110 years ago?
He said he didn't have a gun. He said it was the other guy. I don't remember that Stubby ever admitted to carrying a gun. If he did, then that would be right. If he didn't, that was a disputed fact, and the judge should not have adjudicated it that way. But he got 10 years. He was found not guilty and got 10 years. I've never seen that one happen before. Getting arrested is the parole violation. I understand. You can't even be around something. Someone else can do something wrong and you pay the price for it, and that's what I think we saw here. I think the jury got it right, though. They're going to be disappointed in the verdict, in the sentencing. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe. We'll go live again tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow, but if it's anything like today, buckle up. It's been a lot of fun. It's been great to have all of you with us. Thank you, all of our amazing mods. 5 + 5 = 5. There you go. 60 months, right? I guess 120 months would be 10 years. So 60 months is 5 years. And they're concurrent. That's 10. It's got to be 10. Incarceration. Yep. All right, guys, have a good night. We'll catch you in the morning. Bye-bye.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Because he's the guy.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Yeah, that's right. It was concurrent, not consecutive. I'm too tired. That's 5 years. 5 years. There we go.